ground. Chicka chicka in the tank, chewing gums. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them scream my name so hard, you better run, you better hide in the Sanhok deep like Mo and D. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. Waiting for ya in the right zone. Got my sniper rifle, don't get alone. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them scream my name so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun, hold deep like Mo and D. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. All the circles from Erangel to the desert, hearts in the Miramar. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a
for the Panthers. Rushing on in. Zevo is here, gets caught with their pants down, and that looks like it's going to be it. Wall Street Bets, a single player left. The jump shot to finish them off.
Oh my
swap.
gosh. And oh,
The toes!
please. Oh, that gun.
Welcome everyone to day 4, the final day of PMPL Americas Grand Final, Grand Championship, whatever you want to call it. We've had the best teams from Brazil, Latin America, and North America duke it out. And we only have a few more games left. We already crowned a winner in EU with Navi. Let's see who's going to win today at the end of this weekend. I'm going to invite Glitter and Seven to join me as we break down these final moments of amazing PUBG mobile action. Seven, it's been an amazing weekend so far. Surely you think it's got to continue.
Oh, it definitely has. I mean, from the first 2 days, Brazil kind of dominating alongside with Latin America. And then yesterday, all of a sudden, we saw all the North American teams decided to wake up. And one of the ones that I'm going to be looking at, especially closely today, Glitter, is going to be Nova, because they're on that cusp to qualifying to PMGC.
Absolutely, yeah. Nova is going to really need to have a heck of a day to make sure that they're in that top 8 spot. But it's not just going to be Nova. There are quite a few teams that are kind of right outside that bubble. So I think today is going to be a little bit crazy.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We have a lot that we want to break down before we go into our first match. So first off, I want to remind you all the format that we've been playing this weekend is 16 teams, 5 from Brazil, 5 from Latin America, 6 from North America, one of them being the Knights, who have qualified already from Season 1 Championship. 4 days of play, 6 matches each day, and because this is day 4, we only have 6 rounds left. But Glitter, what are these teams all playing for?
Of course, we've got that $150,000 prize pool on the line. That means first place is going to be taking home $40,000, second place $28,000, and third place $18,000, with everything going down from there. And all of our teams taking home a little bit of money, but then we also have that MVP prize, $2,000 on the line for that. And we've been tracking which players might be in the running for that. Should be even more interesting by the end of today. But then, of course, there's also all those PMGC qualification spots.
There's a lot to play for here, a lot of money. But honestly, I think that the qualification to PMGC is the most important thing, which is why this overall ranking is incredibly important. Glitter, I'm going to stick with you on this one. Help us all sort of translate what all these numbers mean.
So obviously, Alpha 7 has been pretty dominant here. First place, 241 points. The next highest being Rise Esports at 195 points. But we've said it to you guys throughout the weekend. I'll remind you one more time, Alpha 7 does already have a qualification spot in PMGC due to their points from their region, which means we're actually going to be looking at a top 8 here overall, 2nd through 8th. Those are going to be the people that get these spots, those final remaining spots to PMGC from this half of the planet. So then we've got XSET there in 3rd place, 179 points. And this is where things start to get a little bit closer as we move down the ranks. Queso is at 169. XSET had a massive jump up the overall ranking yesterday. We'll see if they can repeat that type of performance here today. Knights is there in 5th place, and Knights is only 1 point above ATON, 1 point above INTZ. So this is where it starts to get a little bit scary. Honored Souls is rounding out the top 8 at 136 points. There's a little bit of a gap there from 7th to 8th, but something that is very much closable by the end of the day. In 7, this is where we see Nova.
Yep, and that's why I was mentioning Nova, because they are currently, I believe, is 8 points behind 8th place, which, I mean, it's doable. We've seen them get 2 chicken dinners so far, and they have to worry about Black Dragons. This was a team that was super consistent yesterday. They even ended up with the MVP for the day, so it's going to be interesting. And then 19 Esports, we saw a surges out of them as well, having one of their best days so far in this tournament. Furious Gaming, Buluc Chabtan, all of those teams, I'm going to be looking at to see some of those teams that need the points, like Nova, 19 Esports, Black Dragons, if they're maybe going to be picking at some of the lower teams. Syndicate, Mezexis, I'm looking at you. Fraternity Esports. It happened. It has happened before.
Yeah, we actually, on day one of this whole tournament, we had a team get 4 wins in a row. So even for teams that are in that sort of lower double-digit placement, 8th place is not, I don't want to say outside of the realm of possibility, but in order to get those points, you need to have amazing star players, and here are the top players we have, Seven.
We definitely have. I mean, these players have been performing amazing, and I think a huge surprise has been Revo, who's currently leading in everything when it comes to damage, when it comes to average damage dealt, kills as well, which is interesting considering that Carrillo was a heavy favorite to get that MVP. But when you talk about Carrillo, when you talk about Americas and MVP, you gotta talk about Coops. He has finally decided to show up. We have seen him slowly but surely creeping up this leaderboard. He now has 35 kills, 6,200 damage to himself, and then Alpha 7, after they got those 4 wins in a row, as you were saying there earlier, Cam, they were able to put up another player up here alongside Mafioso. We do have Mythic as well. He's been very consistent for that team for Rise Esports, and he's maintained himself here within the top 5 as well. And then a big surprise for me, it's going to be Jay. Jay has been able to put up 27 kills, 4,700 damage. Not bad considering that XSET's currently in that cup, so challenging for the 2nd place as well if maybe they do decide to have another day like they did yesterday.
Yeah, that a lot of very, very strong players there. What I'm a little curious about is how XSET actually have Jay as their member up in the top 6. And Apollo hasn't really been a huge dominant force that we've been expecting. However, they're in 3rd place, so you can't really criticize them for that much, but specifically that MVP award, which Glitter, you talked about how that's going to be its own little separate prize pool on the side. Help walk us through the players there that we think are going to be getting that award.
But listen, I mean, yourself included, Cam, a lot of you think that it's going to be Carrillo. You, Jukes, 7. Okay, but I actually went with Revo. I feel like he's been doing a really good job so far. He's managing to have a decent more amount of damage output right now than Carrillo, so I'm hoping that if he continues that type of performance, then it's just going to naturally follow that he will have more kills. I don't know. I'm feeling good about Revo right now. I think he might have a really, really good shot to possibly take home MVP, but we also see Zute up here, 7 with a Coops, Dave with a Coops, and Invirum with the Rin call.
Yes, I was going to mention it. Paul with that Rin call is actually quite pleasant, and I hope it happens. We saw Rin being able to pop off yesterday. It could be leaning that way. I am going to be looking, though, at the team battle, though. I'm going to be looking at Revo and Carrillo. You decided to pick Revo. I went with Carrillo. Let's see if Glitter Damas is back from PMPL NA.
Hey, listen, Paul might have some outlandish picks, but he also picked Team Queso at the start of this entire tournament to be a team to watch. And if I'm not mistaken, they qualified from like the last position in Latin America, and they're up in the top 5 here. But either way, let's take a look at Korea here. So 7, you walk us through why you're not going the Reeve route, why you're sticking with the main man, Korea.
You know what? I'm actually going to throw you a curveball. Don't worry. I'll talk about Korea, but it's not yet. We'll talk about him when we get there. I want to talk about Ren. That man has been putting up performances since PMPL NA, and yesterday we saw him being a huge part right here. That was the end of the game that they were able to actually win. With Rin being able to put up such great performances, they were able to pick up the slack in a way of YDD. We also haven't seen Yi from Nova Esports, but then you have Coops. And Glitter, you cannot count out this man. You even heard him when we did an interview with him. He said he wanted to be that MVP again for Americas. Do you think he might be able to edge it out even though you picked Revo?
I mean, listen, I feel like anything's possible if we see the type of performances that we saw yesterday. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights really, really turned it on. And if Coops continues to have the types of games that we saw happen, he isn't that far behind. He was in 3rd place, and if he can, be Coops, the Coops that we know, I wouldn't be surprised if it does end up happening.
Yeah, listen, I know I jumped the gun a little bit, 7. I needed you to help sort of defend my Carrillo pick, but here it is. Here are the stats from that man himself, and I guess this is the great opportunity to talk about why he's such a dominant player and why he's always seemingly in the conversation for the past over a year.
Definitely, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys watch PMPL NA, this is a take at 7's WG's player study. So let's look at Carrillo. He's been putting up close to 7,000 damage, 38 kills, 37 knocks. Talk about efficiency. That man's been able to pretty much finish almost everybody that he's been able to knock, which is quite impressive. And then he is currently leading in most knockouts. Now, during these segments, I do want to give you a little bit of feedback, a little bit of background to this player that everybody loves. Carrillo, he's 18 years old. He's been playing PUBG Mobile for 4 years. And this is going to be a shock what I'm about to tell you. He has only been playing competitive since the start of 2020, which is quite impressive considering that since he started playing in 2020, 6 months after that, he was able to get the MVP for Americas as well. Now, I did get a chance to interview with him a little bit. I did ask him, do you have any advice for any players that might be looking up to you? He said, dedicate themselves a lot, analyze the best teams and the best players in the world, and have a lot of willpower to never stop evolving. So for anybody out there that's looking to become a pro player, make sure you follow those men's steps. And then I asked him, what does he usually like to do when he's not playing PUBG Mobile? He said, I just like talking to my Alpha 7 teammates. I like to go on dinners with them, and we also like to play pool. So far, I mean, Carrillo has been having a great weekend. He has slowed down, going to a little bit of the stats that we were able to see there earlier. On day 1, he got 20 kills, 3.5k damage. On day 2, he got 13 kills, 2.2k damage. And yesterday was by far his worst day alongside with Alpha 7. He was only able to get 5 kills with 1.1k damage. So hopefully he's able to break out of that trend that is currently going downhill, and hopefully he's able to break it out soon. If not, Revo, Glitter, he might have a chance to take over that MVP spot.
Listen, if it happens, I don't think in either scenario any of us would be surprised, because the A7 players in general have been in contention for that MVP spot from the beginning. So it will be well earned and deserved, but I don't know. I still have my eyes on a couple sneaky NA players.
Yeah. No, that's what makes A7 so scary, is that we can look at one of the players who I think is in the conversation for best player in the region. Definitely has been for a while, but he's not the only powerhouse that the team has. So there's a lot going for A7, but let's pivot away from the top dog conversation for a little bit, Glitter. Let's look at the PMGC qualification, this what we call the bubble, where we have the teams that are just above and just below that expected cutoff.
Yeah, we still kept it at the 160 point guesstimate for how many points our teams are going to need in order to be in that top 8 spot. And you can see just how close ATON and INTZ are to that. And then the points start to fall off a little bit. Honored Souls being the one that is in that 8th place spot right now, and then Nova following right behind them. As you can see, it's only 8 points difference here, then another 3 points down to Black Dragon. And like Seven was saying, the Black Dragons had an incredibly consistent day yesterday. And if they can manage that again today, they're another team that's going to be scary. 19 Esports came absolutely out of nowhere. They went from almost dead last to now being in our bubble graphic here as a possible contender for getting into that top 8. There are so many variables in play today that I think every single game is going to just be a nail biter, even just solely based off of the points.
Yeah, and don't tell the players this, but if you want to make their situation, at least the ones in these teams specifically, a little more stressful, because A7 has slowed down their dominance even just a little bit, I have a sneaking suspicion that the cutoff points is going to be higher than 160. In fact, if you take Honored Souls, who are currently in 8th place, and you extend their amount for how much they would be having on average over 24 games, it's looking close to like 181. So that's even more work that these teams have to do, especially for the likes of Black Dragon and 19 that have had such a meteoric rise. But here is the schedule for today. These are the maps that the teams are going to be getting those points on. It's a double Miramar day, 7.
It is. And with that, I'm going to be calling out a team that's actually at the bottom, 15th place. I'm going to be calling out Syndicate. Usually when we went to PMPL NA, that was their strongest map. We haven't seen any of that. Syndicate has just been pretty much a shell of themselves, or at least of what we were able to see in PMPL NA. So Syndicate, come on, at least get one win on the 2 out of the 2 Miramars that we're going to be playing today.
You heard the man. Get one more win. We got 6 games, 6 wins. to see who is going to win this whole event and who is going to be punching their ticket to PMGC. Erangel, map 1 is starting in only a few more moments. So 7 and Glitter, thank you very much. I will be sending you away. Get ready to really use your brain power and break this one down once it happens. But, oops. Before we go into Erangel, if you want to be the MVP of your own personal squad, you're going to have the hardware to boot. And so check out the OnePlus 9 and the OnePlus 9 Pro. Flagship performance, 120 Hz display, and HyperTouch technology. Definitely give it a look. But as well as you should be giving a look to our commentators for map number 1. It's going to be Dave and Paul. I'm just going to leave you guys to it.
Well, thank you so much, Cameron. As we come in here on the last day, Dave, things have been a bit of a roller coaster, especially for the North American fans. And I think the thing that's the most exciting here is not only is that number 1 position not secure, not set in stone, but our top 8 as a whole, Dave, there's a lot. There's a lot of teams in contention.
Yeah, hey, it is getting spicy, man. I'm looking forward to today. We got 6 more games to go. And what team are you looking forward to? We heard on the desk maybe a chicken dinner from Syndicate. Honestly, I'm looking at Coops to get that MVP role. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think that is a real possibility. I think the player, we don't talk about Revo enough. They touched on him a little bit there at the start. But I feel like constantly hyping up Carrillo, but Revo's actually like 2K more damage as well. Look, I think, look, maybe there's a last minute. I also maybe misunderstood that. Rin's amazing, don't get me wrong, but I maybe thought.
Whoa. Hold up. No. You cannot back out of the Rin pick, man.
To be fair, the question, who do you think is getting MVP on the last day? And I think Rin's going to put out an outstanding performance. I absolutely think, yes.
All right, man. Sorry. But in all fairness, Rin is on the list, right?
Oh, absolutely.
On the top 10 list. So it's definitely a possibility. Currently, Rin sitting with 27 points and Revo from A7 with 41. So I get where you're coming from, kind of getting cold feet, but Vera, I feel like you picked Rin, you got to back your boy.
Oh, yeah. I think Nova's going to step up. See, Nova's one of these teams, they always have these long ramps. They start off a little bit slower, but now we're here on NA servers. I feel like they're really going to go crazy here on this final day, and they need to, Dave, because they're not currently in the top 8. They're not currently on the road to the Global Championship.
No, they are not. So today's the day, 6 more games. I think they could do it. Currently, they're in 9th place with 128 points. All it takes is a nice, juicy chicken. In Virum, one nice chicken, especially early on, to kind of relieve that pressure, in my opinion. So there's going to be a lot of teams kind of feeling the same way that Nova are feeling. We got the Black Dragons, we got 19E. They're there, they're right there within reaching distance. It's up to them today, though, to tighten up, fix any type of mistakes they might have been encountering over these past couple days, and finish strong, finish strong. And a lot of these teams, they're used to performing underneath the pressure. It's just another day in the office.
Which is crazy to think about, that this is where their office is. But no, you're 100% correct. These players now at this level, notice we haven't really talked about that, at all over the last few days. This idea of really going on tilt, of pressure, of nerves, of the jitters, etc. Because at this level of play, they just do it. And it reminds me of a quote from Cyril, who, for those who don't know, was one of the winningest StarCraft players the last few years. He says when he's sitting down on stage, does he feel nervous? No. This is where he does his work. And I love that quote so much, because it's exactly what you're saying, Dave. This is the job, and they are set up to do it here today. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. The circle centers up quite hard to the west, which means we're going to be seeing some early game rotations, but I don't expect it to be super chaotic. Teams at this point have a very good sense of what their opponents are going to be doing in terms of rotations, and they've got it down pretty well at this point.
That's beautiful. I like that quote. That's a good one.
It is a good one.
And it kind of relates to us too. Like, we get on camera and we're just there. This is what we live for here. So I love that we get the opportunity to kind of watch these teams, some of these squads, develop from PMCO. I'm looking at Mezexis. They barely qualified to even make it to PMPL, but we saw them qualify from PMPL to the finals, and now they're here. Yeah, they are kind of down there on the bottom of the leaderboard, but at the end of the day, they still made it to this lobby, and it's not over yet. Like, it's not over yet. They still have that chance to really tighten up, pop off, and get a chicken dinner here today. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about the PUBG Mobile ecosystem is that every year, 2 times a year, you could just come together, build a squad, you can practice, and you can just try to be a pro. And that's how it is, right? Like, anybody can compete here and be playing at this level of competition.
I love it. Because there's like, in what other game, really, there's not a lot of other games where you can just join an open competition. PMC is open to anybody to join. You literally can just get 3 friends together, maybe 4 friends together, having a sub is good, but get a couple of friends together and just compete and go for the quals and continue to try and get better and evolve. And literally they are here representing North America in the Americas finals. Potentially there's an option of representing North America on the world stage at the Global Championships, all from just a couple of friends getting together and deciding they want to try and go pro. And that is the quintessential esports story. That's how it started. That's how it should be. And I love it. And I love the fact that teams have the opportunity to continue to do that here. We'll keep an eye on how they perform today because, like we said, there's some pretty tough competition going on.
Oh, it feels good, man. And, well, looking at Fraternity, I was looking at the numbers. A7 has 43 more kills than Rise, who are in second place. And that number stuck out to me because then I looked all the way down at the bottom. Fraternity, they have 29 points in total. So A7, they got like a healthy point lead over that second place in kills alone. So Fraternity Esports, today's the day. I think try to do something different and just go for those unorthodox plays, really catch other squads off guard and maybe take advantage of that. I mean, you never know. It could work, but you're not going to know until you try.
That's the thing here. At this point, go for it. Because you're facing, again, it's the idea, and I love this quote, I use it frequently, it's the idea of playing to win versus playing to not lose. Because at this point, what you've been doing up till now isn't quite working. If you're not in the top 8, what you've been doing up till now isn't working. So try something different, try something new, and try taking your opponents by surprise because, again, at this point, they've had time to review the tape. And if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you will get punished for it. So we'll keep an eye on teams trying new things, reacting to these circles. And one of the things I'm already noticing too, Dave, is that the rotations are coming in a little bit slower. Teams are taking a little bit longer time to loot. We have quite a few teams still outside of the circle at this stage, which I kind of actually appreciate because we've seen a lot of teams in the mid to late game kind of struggling on the med front repeatedly in the last couple of days. So I like the idea that teams are taking a little bit longer to loot, knowing they've got the time, they can rotate in a little bit later because, especially with this circle, you still got some decent options when it comes to what compound or what hilltop you want to take over.
Yeah, a lot of teams. I agree with you. Just looking at the overall map here, a lot of teams playing really slow, actually. And I guess the game plan, play the edge and try to avoid these early rotation conflicts. Maybe you lose a 1 or 2 in the process. So maybe they're assuming if we do play slow early on, we have a good chance of making it into these zones without being punished. So we shall see. And I'm looking forward to Sanhok. For some reason, the blue zone, just looking at this, yesterday there was an interesting discussion on the Twitterverse, and I said, Sanhok, if you're a bottom team, and this kind of doubles back to the Fraternity Esports, the Syndicate, and the Mezexis teams. If you're a bottom team, I think just try to heal it out on Sanhok today. Like, honestly, you might as well. You might as well try to just loot up all the meds and just heal up to that 4th, 3rd place. Try to get some placement points. I think Sanhok can really be a deciding factor for some of these bottom teams to clutch out and get these placement points. But I know it's easier said than done, of course. So, you know, I'm not the one in the game hitting those heals. But I'm just saying,
and
try something new.
Dave, the thing is, I agree with you, but I want them to do that. And then one more thing. Classic Jackie Chan Adventures. I want them to have one player just go on a loot mission. Chill back in the blue, on the outskirts, loot up 35 plus first aids. And then I want the other 3 to go Rambo. I want the other 3 to go in, try and grab as many kills as physically possible, and leave a solo. That's what I want to see, because I agree. We've seen Queso, they did it 2 games in a row. Second place finishes with like no kills, just because they focused so much on the heals. I want to see early game, everybody loot, pass it off, and then once you get into like circle 3, Send those 3 in. Take some smart fights as best you can. Try and get 2, 3, maybe a full squad wipe, get 4 kill points, and then let the rest come in with those first aids, because that's where I think it's kind of hedging your bets, as it were. Don't put all your money in one place.
See, when I said this on Twitter, I was catching a lot of heat for saying it. I think if I would have worded it like how you just did, the whole Rambo thing, that makes a lot more sense. That's why, hey, that's why
You only got 240 characters, whatever it is. You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
I like that.
We're going to give you
We'll
flack.
see. We'll see. Right now, we are on Erangel, of course, as we see. 19 Esports dead center. Furious Gaming, just a little south of that. Honored Souls all the way down south. They have a ton of room to work with on this rotation if they are going to be playing it nice and slow. And then, of course, A7 in the north. Are you even surprised? I don't think so. I was looking at A7's stats, diving a little deeper. Nades used. They have 171 grenades used as a team here in the finals. That's a ton of grenades. Revo with 49 of those grenades, and then Synetexo with 46. So I think that goes to show you their grenade usage and how high it is. And I'm comparing it to like XSET. There's a 70 grenade difference between the two teams, first and third. But I think their usage of grenades is what helps them pad those numbers at the top with kills. Because right now, I brought up kills a little earlier on. They have 132 kills. That's a ton of kills. Right behind them, Rise, they have 89. So I really, truly believe that it's not close at all. So that's what I'm saying. I bring up the grenades thing because I think all these grenades they're using, it really shows you how useful it is on the kill point side of things.
And I'm going to talk about this in a second.
It's a whole long discussion. I know.
It's a whole, no, because there's something, I did some quick calculator math. Thank you. Because I was curious. 171 grenades over 18 games, which is what we played so far this weekend. That is 9.5 grenades a game for the team. That's a lot of you. I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot when you think of like these long drawn out fights, but that's a lot of grenades over the course every single game. And you're 100% right, Dave. They're the 8,000 plus damage on a single player, wherever 8,500, wherever Revo's sitting at right now. That's not an accident. That is because they're doing this massive AOE area of effect damage with these grenades, and they're using them pretty effectively. And clearly, they're able to capitalize on it in terms of the kills because they're like 50 kills ahead of the next team, which is saying a whole lot. So keep an eye on that. And that's definitely something that I've noticed Brazil in particular has been doing really, really well on, is their utility usage, not just with those smoke grenades, but with the mollies, with the nades as well. So keep an eye on this as we're seeing a rotation coming in. Those are not the same team as they get running off the road. Team Queso out here like it's Mad Max. A little bit of road rage on the rotation. ATON Esports, get out of here. The fans from LATAM got to be cheering this one on, or maybe they're groaning. I'm not sure which one.
This is your team, man. You picked them to pop off, Team Queso. That's why I don't think you should back off of your Rin pick, because you got the magic.
Rin's a beast, so I feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
Rin's a monster,
okay.
all right?
Okay, so we're back on the Rin thing.
We are.
We're back with Rin. Okay.
We're back with today, absolutely. I think if Nova plays like how we know Nova can, Rin MVP of the day, maybe the whole thing, who knows? We'll find out. They're pretty big leads from Alpha 7, but hedging my bets too. Woohoo!
I love it, man. Hey, today's a good day.
It is.
So, ATON, they lost one early on. Everybody just wait to see where this next circle goes. And, of course, A7, hard shift out there, man. Jeez. They really needed this zone for sure. And, well, we'll see how many kills they are able to rack up. And, of course, A7, they're always clashing with Honored Souls. Honored Souls working together as a unit down south. But to keep tabs on that. But right now, I feel like the main story is going to be all these teams on that east side trying to collapse in, trying to find somewhere to call home.
And I noticed 19 Esports, they love the high ground positions. We see that on Sanhok. We see it here as well. They always go to Everest in sort of these second circles. No, Nova, stop dating each other. Come on, get out of my kill feed. Don't do that. But we're already seeing them dropping down off of Everest. They don't want to get caught out there. They realize it's a pretty slim chance of the circle coming back up here, but Nova is getting into a fight with Mezexis. Solly on the back line could be absolutely massive as able to drop Rin here, and my hope for Nova, Dave, is going down the drain. The caster curse in full effect as they get full wiped by Mezexis.
Yeah, usually the caster Curse comes in with the classic Maxman touch, but I don't know, man.
That was good on my part.
Yeah, you're trying to take that role here, but that is a good thing for Mezexis. If you are a Mezexis fan, we were kind of chatting about them coming from PMCO. That's a huge opportunity right there for them to take a nice spot and a couple early game kill points. That is exactly what they need. So good for Mezexis, horrible for Nova.
Yeah, not an ideal situation for them, going out in 16th place with no kills in the first game. A big fat goose egg on the day, and we saw how close those point totals were. Every other team in the lobby that's contesting with them, big old smile on their face right now, as we're seeing ATON Esports get involved in the kill feed, despite the fact they lost a player early. Still gonna like to pick up a couple of kills here, as it's this western side of the circle, looking towards it. Honored Souls, Alpha 7. This is going to be a battle over here, because whoever can win it will control a huge amount of territory.
It happens. Honored Souls, a little 2-2 split going on right here, and well, they know who's lurking over the hill. Very curious if they'll opt to try to take these fights, but recall, we were talking about A7 earlier on. They're really good at opening up these engagements without even getting, you know, involved with their guns. They recognize you're there, they start throwing a barrage of grenades. They try to get that opening knock, and then after they get the opening knock, after they have the advantage, that's when they push. That's when they sink their teeth into their prey, and I really love that about A7. So we'll see what they end up doing here. And I'm also kind of looking bigger picture, looking at who's going to compete PMGC, because after today, we're sending teams off to PMGC to play up against Navi, Unicorns of Love, Football List, and Ghost Gaming. So we'll see who can handle that heat. Next zone goes up. ATON, they lost one really early on. Nice little shift they got down there.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one. This isn't a part of the map we play a ton, just west of Gatka here. It'd be interesting to see how teams play around the field. There's not a whole lot of cover to work with, so teams are going to have to get in quick and try and find whatever bit of cover they can. And Garrix misjudging the team shooting from Mezexis, hot off of their win against Nova, continuing to rack up the kill points, and that's big for Rise.
We see a couple members of Rise in their vehicles trying to avoid these sight lines, just going to be wrapping it around this blue zone down south. But remember, Team Queso are also down there, so we'll have to pay attention to that, because right now the Black Dragon's trying to spit some hot fire.
Oh man, and they found Furious Gaming in their sights. The nades are raining in. Striga is going to be the first one to go down. One gets traded back against Black Dragons. We are seeing an attempt to try and even the playing field somewhat. However, this position that GX has, this flank, is pinning down the entire squad at any time, or at least half of it. At any time, the rest of Black Dragons could just opt to go all in, crest that hill, and wipe them out. And there's not a whole lot Furious Gaming can do about it, especially considering they're the ones that have to keep pushing in, Dave. They don't really have this next circle.
Yeah, look at that smoke wall. When we had that zoom out, there's a nice smoke wall between the Black Dragons and Furious down here in this dip. So we'll have to see if they are going to be able to use that, because Big Malo on that off angle, I believe, keeping the remainder of the Black Dragons kind of pinned down behind GX here using this boulder.
Yeah, Milo in the back is going to be that's critical. So very much a counter to what GX is doing, playing this off angle, which is always so important. Everybody, you know, having a 2-2 split or a 2-on-1, if you're all holding the same angle, it's not really as relevant. You really want to be holding these different sight lines. Keep an eye on this as the kill feed is continuing to light up, not just here, but basically across the entirety of the maps. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of great positions to take up in this next circles. Team Queso, Alpha 7, Fraternity, Mezexis, all these teams are looking to get involved. The Mezexis looking like they're in trouble as Starlight's going to drop, taking fights with two different teams simultaneously. Not ideal at all for them. They picked up a couple of kill points already, but they are not looking to go down this early. They want to continue the hype train, Dave.
Done. At least they got a couple kill points to kind of offset their placement points here this game. But Fraternity still in the game, you know, punching out there, punching everybody that they run into. Team Queso right there on that east side. We'll see if they will be successful in their defense, because right now Fraternity all low to the ground, snaking on out. But Axel in the front lines, catching space in.
Shots, I'm not sure who's, that going to be XSET actually at range, doing some work here as well. I can hear the shots coming in. No, it was ATON Esports actually getting it. Oh my goodness, all these teams down here at the south.
just trying to find something as best they can. A tree, a rock, a shrub. It doesn't really matter at this point. They just need whatever bit of soft cover they can get their hands on. Xi'an potentially in trouble. Axel just doesn't quite spot that smoke doing its job, Dave.
Yeah, and while all this kind of chaos was erupting, the Knights, they made a push, and, well, they didn't really win that push. I think they're down to just Xenox. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up Chico. We'll see. We'll have to pay attention because right now, XSET Polo trying to get this ricochet grenade onto Nino from Honored Souls.
This is the last player standing for Honored Souls, facing up against the entirety of XSET. All 4 players alive. Oh, okay. Not sure if that grenade made it out or not. Either way, that player does not. So Honored Souls will be eliminated. Rise also took a fight with Alpha 7. Alpha 7 also won that one. Furious Gaming goes down to Black Dragons. So Brazil having a bit of a time here, as now up to 6 kills for Black Dragons. And considering where they were in conjunction to Nova, who went out in 16th, this is a huge game for them.
Yeah, I love this from the Black Dragons. They recognize the situation. They know they need to come into game number 1 here today with a strong start to kind of kick them in the right direction, because Black Dragons, we saw on the bubble graphic, one of these teams on the cusp of trying to qualify. So with them getting a lot of kill points right now, that is solid. So getting back into the action though, INTZ right now trying to gatekeep what looks like Alpha 7.
It is, and Alpha 7, they're quite split up right now, which is not ideal for them. Carrillo is down. Syndicate is going to go for the send to try and get them back up. There is a little bit of a hill to work with, so it looks like they will be able to do just that. Revo really far back with the rest of the squad, and ATON Esports is on the outside. This is not ideal for them. They have a lot of open ground to cover and not a lot of resources to do it with, because they have been fighting for the last 5 minutes. INTZ, Dave, probably one of the strongest positions in this circle. INTZ is looking like, if they play their cards right, they could take this chicken in game number 1.
Yeah, they got a huge buffer practically between them and everybody else, but A7, they have nothing to lose in this situation, so they could afford to get a little riskier and maybe go for a risky send onto the INTZ position. But over here, XSET looking to rep that set, looking to start this fight against ATON. Jay cooking a grenade, looking to get that bounce with that grenade in that smoke, baby, and it's good!
Hardy drops, huge opening frag here from XSET, as we're seeing Jay pushing in, spotting the players out for the rest of the team, helping them line up the next set of nades coming through. They do have a shack to try and hide behind, but the players are dropping one after another. XSET are relentless as they push their way through. Dave, what was that push? XSET are looking on fire.
And we got Severin from the desk giving us live stats. He said if XSET win the chicken dinner this game, they can overtake Rise on the overall leaderboard. So this is a huge game, a huge opportunity for XSET looking to rep that set.
And looks like they know that because they are playing like their lives depend on it. They don't, but more prize money always feels good, as Alpha 7 are looking to be the next target here if they can pass Rise, who went down already. And look at this, look at the kills, Dave, amongst these teams in the top 5. This is what, 8, 7, 6, like there are a lot of high kill scores already, especially as Alpha 7 takes out INTZ and they don't lose a single player.
And that's what we just talked about. When you're playing with nothing to lose, you can go for these big plays. And INTZ, well, they just got mopped up. Let's just say what it was. They got mopped up. But now A7 with a 2-1-1 split out here on that northwest side. They're going to be closing in here very shortly. Hopefully Polo, hopefully Jay, hopefully somebody from XSET recognizes A7 out there in the distance, and they'll keep tabs on them moving forward.
The last member of Team Queso is looking to try and make it in. Focusing from Black Dragons, did hear the footsteps, though I don't expect Team Queso to be in this for long, but 6 skill points, they're going to be feeling pretty darn good. But 3 teams, Dave, with 4 players alive at this stage in the game, that is not super common.
4 teams go. Black Dragons is solo. A lot of kills, like you pointed out. Black Dragons already starting strong here. Buluc out here, though. Buluc! One of the squad mates trying to get a long grenade tossed out there. Close. They got 4 up, 7 kills, so this is sweet, but look at this. XSET, this is a huge fight.
Absolutely massive. Carrillo, the last one standing. Ellie and Kid, we've seen what they can do with that sniper rifle, already doing some damage to Alpha 7. But as XSET's pushing in, they're getting collapsed on by BC, taking fights on both fronts. Polo's now going to reconsider how far they want to push. This is giving a little bit of respite to Alpha 7 to try and hold on through this. As Buluc Chabtan is looking to try and keep up the pressure onto XSET, follow up on that down if they can, but all this has managed to do is keep Alpha 7 in it a little bit longer.
This is a completely different BC squad than what we've seen here so far. They got a bunch of kills, and right when they recognize, okay, there's a fight going on, they flexed out. They tried to third party this one. They tried to get some more shots in, some more damage in. Looking back at the previous days, BC, they would have just turtled up. They would have been snaking it on out right now, but that's not the case today. They're looking to get the win.
I feel like after that highlight play, yes, Jay! Oh no! Carrillo finds one, looks to find a second, but will end up going down. XSET are able to pick that one up, but getting one knock, this is going to be the opening that Buluc Chabtan needs in order to try and push in here. If they throw a nade on that smoke, Polo, J7, very easy targets for a big frag for BC.
Yeah, BC, they also have a couple vehicles to work with right now, so we'll see. They are going to be separated for the time being. Looks like that revive was successful, though, so it's going to be a straight-up 4v4 to seal the deal in game number 1.
Oh, you love to see it. What a way to finish out our first game. This is where the teamwork, the positioning, the communication, and the skill is going to come in. And in this case, the positioning from Madion, perfect to get the opening knock into Polo, one of the key members of XSET who will fall. The flank play, beautifully set up, backfilling the position that Carrillo had previously occupied. They weren't expecting such a wide wrap at this stage of the game because, Dave, that's a gutsy play, and it's paying off for him.
Yeah, BC with a huge 3-1 split as well, and now it looks like XSET down to just 2 in these trenches. They do have a vehicle to work with, but I don't think it's going to help them against the M249, the squad wiper here in game number 1.
And I love this because Ellie and Kid is back with the sniper rifle to relay intel to the rest of the team, and the other 3 members are pushing in. They're not afraid to use vehicles, continue to scout, pull off big plays like this, and survive. The headshot came through, but the player will live, which means now they can relay this intel to the rest of the team, which means XSET has to try and find a pick right here. Dave, if they don't get this player knocked, they're going to be full flank, 360, nowhere to go, and they get it done! Jay, the breath of life for XSET. That was an absolute must-hit grenade, and that is going to stop BC in their tracks unless Ellie and Kid continues to step up in a 3v1 situation. Dave, it all comes down to Jay.
Oh man, BC, they need to collapse. Okay, there we go. I was saying, like, BC, they were taking a lot of time there at the end with the numbers advantage. BC, game 1, winner, chicken dinner, 11 kills, a solid 2k damage, even better here. This is what they need because they were not one of those teams that we were looking at, those teams on the cusp, those teams trying to qualify here. So with this winner chicken dinner, that's going to set them up for the rest of the day. Also, XSET, did they overtake Rise Esports that game? Maybe, possibly, but one thing I gotta get off my chest here in Vero, I got the slip, man. I joined the squad. I joined A7, man. No one noticed.
I missed that earlier. That's sick. It actually looks pretty good. You can pull it off, man. Like, for real, you can pull it off.
I'm part of the squad. I'm part of the team now. What's up?
I dig it. I mean, I feel like that there's a direct correlation. It's like plus 10 to like vision or whatever. It's like an RPG item. You get the eyebrow slit and suddenly you're just better at the video game. I don't make the rules, Dave.
I just played a game. I just played a game of PUBG Mobile and I got like 20 kills. Yeah.
Okay.
While I was casting. So,
yeah.
It's something to say. But the highlights here, pretty solid game 1. Not gonna lie, the pace of the lobby, I like it. It was a little quiet early game. Teams were taking their time, but when it got ramped up, it was nonstop.
Ramp was the exact word I was thinking in my head. I said once it started to ramp, it just continued. And teams, once they got, it's like they got that taste for blood, you know what I mean? They're the shark. They got it, you know, and they just weren't looking back. BC, especially one of these teams, Alpha 7, I said INTZ was in a great position, and they were, but they let A7 just run them over. But again, it's this idea of, you know, unstoppable force, immovable object. They ran into XSET, who were also feeling on fire, who ran into BC, who were also feeling on fire. And Dave, it was just, you know, sometimes they say if there's too much fire in the room, it just sucks all the oxygen out and everybody goes out. Nah, not in this case. We were 50 feet tall with how big this blaze was, as every single team was desperate to try and pick up the chicken, and so many clutch moments, Dave, too many to count.
Yeah, right there. That quick flick with the grenade from Jay, that was kind of clutch to get another kill point underneath their belt. And XSET, man, representing NA here in the lobby, trying to take on Brazil up front in person. But ladies and gentlemen, that was only game number 1. We still got 5 more to go. Last day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Look at this amazing trophy. This is what all these teams here are fighting for, what they are playing for, what they are putting their hearts and their skills on the line to try and achieve, to represent not only themselves, but their region and the entirety super region of the Americas at PMGC. It's the fantastic game, but if you also want to represent PMPL in game itself, definitely go check out the PMPL special crate. Go find yourself some amazing, charming, absolutely beautiful and fantastic items for yourself in game. But Glitter and 7, field endings, always an incredibly frustrating thing to play for a number of these teams. And so XSET being in the middle of that field when that hard shift happened looked like they could have been in the prime position to take over that game. So 7, walk me through this map ranking. I guess explain why that didn't happen.
Didn't happen because they decided to take a fight in swamps, and they ended up winning that fight against ATON Esports, which let's be fair, he got him at least, I think it was 4 extra points in kill points. As you can see there though, Buluc Chabtan out of nowhere on the final day, a team that came in 13th place here today, they decided to get the chicken dinner with 26 points total, exit there with 23. That's going to be really good considering that that team is challenging for that second place. Alpha 7 Esports here being able to get 17 points. That is huge as well, considering that yesterday they were barely able to have a great performance, and we also saw Korea being alive there towards the end. Black Dragons, another team that's in that fight for the top 8. With those performances and not seeing Nova here, oh, it's gonna be even better. Team Queso though being able to be here on the first page with 12 points. We do see INTZ, ATON Esports there with 4 points, and as we go here towards the second page, Glitter, we do have some teams with the donuts.
Yeah, and you know what? That's exactly where my eyes went first. I don't even necessarily know that what happened in the middle is all that important, but what is important is that Rise was in second place and they got 1 point, right? XSET was in third and they just had a stellar performance. 19 Esports, one of those teams that just barely made it into the bubble after yesterday. They need to make every single game count and they come away with a goose egg. Nova, who was our 9th place team when it needs to be top 8, also desperately need those points, and they come away with a goose egg, while some of the teams that were right behind Nova also had some really solid performances. So this is what we were talking about at the top of the show when we said that every single game is going to matter.
Yeah, and so in this game, XSET and Buluc, same number of kills. It came down to just that final fight between them. Let's see how the damage played out. Shockingly enough, Glitter, even though XSET had that aggressive play to go into the swamp, Buluc were the ones that come out with the most damage.
Yeah, this was honestly a very impressive performance coming out of Buluc. I think they obviously, even if it's not going to make too big of a dent in their overall points at this point, they needed that confidence. They needed the chicken dinner to prove why they're here, and they did just that. But, I mean, moving down the list, every time I see a lot of points onto A7 at this point, in my mind, I'm just viewing that as points that are now taken away from all of the squads below them that are battling it out to either stay in the top 8 or try to get into the top 8. So that's scary that they were able to have such a solid performance here. Black Dragons, though, this is a massive performance. I'm actually very interested to see what happens to Black Dragons standing after just this one game.
Me too.
Yeah, not just that. Also, are Black Dragons going to have another one of their members snuck into the top 3 players from that match 7? Like, they always seem to, for some reason, again, I don't think they've won a single game, but they're always in the Okay, no, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh, who is, though? Mr. Revo. And that's what I wanted to see out of Alpha 7. We told you guys at the beginning, in a way, there's currently 2 players in the same team fighting for that MVP. Revo being able to get 828 damage alongside with 4 kills. That's going to be huge for his race for the MVP. We do see Ferdinand here from Buluc Chabtan. First time I believe that we're able to see him here. 577 damage for him with 4 kills. And then this time around, Glitter, we're seeing a familiar face here, a face that we're kind of used to seeing when we talk about XSET, and that's none other than Killswitch. He was able to get 602 damage with 3 kills, which is really impressive because so far we've just been talking about Jay. We haven't really been able to see Polo as much or even Killswitch, so it's nice to see him there today.
Hello, yes, production? MVP to Reeve, right? Correct? Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be muted. XSET, yes, fantastic. A team that has been climbing up the leaderboard overall, even though they weren't able to quite get that win. Glitter, you wanted to look at their player stats, and this is, again, I guess, another check-in on them. How is the team overall doing? A7 is still lacking there in the damage at the bottom, but those top 3 members, everyone else, it is neck and neck.
Yeah, I feel like this is like almost identical to the type of pattern that we saw with their stats yesterday. Killswitch having another really strong start to the day, highest damage, top kills, but those kills are matched by Polo, who only has slightly less damage. Jay's also right at the same amount of damage, and J7 once again has lower damage, but is still the most efficient with that damage. He still gets 3 kills. He's still able to get a knockout in there. So I feel like this is the synergy that they had all day yesterday. They're starting off today with that same vibe. This could be not necessarily the type of difference where we're looking when we're talking about the bubble teams, but each place that they can jump up, they're getting a lot more cash in their pockets, and that could be massive for XSET.
Yeah, and just in the same way that A7, whenever they get points, it's stealing points away from everyone else, except they're doing the same thing here. We want to look at the overall 7, because that match in particular, we saw a lot of changes, how neck and neck a lot of those teams are.
Yo! Okay, sorry, Cam. I'm going to have to interrupt you, because talking about XSET, this is something that I was kind of hinting at. XSET was able to pass Rise Esports for that 2nd place, and keep in mind that is a $10,000 difference for everybody that got a chance to miss out on the prize pool graphic. But Rise Esports falling to 3rd, Team Queso there still in 4th, and if we go down more, Glitter, there's even more a pleasant surprise. INTZ was able to pass Knights. Knights dropped from 5th place all the way to 7th place. And then we have Black Dragons that started off today in 10th place. They have now pushed Honor Souls, and that means that once we go here to this 2nd page, it's gonna make it even more interesting, because now we're gonna have Honor Souls. We also saw Nova didn't have one of the best performances there. There you go. Honor Souls right there in 9th place, currently being separated by 5 points. Nova Esports falling off even more from that. And then 19 Esports with that 0 point didn't help him at all, Glitter.
No, 19 Esports dropped down, actually. Buluc was in 13th at the before this game. They're now in 11th. They jumped above 19 Esports after that chicken dinner. I'm stressed. We're 1 game in, and now I'm already stressed. I didn't think that there were going to be this many shifts and this many important shifts after just the first game. Holy crap.
Yeah, I mean, for a team that was absolutely blacking in points this entire weekend so far, Buluc Chabtan put themselves in, I don't want to say a good position, but I think now we need to talk about them along with 19 and Nova as being in a possible position. There's a lot of points that they're going to need to make up. I don't remember exactly where the 8th place is, but they still need to keep their pedal to the metal. But the fact that they got that amounts of damage and kills that we saw, to me, shows that there is a chance that that performance by them was not one predicated strictly on luck. Would you agree, Glitter?
Yeah, it's actually a little bit scary, especially when you take into consideration the fact that obviously this is the first map of the day, so we're on Erangel. They are going to get multiple more chances, more opportunities on that map. If this ends up being their comfort zone for today, I mean, I was initially counting them out, but now if I'm Nova, if I'm 100 Souls, I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, we have a lot of teams that we need to keep an eye on, not just the teams that are trying to make their way into the top 8, the teams that are trying to keep themselves in the top 8, and then of course, XSET on that climb. Is there the chance that they can take over A7's #1 spot? We have 5 games left, 7 in Glitter. I'm gonna have to send you guys away because Miramar is coming up in just a few moments, so thank you very much as always. But before we go into Miramar, I need to announce the special PUBG Mobile reunion party that has been happening since November. You have until December 19th. Daily login events, permanent free items, and there is a huge number of collaboration events to check out, including the Koenigsegg collaboration that has a custom-made Jesco car skin available on sale now. And then, of course, you also cannot forget about the amazing PUBG Mobile, League of Legends, Netflix, Arcane collaboration. Even more items, more chests, more goodies for you to all go in game and grab. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening beyond PMPL. But we're here at PMPL, so let's bring the casters on so they can break down Miramar. Dave and Paul. And Dave, I'm sorry, man. Forgot to shout out your slit. I'm going to do it right now, but I'm going to leave you guys to it.
Go on, Dave. Take it away. It's nice.
I'm just basking in it.
Just
Thanks.
basking. Oh.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Cam, for noticing. Because, you know, in Vero...
What? My eyes aren't that good, okay? It's not this screen. It's not the highest quality. It doesn't have that 120 hertz refresh like the One Plus.
True.
I can't help that. I can't help it.
All right, I'll let it slide, man. You know why? Because it is finals day. Day number 4, match number 2. Let's get into Miramar. Let's go.
Let's get things going. The desert is going to continue to heat up just like the plays were. A slow and steady start in game number 1. But once we missed fights, Dave, not because, I mean, our observer team is fantastic, but because there were just like 3 fights happening at the same time, which you kind of come to expect at this point as teams know when they need to go to take over those power positions. And this is a very lovely, very friendly playing path to start things off. Most teams are going to be able to get where they want to go, which means that I kind of am expecting a similar situation to that last game. Maybe a bit of a quieter start, and with a lot of teams left going to that mid-late game, that's when we're going to see that explosive finish. Of course, it will all depend on the circle. And of course, some hard shifts, but oh, maybe not. As looks like we are going to be remaking the lobby here, making sure that we are in a fantastic position to have the highest level of play, which is, of course, what we all want to see. Dave, make sure everybody is rock steady, ready to go.
So, just a little lore for the backstory of, you know, the A7 mustache Dave eyebrow here. Kind of similar to what we did on Halloween. We all got it. We sent the email and we said, hey, we're going to dress up. Well, we did the same thing here. I got an email saying, hey, let's, dress up A7. Let's get the eyebrows on point because, they're popping up. So far, I'm the only one. Everyone left me hanging here. I'm not going to lie. You left Hot Dog Dave hanging.
I'm sorry, Dave. Maybe. Well, you got like 10 minutes. Quite the same. I don't think I can pull it off. You know who maybe could pull it off? You know who maybe could pull it off though, Dave? Some of these star players over on XSET. So let's take a look and listen in with the team.
What is up, everybody? Mustache Dave, joined with Jay from XSET. My man, thanks for taking the time to chat with me here to get to know you a little better. So we're going to start things off here, if you don't mind, describing yourself and your team.
Me as a person, I'm really a chill guy. My team, they're really chill and funny. I just love playing with them in game. It calms. Sometimes they get a little sloppy, but they're really great people. They really are.
Great people. Hey, you need great people to be a great team. And talking about great teams here, we're in the Americas. How would you rank yourself, XSET, against the competitors?
Brazil is a really good region. Plus, LATAM is pretty good too. I rank us. I think we could be a top 5 team coming into Americas.
And in order to be that top 5 team here, now that we have those other regions in play, what does the team have to do to overcome these challenges to be able to compete at this level in your eyes?
Really, I think we just have to, this break between now and Americas, we really just got to go over a bunch of gameplay, work on a bunch of strategies on what works best for us, and I think we'll be okay.
Okay. Now I want you to think here long term, like way into the future, 1 year from now. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Where do you see you and the squad?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, then I think we'll be like a really high caliber team, like one of the most feared teams, because we're already doing really good now. And a year from now, if we just keep the same roster that we got now, I think we'll be like one of the most feared teams.
You love to hear it. Keeping the same team, growing together, building that synergy. That's what it's all about out here. So with that in mind, besides that, what other kind of goals, ambitions do you have here in PUBG Mobile?
My goal is just to really make a big name for myself, and PUBG-wise, just get my name out there, really. And hopefully we can do really good in Americas and maybe make PMGC.
All right. Thanks for taking the time here, Jay, repping that set, and best of luck to you and the team, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Shout out to Jay right there from XS, stepping up for the squad here, kind of being the face of the squad this whole season. We've had multiple interviews with Jay, and a lot of insight we're able to gather from Jay as well to kind of learn the inside, dive a little deeper into the squad. So let's check out the map performance though, because we are heading to Miramar. I'm very curious what team performs the best here, and okay, not surprised with A7, but anything sticking out to you?
Brazil! That's what's stepping out to me. Of course, Team Queso's chilling there too. Shout out to Team Queso. But wow, this is really consistent, really impressive across the board. Multiple teams being able to put up 1,400 plus damage. Yikes, okay. It really does seem like the Brazilian teams do a fantastic job on Miramar, though, and I don't think that's probably a coincidence, because when great teams play against each other on this map, they all will collectively get better, which is why we're seeing 4 of them here on the screen in our top 5. Next set not there, though, because it's interesting, because I do agree, though. I'm extremely glad that Jay has stepped up for the team. Having someone who's willing to be the face for it, because, that's something, too, Dave. Players, if you have opportunities to do interviews, if you have opportunities to stuff on social, podcasts, videos, do it, because that is a great way to connect with the audience, to help grow your brand. Because The fans, they want to root for the player that's there on the screen, but it's so much easier to do that when you know who you're rooting for. And maybe we'll see some standout plays on Miramar, Dave, that'll make the fans want to root for these teams.
Yeah, with their Game 1 performance, you have to assume they're going to be coming into this Miramar map with vengeance here, looking to climb up even further and maybe pop off here this game. I know talking to Jay backstage, they were telling me that they have been trying to work on their team communication during those team fights, during those rotations. And I gotta say, watching them last game, they were on point here. So Seven also mentioned that they were able to go from 3rd to 2nd place. That right there in Vero, that's another $10,000. Like, there's a lot riding on the line here tonight. Money, PMGC spots, and we still got 5 more games to go, so it's going to be going all over the place here tonight.
Imagine you come out of that game and you're just like, yes, that performance earned us an extra $10,000 on top of the tens of thousands of dollars that you're already winning. No wonder they were going all in on some of those pushes, Dave. They could smell the money. They're like, yes, give it to me. I can't say that I blame them. Extra 10K, I'll take an extra 10K. That sounds nice.
He just made 10K in 30 minutes, practically. So,
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we talk about a good day at the office. That right there, man, that's a good day at the office. That's a fact. So let's get into this Miramar map, though. After that remake, we're back into it, man. These squads, they are going to be dropping down, getting prepared, going to their desired loot locations here. Well, there's a lot on the line because this is going to be Miramar. And you kind of alluded to it that we should expect a little quieter, a little slower pace of a game, but once when it gets ramped up, that mid-game, it's non-stop. And that's just the last day. That's what it is here today. Action.
I mean, that's the teams at this point, they felt at the other squads. They know the drop locations down pat. They know likely rotations pretty much for sure. So because of that, teams are able to, or are often more likely, able to take the fights they want to take. And I say this a lot, but I realize, Dave, we don't talk about what that means too often, the idea of taking the fight you want to take. And what that basically means is that you're the one to dictate the pace. You are the aggressor. You are the one opening things up, probably getting an opening knock, hopefully getting a flank to start things off. Maybe you're starting things off with team shooting. You're catching your opponent off guard. Because if you can do that, if you can instantly make a fight, a 4v3, your chances of winning that fight go up dramatically. But the chances of fighting, I think, are going to go up dramatically with this plane path and this circle, Dave. We may see a little more action than we were hoping for, or expecting, I should say. Always hoping for action.
Just a little more, And I like where you're going here, taking control of the fights instead of being the one, out of control, hands off their steering wheel, I guess you could say. And I think that's exactly what the Black Dragons did in this last game, which I really appreciated because that was one of those things that, talking to their IGL, they told me that they needed to work on as a team. Now, the IGL has only been doing it for about 2 months, so not that long of a time to be making those calls. And they did admit that under those high pressure situations, things seem to fall apart at the seams. But game number 1, this is the last day, they were working together as a unit that we saw with a bunch of kills to go with it. And I'm bringing them up right now because I see them in vehicles already near Picado. They're trying to make their way through the graveyard area. So I'm really curious if they'll be successful on this early game rotate.
They're running right into another squad there. I can't see exactly who it is, but Nova's potentially going to get involved as well. There are a lot of teams already right on top of each other in the center of this map, all moving in towards Hacienda, outside Junkyard. That whole area is going to get very crowded very early. It seems like a lot of teams had the exact same thought. We need to rotate now. But I think because everyone did it so early, Dave, we're not seeing any shots. I think that's because nobody has any guns.
Yeah, everybody in their cars just maybe honking at one another. They're literally, like, look at the middle of the map. It's just a giant
roadrunner.
Just, yeah, everybody who can get up to the north quickest. So let's put a pin in it, because we got some more discussion here.
Oh, no.
I heard that somebody from the talent team might have joined me in the email with the Alpha 7 hype train. I think Zute. I'm not sure. Not confirmed. But at least somebody's got my back out here in Vero. At least someone's got my back.
Yeah, it's certainly not whatever's happening with these remakes. They certainly do not, but that's okay. I can't blame for the Alpha 7 hype train though, Dave. How could they not? They're still like 50 points ahead of everyone else right now. And if they can put up another good game here, I mean 10 to 12 points, which is normally around where they sit, I mean, unless XSET also pulls off a chicken dinner, I think we maybe start looking away from who is going to upset Alpha 7 at the top. I think maybe that ship has sailed, and maybe we start focusing on where exactly that 2 through 8 spots, how those fall out, because of course prize money like we talked about before, but also of course those are the GC spots. Those are the chance to go represent for this at the Global Championship days, and that's huge.
That is it. And talk about huge. Well, we got another content piece sending it your way. Let's check it out. Guesstimates, baby.
Así es, seguimos en rondas de preguntas y respuestas, pero ahora preguntando, ¿cuánto tiempo tarda viajar desde Georgiopol Hospital hasta Pochinki?
Yo creo que alrededor de unos 3 minutos, 5 minutos, dependiendo del automóvil, porque si traes un Jeep, no tardas demasiado.
3 minutos. No. 2 minutos y medio. Depende del auto.
Uy, esa pregunta está muy compleja. Yo creo que unos 3 minutos.
¿Cuánto tiempo te tardarías en vaciar el cargador completo de una UMP 45 que esté full?
No sé, yo creo unos alrededor de 7 segundos.
1.8 segundos.
Si es ampliado, yo creo que 2 segundos. Si es, sin ampliado, pues 1.5 segundos más o menos.
¿Es más rápido cruzar base militar por el puente corriendo o nadar de un lado al otro?
No, por el puente corriendo. Nadando pierdes mucho tiempo, ya que tienes que, dependiendo si hay gente y eso, pero es mejor corriendo por el puente.
Por el puente, obviamente.
Por el puente, obviamente.
Ok, ¿cuántas calles, cuántos caminos hay hacia Pecado?
Creo que 6. Si no me equivoco, creo que son 6. No, 4, no sé, no estoy muy seguro.
4.
1, 2, 3. 3, si no me equivoco, 3.
¿Cuánto tiempo en el juego, obviamente, tarda en ahogarse el personaje?
Creo que 1 minuto y medio, por ahí más o menos. No tengo el dato en sí, porque muy pocas veces he muerto ahogado, entonces no sabría muy bien.
¿Sus 10 segundos? ¿20?
Nunca me he ahogado. No sé, yo creo que 30 segundos, 20.
¿Cuánto tiempo tardas en tocar el suelo si saltas obviamente del avión y te tiras sin paracaídas, sin nada?
Yo creo que unos 15, 20 segundos.
Oh, profesor, ¿cómo esa pregunta? 3 minutos.
Bueno, pues eso ya depende de la altura, porque no desconozco cuál es la altura, pero yo creo que, no sé, 1 minuto. O menos, no sé, creo que me exageré. 40 segundos, 1 minuto, algo así.
Apologies for the delays, everyone, but that means that us here at the desk can help break down some of your favorite player stats from this whole time. And Buluc, despite winning the previous game, guys, we didn't really give that much of an opportunity to celebrate that all that much, partly because we wanted to focus on the teams at the top as well as the teams around the bubble. But considering they're kind of entering that bubble, 7, these player stats, I guess I'm going to repeat what I asked later at the end of the last desk. Do you think this is something that they can replicate going forward and keep that climb working?
Ooh, I like it. And I'm going to say no. I just don't see it happening.
Got it.
Straight up.
I mean,
I
fair.
don't see it happening. You can't. I'm not used to seeing teams go from 13, pretty much being able to, in a way, kind of do the minimum the first 3 days and then all of a sudden show up. I would love to see it, but it just hasn't happened before. But for them to be able to put out like 2K damage, I can maybe see them doing that in one more game today. But then after that, I mean, we kind of saw what happened with Nova, with 19 Esports, and those are teams that needed the points as well. They ended up with big old donuts.
Well, if you remember, today is a double Miramar day rather than double Sanhok. My gut instinct is telling me that the chaos of Sanhok might be giving teams like Buluc Chabtan, I guess, a bigger opportunity to find those key moments. But at the flip side, Miramar, if you're a team that's really good on that map, that could also give you more stable footing for it. Glitter, do we think the map rotation could have an effect on a team like Buluc specifically?
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, because I feel like Sanhok it's such a toss-up. You're either going to get lucky at the expense of another squad, or you're not going to be able to handle the chaos. But either way, there's no definitive black and white answer, especially for teams that are kind of anywhere below that bubble, right? I feel like, if anything, it might benefit Buluc that it's the more consistent, better known, and at least more predictable maps, if you will. I think the real question is, are they going to be able to then use that to their advantage? That's going to be the big question for me.
There's a lot of questions that we have right now, because then you're also looking at the other teams that Buluc Chabtan are facing off against. You have 19 and Nova, and Nova have had some peaks and valleys throughout the course of the first couple of days, but then 19 had an enormous rise yesterday, 7, but then when they started off the game with, I don't remember if it was 0 or 1 point, but it really wasn't that much at all. Being familiar with this team, do you think that's something that's gonna, I guess, affect their mentality, or do you feel that these guys have the veteranship and the experience to be able to bounce back from that and be able to take the last 5 games with the same level of strength that they took the entire series seemingly yesterday?
Yeah, with those players, they've been here before. I think it comes down to which players are actually going to be shining from that team. And that comes down to Acer. We saw Acer being able to pop off yesterday. We also saw Sam. We've been seeing a lot of Sam too. So that's the one team, that's the one player of that team that I'm going to be looking at. If Acer can pop off and kind of give that fragging power that the team expects out of him, then yes, they might have a chance to push for that top 8. But if Acer just kind of becomes shy and we pretty much see what we saw in the first 2 days, I don't see 19 Esports being able to make it to top 8.
And that's really sad to hear. But let's go into the game. It's ready.
All right, we're back. We're back. Dave, are you back? Who? Dave. Who? Dog Dave. Eyebrow Dave.
Alpha 7 Dave. Listen, if they win here today, I think my picture might just be on the graphic with the squad in the background, you know, holding up the A7 sign. That would be something.
I wonder if we photoshopped your face and if anyone would notice. Think they notice?
Nobody would notice. Nobody would notice. I guarantee it, man. But hey, good discussions. Love it. Always love hearing from the desk here. While they're kind of chatting, I love how 7 is keeping it real, though. Let's both be real. BC, huge game last game. Sure, you love to see it. Today's the day to do that if they want to have that fighting chance. But are they going to qualify? Well, 7, keeping it real. Respect out there. I agree with 7. I don't see it happening, man. I think it's a little too late for that. But hey, let's see if they can prove me and 7 wrong. What's your take?
I think you're almost certainly right, but at the same time, I love an underdog story. And the plays like Ellie and Kid, I really hope I'm saying their name right, because, you know, at this point, I have been loving everything I'm seeing from them. The sniper headshot yesterday into the vehicle on the roof, follow-up knock kill play. Like, this player is just Tom Cruise, basically. Every Mission Impossible movie, this player's just
Which
like,
one? Which one? The first one?
More recent one. I mean, the first couple were good, but the stunts got bigger as they got further on. Like, he hung out of a plane. You know what I mean? That, like, the fourth one.
It's a body double.
It's not. It's not. He does his own stunts. That's what I'm talking about. That's why it's, so much insurance. I can't imagine how much they spend on insurance. In any case, the insurance for this team at this point is needing to put up like 20 plus points a game. It's not impossible, but that's where you kind of, maybe that's too much. Maybe it's like 11 or 12 at an average, something. It's probably around there, but that's still, considering where they were on day 1, 2, and 3, probably unlikely, but at the same time, let's see what happens, man. I love it.
Hey, we got the Grenade Masters up there too now. I love it. That's pretty cool. You know, my grandma always used to say I look like Tom Cruise from the side. So I don't know. I'll let the people decide. But talking about teams in general here, because something that's on my mind is PMGC West, right? We got Na'Vi, dude. They were slaying. They were just popping off in their lobby. Unicorns of Love, Mad Bulls, Footballists, and then we got A7. A7 in our lobby. So the question is, like, what North American team can compete against those top squads that I kind of mentioned? And if you were to ask me a couple of days ago, I would have said Knights for sure. But I really do appreciate how that's kind of shifting for me. The scales are kind of shifting, and now it's like Knights are going a little down. Coops is still up there, by the way, but Knights are going a little down, and XSET now are starting to kind of become that team from North America that they're trying to represent the region out here on the bigger stage, which I appreciate here in Viram.
100%. I mean, they were a squad we've always had a lot of love for in North America, but they haven't necessarily been able to showcase that skill on a global stage. But with the North American finals coming into it now, absolutely fantastic to see. Obviously, we're still experiencing some tech issues, and I apologize to everyone, but I want to remind everyone, of course, there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot at stake here, so we want to make sure everything is running as pristinely as it can be, which is why we're making sure the game is good to go before we dive on in. I think we're going to head to a short break. We're going to make sure that everything is correct, and when we come back, we will have our next match. Apologize again for the delay, and we'll see you soon.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
What is going on, everybody? Mustache Dave here, joined with Senatexa from Alpha 7, representing Brazil. Thanks for taking the time to chat with me. Let me ask you here, can you describe your team and yourself? What makes you you?
Nosso estilo de jogo da Alpha 7 é borda, quando precisa. E quando precisa a gente pode ser agressivo também. E meu estilo de jogo é o segundo homem, entre Feg do carrilho.
All right, Senatexa. So how would you describe your team's position compared to the opponents in the lobby?
Eu espero que a gente fique bem na tabela, né? Mas sobre os meus adversários, eu não tenho nada para falar não. E acho que todos ali têm potencial de ganhar. Então todos é bom.
In your opinion, Senatexa, how would you describe the competition right now in this lobby?
O nível da PMPL Americas, eu acho que tenho certeza que vai ser muito alto, né? Como tem a nova agora, a Knives, e outros times muito bem fortes, muito bem preparados para essa Américas. E também tem uns jogadores chineses da nova, né? Que veio aí para o NA agora para disputar a PMPL Americas. Então eu creio que vai ser muito bem disputado.
Senatexa, where do you see yourself by this time next year?
Próximo ano eu acho que eu quero ver minha equipe muito bem, altíssima, né? Em nível muito alto. E espero ganhar a PMGC também para começar o ano bem firme.
So Senatexa, I'm thinking here, PUBG Mobile as a whole, what are your goals, aspirations, personally?
Minha meta principal é ganhar a PMGC, né? Acho que todos os jogadores querem ganhar a PMGC, mas a minha maior meta é ganhar a PMGC.
Finally, Senatexa, what are you looking forward to most here playing in the Americas?
Nós da Alpha 7 esperamos muito ser campeão da PMPL Americas. A gente está batalhando muito por isso e espero que a gente traga um resultado bacana para o Brasil.
Thank you, Senatexa, for chatting with me, and best of luck to you and the squad.
Obrigado. Bye.
where do you rank yourself among your competitors?
Well, if Coops is the S tier, I'll probably be the A tier then.
Okay, that's fair. Coops back-to-back MVPs from the Americas and now here at the finals. So that is fair to say. Yeah, he's feeling himself. How would you be able to take yourself to the S tier, though? What do you need to do to accomplish that?
Well, since the role I'm playing right now, obviously I want to get as many kills as Coops. But I think as long as I get more comfortable with the role I'm playing right now, I should be a S+ tier. S tier, yeah.
S tier dreams right here. No, not dreams. Goals. There you go. S tier goals. You love to hear. So talking about kind of your goals here, where do you see yourself this time next year?
Well, just right now for the upcoming PMPL Americas, obviously I'm just gonna play my role and trying to polish the things I learned from the finals and the league stage, and trying to utilize all that in the PMPL Americas, and hopefully that can make us qualify for the PMGC. And that's basically our team role, team goal for right now, making it to PMGC.
All right, well, thank you for this, man. Best of luck to you achieving these goals, and best of luck at your squad to reaching that PMGC spot, man. Thank you, Shifan.
Thank you, Dave.
What is going on, everybody? Mustache Dave with Dadinho from Honored Souls. First of all, man, how are you doing?
Tô muito bem, Mustache. E você?
All right, Dadinho, describe your team and yourself. What makes you, you?
Eu acho que meu time é um time muito bom, principalmente quando se diz respeito à habilidade. A gente tem muito trabalho ainda pela frente para melhorar outros quesitos, como comunicação, como inteligência, como noção, posicionamento, mas acredito que a gente vem muito forte para essas Américas e para os campeonatos seguintes, caso a gente se classifique para o Mundial.
So, talking about the team, you mentioned this. Can you let us know a little more in detail what has the squad been doing to prepare for the Americas?
A gente está aperfeiçoando muito o trabalho de duo, embora seja squad, a gente trabalha muito em duo. E eu, como GL capitão do time, tô estudando bastante. Então, acho que a gente está trilhando o caminho certo para fazer uma boa performance nessas Américas.
What are your goals and ambitions?
Minhas metas e ambições. Minha primeira meta é se classificar para o Mundial, para o PMGC, através das Américas. E é isso. Minha meta, se você me perguntasse isso 2 meses atrás, seria sair do jogo. Hoje, umas coisas são interessantes, né? Hoje é mais uma vez ir pro Mundial.
Okay, interesting. Final question here. What are you looking forward to most from the Americas?
Eu espero um bom resultado, sem dúvidas, na minha opinião. Não é porque é meu time, mas minha opinião é que a gente é um dos favoritos para levar esse campeonato ou estar no top 5.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the team chasing down that championship.
in the tank, chewing gums. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them screaming names so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hope it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, yeah, there's not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. Waiting for ya in the right zone. Got my sniper rifle, don't get alone. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them screaming names so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hope it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, yeah, there's not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over.
go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Finals. I'm Inverum, joined by Mustache Dave, and ooh-wee, been a bit of a doozy of a day, but thank you all so much for your continued patience as we get everything sorted out. Fingers crossed, everything is good to go, and we are ready to rock and roll. Get into game number 2 here, Dave. Let's reset the stage for the fans.
Reset Mustache Dave here, man. My alias. Don't forget my alias. So, hey, it's okay. I forgive you, just like I forgave you for not noticing my nice eyebrows here today, because I'm part of the A7 hype train here. Obviously, zone number 1, though. Talk about being part of the hype train. Los Leones. Woo! We got some water. We got nice going dead center. We got ATON. We might have some early skirmishes. Listen, you were talking about getting that pace going once again. Water in a Miramar Zone 1, I think that gets the pace going here once again in Miram.
Certainly gets the heart rate up a little bit. Hope these players were playing in customs while we were getting this all sorted out, keeping those fingers all warmed up, because if they don't, well, they're going to get warmed up in a very real and impactful way in this early game, potentially, as we see the rotations coming in. Luckily, though, of course, it is Miramar, which means there are more routes, more avenues, more space to play with when it comes to making this trek down to the south towards Los Leones. I'm thinking, we haven't had a lot of city finishes this weekend, so it would be pretty cool if we did get a city finish here today.
That's what you want to see. I want to see these zones keep going to the south. You know, I want as much water as possible. I want to get to like circle number 4. That's going to be 50-50, 50 land, 50 water, because I want to see these players just get up close and personal and forced to get these very exciting early game gunfights. And I'm looking, we got what? Furious, Syndicate up there in the north. They are on top of one another. And then we got XSET also on top of your squad, Team Queso. XSET, they just got that second place in game number 1. They just got $10,000 extra dollars. The question is, will they be able to remain in second place? Because Team Queso, another team, very aggressive.
I mean, that's like somebody handing you a check for $10,000. It's like, no, I want it back. You got to hold on to it, Dave. You got to hold on to it with both hands. And in this case, if you're Furious Gaming, you got to try and hold on to your pants just a little bit, because you're getting rushed by multiple players here. Syndicate just trying to hold on. Verratti going to look to try and get this revive off. I like this position. Can still watch the staircase while getting the revive. That is a heads-up play.
Let's see. Oh, pulling off of it. Pulling off of it.
They need to do it.
And for good reason, because M249, that rat-ta-ta-ta weapon right there. Sorry, I'll chill out a little bit. I'm just getting super pumped up, man. I'm liking that game number 2. We got some hot drops, and that's not something we've seen at all here during the finals. So I think this game has a different vibe to it already, right, Viram?
100%. I mean, Syndicate, one of these teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. Furious Gaming, also another one of these teams that hasn't had the best weekend so far. So the idea, if you're one of these squads, and I think it's Syndicate in this situation, that wants to go in and just pick up a bunch of extra points, you'd love to see it. Worlds with the... Oh! Gets turned on! You can't be missing shots at this level of play. Oh, okay. A few extra bullets than were needed there.
Just in case, yeah. Just in case. Yeah. And, well... Syndicate, man, I'm looking at them right here. They are trying their best to come out on top of this one, but it's not looking the best. And Syndicate, actually interesting, looking at the teammates, it looked like they pulled out those bench players here this game. You got World, you got Issue. Looks like they did swap out Brain and Ace on here. Very interesting late game switch. And it looks like, well, those bench players, they're going to be... well, going back to lobby a little earlier than expected here.
I mean, there's still 3 alive, but yeah, I mean, again, it's the final few games of the last day. It's not looking ideal. So give those, those bench players, those sub players, a little bit of actual real game time. Throw them into a hot drop. But the thing to keep in mind, Dave, is they are on the far northern edge of the map. They're up in La Crobriera, which I can't roll my R's, so that would sound abysmal. Oh! That being said, they're still hitting shots. That also being said, the circle's moving in, and they don't got a lot of time.
Yeah, so these are the two teams dead last overall leaderboard. Syndicate, well, not dead last, but close to the bottom. And very interesting to see these trades kind of going back and forth.
Both of these teams just trying to get a stronger numerical advantage. It looks like Verratti may actually be picked up. Salty was able to hold cover, which means that Puppy was unable to confirm the kill and actually gets knocked in response. Salty with a perfectly cooked nade. The smoke will go down to allow him to make the crossing. Doesn't even wait for it to pop, though. That was a purely ceremonial smoke that had no actual value. As now Salty, again, going to make this push. But yeah, they're doing this right. Up at the top of the stairs. Going to throw a couple of bodies at the problem, though, and pulled off the pickup, so that's a big deal here for Syndicate.
And they threw a grenade up there. Oh, no, it was actually a smoke. So, yeah, they're stalling here a lot. I think they can definitely use their numbers to an advantage and just, steamroll it, body block it, go 3 up there. And I have to assume their chances will be pretty good on getting the final blow here. But I guess M249, Stairwell, there's a risk there. Now in the backline, Scream from Furious coming up to support. So their slight advantage that they did have, no longer the case.
Syndicate's going to hear these footsteps. They're all getting ticked down by the blue. That's something to remember. Doesn't do a ton of damage at this point in the game, but they don't have a lot of HP to work with. The revive did end up coming out. And the zone, still a factor here. Nades are being thrown. Scream doesn't have a helmet, though, Dave, and that could spell disaster for the hopes of Furious Gaming here. Syndicate looking to continue to try and get these kills. That's your teammate, but good attempt. Yep, good try. All right, going around the corner. Triple jump shot.
Okay.
And the turn. Okay. Okay.
Oof. Wow, that took about 7 minutes. I'm impressed. But they came out on top. Syndicate right there, pulling out those bench players, somehow winning the exchange against Furious Gaming. And Furious Gaming not sweating too much because they already got that PMGC golden ticket from Latin America. So they're kind of just having a good time out there. But Syndicate trying their best here to qualify. They're going to have a long journey ahead. But that's a good start, come into game number 2, get some early game kill points, and they should be able to get that loot, get some vehicles, and rotate their way on into that next zone. And talk about having a good time. I think we're catching up with some A7 members here, doing a little bit of drifting out here on the Miramar map.
They did lose one early, though, so not the best, not the happiest start ever for them. And also not super happy if you're Furious Gaming, because, yes, you have that golden ticket on to the PMGC for LATAM, but at the same time, if you're getting taken down by bench players for the lowest ranked NA team,
you went there.
I did. I'm sorry. Also not feeling so good. Come on, Furious Gaming. I know it's the end of the final day here. Chances of making it top 8 not super high, but at the same time, I want to see you play up to your fullest potential. We have seen good things from them, so I want to see that continue. But what I want to see, Dave, you're not going to get your wish, but I might.
That's actually a really good point that he brought up, though, right? Furious Gaming, not sure exactly what happened there. Yeah, they got their spot. So maybe they're just kind of chill, not, on the edge of their seat, I guess you could say. Maybe their batteries aren't fully charged here. But, yeah, getting taken out early game by some bench players coming on maybe their first or second game of the tournament, not a good look. I agree with you. You would think that they would use these games as an opportunity to really practice and hone in their skills, because the next stage is going to be even challenging compared to this one, because we're going to have Navi, we're going to have Unicorns of Love. Oh, it's going to be a doozy. But talk about being a doozy, Space in!
Oh!
Kaboom!
Well, goodbye.
Kaboom, goodbye.
Kaboom, kaboom, goodbye. Honor Souls, again, team shooting, when this comes out, these vehicles don't last long because they don't miss a lot of shots. Once they get the lock-in with that spray, it's pretty much game over. You have to hope that you can get behind cover in time, which I think is what they were thinking there, but not going to be the case. So we're seeing the circle now. Teams rotating in along the south. They will have to head back up to the north in order to ensure that they are in this next zone. But this one's going to be interesting because there's a lot of terrain here in the south that I'm a huge fan of. Going up into it, out of the city, okay. Coming back down, though, you are fully exposed on those cliff sides, Dave. If they're a team posted up in the south of Los Leones keeping an eye out, they could be it's shooting fish in a barrel. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and I kind of like that, at least Honored Souls, to me, it looks like they got that one kaboom goodbye, and now they're on the hunt, right? They're on the chase, on the rundown, trying to catch up with the Fraternity Esports team to try to get some more kill points because they recognize that it is early game, and they do need points. Honored Souls is one of those teams that I would say are right there on the cusp, currently with 137 total points. So they still have the potential here to qualify for PMGC. And of course, that's the goal. I keep bringing it up every day because Honored Souls is such an interesting story. Is that Inyo quit the game, came back, now here competing to be #1 in the world, and they need to get to PMGC to do that.
That's the next step of the journey. You know, obviously a player that's familiar with the highest level of competition, now potentially primed to make it back to that world stage once again. Knights taking shots down towards Black Dragons, though, able to pick up 1 kill. Black Dragons is very split, Dave, which part of the reason that kill was so easy to pick up. You know, your teammates aren't there, can't lay down the smokes in time, can't help give you any cover, any support. And I think at this stage in the game, for where teams are and the nature of this circle, I don't hate being spread out, but they may be pushing it just a little too far because they're not in the city proper. They're sort of on the outskirts.
Yeah, especially after the compliments that I did give them from game #1. They had a couple kill points and a pretty solid finish there. And I mentioned that their IGL trying to hone in on their in-game calls when it comes to that late game and those team fights, not folding underneath the pressure. And I agree with you right there with Knights overlooking them right there on that west side of Las Leonas. I agree. I don't necessarily like the spot that they're holding down right now either, because you have to assume other teams are going to look at the area and start to collapse. And talk about collapsing, well, Honored Souls looking to make the pull-up. Remember, I mentioned they're on the hunt. Well, they're trying to steal the deal right now.
Nino comes in with the big gun and just mows down Fraternity Esports. The charge in an instant. Blink and you miss it. They finish things up just like that. Honored Souls. Oh me, oh my, Dave. That's how you breach a compound. That was just dirty.
Yeah, I guess with the M249, you know, just pre-fire that bad boy. That's exactly how you breach it.
All spray, no pray, baby.
I have to agree. That hit fire doesn't miss, man, when you got that many bullets. And now, Honored Souls, to me, they got a huge spot down there in the south. They're the only team. So if we're talking placement points, they got it in the bag, I have to assume, compared to other teams like we're checking in right now. Team Queso, BC, all these squads on the move, moving out from Picado. They need to reposition. They need to find a new spot to call home. And you called it. Urban combat finish. Will we get it? Where the next circle still has the majority of Las Leonas still in play.
Yeah, I mean, this is my favorite part of the map. I talk about it all the time. This southern mountain range just outside of Las Leonas. So much fun, so much great terrain. Teams can get shoulder to shoulder without even necessarily being able to see each other, which means that you get a lot of super chaotic fights. The communication needs to be flawless in order to navigate this treacherous terrain. And we'll see which team is going to be able to do that and rise up to the top. Maybe it'll be Rise, as they're coming in from the north, staring down 19 Esports, who, Dave, not the best game #1. They need to make something happen here because they're just falling further and further down that leaderboard.
That they are. They got many reasons right now to want to come out on top, so hopefully they can do so, and they're going to have to overcome the hurdle of Rise Esports, currently in 3rd place on the overall leaderboards, currently with 90 kills in total. So Rise, a team that is really confident in their gun skills, and 19E, they have been slipping and sliding. Hopefully today, 5 more games to go, they can make that comeback. But talk about making that comeback. I see Killswitch just trying to get inside that garage safe and sound without getting their head taken off.
I like the little duck there. You notice that? Bullets flying right overhead. That might have actually saved his life, or at least avoided the down for now. Nice little play there from Killswitch, but XSET has already lost 1 player. Not ideal. And looking at Buluc Chabtan, another one of these teams, we asked the question, was that first game a fluke, or will they be able to continue to heat up the map? We're back on Miramar, so that question still can be answered. Team Queso, Mezexis, Dave.
Hitting that reverse.
They're scrapping. They're scrapping.
Hitting that reverse. I mean, 24K looking at popping that vehicle and push uphill, immediately getting shot upon. This is going to be Remo. This is going to be Ayala, Team Queso, trying to get these opening knocks with these grenades. Meanwhile, Mezexis kind of just pulling back a little bit, back against the wall here. And This is going to be the north end next circle, so they need to be very mindful of taking this fight, trying to win this fight, and then repositioning, because uphill, we can see 19E, they are set up really good in this new circle.
They are right on the edge of it. There's sort of this path that weaves its way through the mountains, which they are playing gatekeeper over. There's also the big central road coming out of Los Leones that is right in the center, and a couple of sort of these mountain-ish tops. And the teams that can get up there early, teams like Rise, teams like ATON, teams like Knights, not quite, but on their way, could be in an absolutely fantastic position. But Team Queso is going to make the push to take one of their own, pushing into 19 Esports. Axel needs to get out of the vehicle, because that's what happens if you don't. The shots connect, and Team Queso down a player.
So when we look at the boom goodbye count, well, that's number 2. Will we get a number 3 out here? Team Queso looking to make the pull up inside the garage. Bullets lock and loaded, ready to go. They were able to breach the garage, but only 2 of them made it inside.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a rough position. The send comes around the corner, clotheslined, as you can see. Lanin doing a pretty decent job there. Ayala trying to stabilize with the rest of the squad. 19 Esports, what can they do? Oh, way too much. The double peak coming in 2 different angles. Leon is there to follow up, but Mezexis is going to continue to step up in their stead. The fight doesn't stop for 19.
INTZ right there. I mean, 19E, they're just playing with newfound confidence inside this compound, still 3 up. They are defending it back to back now. Let's see if they can win this fight against Mezexis on the outskirts.
All right, we'll see. They're going to be able to find the shots to open this one up. Good shots coming in from 24K. Sam barely surviving. I want to note, this is actually not in the next circle. Teams have to move in a little bit, so keep an eye on that. Starlight debating if they want to use the Molotov to try and give themselves a bit of an angle by forcing 19 out of position with that AoE effect.
Altitude. Oh, catching. Leon slipping with that UMP. Little tear dropping from my eye right there. And let's see, 19E trying to just survive here. 24K Starlight inside the compound trying to flush him out. Meanwhile, Sam, the last one alive with the party hat on, just trying to survive right now. Ooh, 4 kills. That was good. That was good against Team Queso, but looks like Mezexis got the better half of him right here.
Yeah, and I think Sam holding that off angle, it did really well when the team pushed into the compound, but the second they were inside that building, it just really wasn't able to offer a whole lot more. And because of that, they were able to get a numerical advantage on the inside, double peek them from multiple angles simultaneously, and you know, that's kind of how guns work, Dave. You can only shoot in one direction at a time. That's how that works.
Wow. Knowledge right there.
Knowledge.
I know. I could tell you've been reading some books. You've been reading some books here.
I have read a book.
Yeah. A book. Okay, well, talk about reading books. I think Mufasa, dead center, might be reading a book right now as well. You have to assume they're going to be favored in the next zone, but they need to be cautious because I see at least 2 squad mates from XSET right below them. So Mufasa needs to make sure not to overextend. And I would assume they're calling for the collapse, like the regroup from their teammates right now with this new zone.
This new zone is pretty toxic, Dave. We have this road right in the center that's going to split it in half. So teams basically have to choose what side do you want to be on. And even then, you've got to just hug onto a rock and hope you can keep your head down. But I'm looking towards Mezexis. They're coming in from this northern side as we're taking a look back at how this all went down. Team Queso. Oh, no.
Nice.
Oh, boy.
All right, well,
Gets back in the upside down field.
He's like, hey, it's good. It's all good. It's all good.
Bring me back in. Come on. Props to ours, because this is actually funny.
Hold on. I assume he gets the... Okay. Hey, round of applause right there. That's teamwork right there. Team Queso. Sad that they're dead now, though. After all that much hard work.
They are.
They're gone. No. Yeah, they're not here anymore. So talk about the BM.
Their spirit remains in every vehicle overturned on Miramar. We shall remember.
Very true.
So, very true. Mezexis, Syndicate. Syndicate were able to make it into this circle after the trials and tribulations of the early game. 3 players up and alive into the 4. Mezexis Nades continue to come out. Can they find the opening knock? That will be absolutely critical for one of these teams trying to make the push on in. Nades are following left and right. It's a flashbang being thrown out for good measure. And here comes the send, but Starlight right on top of it. That was his own grenade!
Yeah, looking for those flashy plays, looking for that drop shot, jump shot with the M249 spray down. Oh, and they're going to be losing another one. So this is going to be Syndicate. We saw them early on. They're able to get a couple kills. They're looking to take out Mezexis right now on the edge.
Oh, going from bad to worse to a hearse if they keep this one up. Multiple players down, and Syndicate are charging in. It's a 2v2. The revive comes out. Solitude needs to stand strong with this M4 and prevent the push on in. They can hear the footsteps. Meds are being pulled off, but this one's going to be close because, Dave, neither of these teams in the next circle. Solly, pop up, get the shots. Yes, there's one. Can they find the second? M249 continues to spray. The Salty looking to try and pick up this kill. Mezexis, either way, can they get it done? Salty stays alive. UMP just too huge.
Salty! The one-man wrecking ball now turning their back to Mezexis, trying to reposition and not take that blue zone damage. Starlight still up though, health really low. Trying to pop these boosts, but will be picking up 24K first. The whole team trying to get that reset, that pickup. If Salty had a molly, if Salty had a grenade, and they could toss that right over here and land it on the money, that could be huge right now. And next zone goes up. Both these teams, they need to move in Virum.
They do. They are so far from the circle. They have the road to cross as well as we're centering on up. Battle of the haves and the have-nots. Do you have the high ground? Do you have any cover to speak of? Because if you don't, it's a smoke grenade and, oh, a prayer that you're going to be able to make it into this next zone alive, because we still have 12 teams up and in it, Dave, and basically no one has made it here unscathed.
Salty, dead. What'd you say? Back to the hearse? If you're worse versus the worst, what'd you say? Because I loved it, by the way. What'd you
went from bad to worse to a hearse.
To a hearse. That's, oh man, wow, okay. Wow, okay.
If that's not in a rap song by the end of the year, I'm going to be real upset, all right? PUBG Mobile community, I give this to you. As we're seeing the sends coming into this next one. At the bottom, the base of this cliff, grenades could spell disaster! As Sold, drop 2 immediately. Rise gonna look to continue to follow up. Chief needs to try and make their way out, but the nades are continuing to fly on in, continue to do the damage. Mufasa, can you find the angle? Not quite, because the pressure from Nova is still here. But that molly, Dave, that's what they're looking for. Trying to find that barbecue. As Chief is the last one left alive as the nades. No, I spoke too soon. Nova comes in and cleans it up.
Yeah, that was an Honored Soul sandwich right there. They got the grenades from behind from Nova, and then the pressure from Rise and their weapons up in the front line. So we're down to 7 teams. A7 also taken out in the mix, in the chaos right here. But Mezexis alive. Mythic seeing the helmet from Solitude popping up in the ghillie suit, taking him out with the one-tap dirt nap.
Oh my goodness, it's easy to get headshots when that's all you can see. Mythic looking to pop on up like the boogeyman right there. Continue to keep up the pressure as Jay drops to that nade. Mythic, though, being picked apart by ATON Esports. I talked about the haves and the have-nots. These are the haves right here up on the high ground. 9 kills to their name. Dave, the circles have favored them time and again, but they have taken full advantage of it. At this point, this is ATON Esports game to lose as XSET is getting pushed on up. Rise looking to put them on down, ascending to that next level. Can they find the shots? Killswitch and Jay are still up in this. Polo will try and gather intel. Mezexis, Starlight at the back is actually splitting the team in half, stopping the backup from actually arriving. Killswitch needs to be careful though, stuck. Pincer up against the wall. The wraparound from Garrix finds one. Can they find the second? Yes! Harry! Rise Esports. My goodness, Dave.
Talk about rising to the occasion. They push that as a duo as well, because the other duo on the opposite end of the road, they were getting pushed from Mezexis, so they took fights with Mezexis. They took fights with XSET, and they're still alive.
And they have zone. And if the zone comes down to this low ground, ATON Esports will have to make this crossing. We'll have to make the descent. But as I say that, continuing to get picked apart from the high ground. Dylan is, we'll see. We'll see what they can do here, because this is 13 kills for ATON.
ATON, they started the finals day 1 strong.
Get the circle.
Since then, being consistent. But right now,
13 kills, 4 up. Looks like they are going to have to move just a little bit. I'm really curious if they have any ledge still available to them, or will they need to scale down now? If they do, you have to assume the spot that Milos and Cardi are, that's where they're going to pop down. But they need to be very mindful that Nova are also down there. And they might have a good idea because they see some vehicles. So let's see as we get a better vantage here.
They do have some up there on the high ground.
Is it? Okay.
It is. Just a little bit. Nova are in it as well, down on the low ground. So they will be able to sort of make their way around on the very edge. Players will have to group up, though, which could leave them exposed. You can see Jifan here. Try and throw a grenade up. I mean, I guess you might as well try. It's probably not going to do a whole lot, though.
Oh.
Or likely to hit your own teammates, I think, at this point.
So ATON up here. I love it. One thing that I would like to see them do before it gets chaotic is pass all their meds off to at least one of their teammates, just in case. Just in case. They do not want to throw this. They have the clear advantage right now. They have a ton of kills, but if this next circle doesn't favor them, they might opt to leave one here. And Milos, well, thinking about it. Looking to get 2 points right here.
Here we go.
Where's it going? Oh, we're looking for that bounce. Close.
Doesn't quite make it through that window, but you can see Rise just respawn. If that had found that... Oh!
For 2!
Oh my goodness.
What were you saying?
We're potentially looking at the highest kill game of the entire weekend here, Dave. ATON Esports just needs to leave one up on the high ground. They have the circle, and the other 3 can make their way down to try and pressure this out. They're going to try and butt them up with some nades. That one doesn't quite connect, but that's okay. It's a thought that counts, as it's a 3v4. But Nova, what can you do against this?
Real talk, ATON right now, the whole squad, my spirit animal. I got a feeling, and they're jumping down now. They're looking to get the winner chicken dinner. They're looking for it.
And with that, with the big opening knock, double knock, Choco, hello, sir, yes, please. Continue to feed the kills over. Rin will try and get one back here at the end, but 2 teammates are down. Nova Esports in shambles, and that's it. ATON Esports gets it done. They get that chicken dinner with a staggering number of kills, 18, Dave. I think that's our new weekend record.
You were talking about Tom Cruise earlier on. You were talking about Mission Impossible. Well, right there, I got flashbacks. All those ATON members just dropping down one at a time on their little zip line, trying to get that final montage kill shot to win the game right there. And a ton of kills from ATON. A ton of kills. That is what they needed to try to solidify themselves within that top spot of the overall leaderboards. But we also have to mention Nova Esports. They did not get the chicken, but the second place, that's 12 points plus whatever kills they got that game as well. They needed that big time here in Virum.
Oh, absolutely, because I want to remind folks, it's been a hot minute since game number 1. Again, apologies for the delays and the tech issues, but they got that many. They got 0. They got absolutely no points in that first game. They went out in 16th place in game number 1. So being able to pull off a 2nd place finish here, being able to come back strong after the break, hugely important for them because there was quite a few points between them and that top 8, Dave. As we take a look back, thank you to these teams, by the way, because we could have had a very boring early game, let's be real. And these 2 teams, Syndicate, Furious Gaming, thank you so much. You were so entertaining.
This was a 7-minute fight, too. You got to give it to them, like the endurance right here, because the meds, the armor, the ammo, you have to assume they looted real quick and then immediately got into that fight. But this is what we were talking about, that mid-game, the Black Dragon spread right there, and looks like it didn't work out for them. Didn't work out at the end of the day.
Did not, and we're keeping an eye on sort of how some of these early fights broke out. And Sam, this off angle, oh my goodness, almost killed 2 with 1 clip. Absolutely huge, but look at that turn from Leon. Okay, I see what's going on here, but yeah, that was dirty.
Yeah, popping off. I mean, those game sense right there, his aim is just on point. And honestly, if I had to pick like a wild card here to really slay and really surprise everybody, I would say 19E. I just got a good feeling they might qualify to PMGC. I mean, if they can continue with the momentum, with the gun skills that they got going on right now, and just rely on their tried and true strategy of third partying, they might just be able to pull it off here in Virum.
I mean, they got to continue to channel this game, though, and not the last one. They've been a little 50-50 so far today, but I agree. We have seen this team pop off. I want to see them return to the roots of how they got here, channel that third-party king energy, because that's where this team excels. Coming in, finding sick angles, amazing flanks, flawless timing, and speaking of timing,
this grenade.
Kaboom.
Oh my goodness, that grenade is just beautiful. And then at the end, of course, everybody just dropping down, trying to get that final kill onto Nova. What a game. That's game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty exciting stuff. We got more PUBG Mobile. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to PMPL America's Desk Studio VR World. First and foremost, we do want to apologize for all the technical difficulties leading up until now, but the show is back and the show will keep on trucking. My name is Cameron Davis, joined by Seven and Glitter. And guys, that Miramar match, those hills just to the east of Los Leones are very, very difficult to try and play around. What with the high ground and the low ground, you saw at the end, the dynamic between AT7 and Nova show that in full force. But Seven, walk me through the overall map ranking. Who got how many points?
Yes, sir. And I love that ATON Esports literally decided to just go for it. They didn't try to go for a heal off. They wanted to go get the skills. And I mean, they ended up with 18 kills total, 33 points for them. And then we do have Rise Esports here, which is great for them because at the beginning of the day, it wasn't a hot start. They were able to secure at least 17 points. Nova Esports, that's another team that ended up with a 0-point game at the beginning. For them to be able to get 16 points, it's huge because they're currently in that contention to get into the 8th spot. Knights, 9 points for them. Mezexis Esports NA, actually, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm so used to seeing them on that second page towards the bottom, so for them to get 9 points as well, it's great. Honor Souls as well, 8 points, and XSET being able to at least clutch up 7 points, 6 of them coming from placement points. 19 Esports as well, being able to get at least 5 points. Ash, we're going to be going here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of teams on here that needed these points to continue pushing up the leaderboard throughout today. Buluc Chabtan ends up with 4 points. Alpha 7, though, only with 3, which will be potentially good if they, for at least second and third place, if they're trying to maybe even come close to overtaking them. Syndicate and Queso both with 3 and 2 points respectively. But these are the teams that I'm talking about down here towards the bottom. Black Dragons and Furious Gaming, 2 of those teams that definitely could have used more than 1 point apiece. So that's going to make their uphill battle that much harder.
I'm shocked. I didn't realize AT7 got that many kills, really just showing complete high ground supremacy from that entire game. 18 kills. So they are tied with kills with XSET's Sanhok 3rd place finish for most kills overall this event. I think the fact that they were actually able to close it out, we're going to give them the edge and say that they are now in the lead. But Glitter, let's look at who is in the lead for it's AT7. Let's see how far in the lead AT7 are in damage this time around.
I mean, what's impressive is that they didn't even hit the 3K damage mark for those 18 kills. They did a really, really good job. I mean, they had a solid position over everybody for the end there as well, making it a little bit easier for them to take those fights, but still 2,700 damage for those 18 kills. And you could see just how far it drops off from there in comparison. Rise at almost 1,200 damage with 7 kills. But like you were saying, Seven, Mezexis is up here with over 1,100 kills, or 1,100 damage. I mean, that's something that they definitely needed. We were hoping to see this out of them yesterday. It might be too little too late, but at least it's nice to see them showing up again here. Honored Souls, another team that did need the points. They needed the kill points and the placement points, so 7 kills is going to be massive for them. And then actually surprised with Nova's damage and kills here. They were able to really, really make a solid use of their placement points this time around, in contrast to their kills.
Yeah, I don't know if it was so much didn't need to or didn't have the opportunities, but Nova, them sneaking into the end game like that, shall we say, or at least being very quiet getting into the second place, we'll see how that affects their chances, because they're one of the teams that really needs to pick up their points to try and make it into the top 8. Two teams that don't need to worry about that. Instead, they just need to worry about trying to maybe steal a 7's first place spot is going to be XSET and Rise. And so 7, we want to take a quick look at their head-to-head stats from today so far. Just today, so it's just going to be the first 2 games.
And the reason why we want to do that, we saw it at the beginning of the day. Rise Esports started in 2nd place. XSET, after the first game, they were able to jump to that 2nd place. And with what just happened on that last Miramar, I can tell you that they're back again for Rise Esports. Is back again to 2nd place, as we are able to see here the stats. And oh my gosh, I mean, XSET's currently being able to get more damage than Rise Esports. Definitely average more placement points, which we totally saw it right there in that last match. They were able to get most of their points from placement, and they're currently averaging 2 more kills. That is an extra 2 points more per game, which is quite impressive. If XSET can definitely continue this, those 2 teams are currently separated by just 4 points. If they can continue this and actually maintain that kind of performance, XSET can end up in 2nd place and maybe push for 1st place, as Cam was saying. Something to keep in mind is that 2nd and 3rd place, the difference in prize pool is actually $10,000, Cam.
Ooh, yeah, we saw the Rise, they knew that. We saw that they even sent it immediately onto XSET's position. Very risky play. They were able to come out on top because they need that extra 10K. They want that silver medal, even if gold is out of the reach. For ATON getting that win, very, very solid footing in the top 8. I don't think they're going to have to worry about falling out of that PMGC qualification. But Glenda, let's look at their player stats from this game. It was an explosive match from them. They got a huge number of points. So as always, it's going to be interesting to see how that has been distributed.
You know, this is actually slightly reminiscent of what we've seen coming out of XSET. I mean, looking at all these stats here, obviously 844 damage from Milos is going to be the highest damage. 6 kills, 3 knockouts, but actually tied that with Chuko there at 6 kills and 3 knockouts as well. But the fact that we're seeing all 3 of these players up here at pretty much the 800 damage-esque area, that is a really, really solid coordinated team effort. We see almost 300 damage out of Cardi, but still managing to make sure that they got 2 kills on here, a knockout on here, and I mean, this makes sense to me. This actually, it feels good. I was wondering just how much of a difference there was going to be with all these players, but to be fair, we've seen Chuko up on our top 3 players before after games, so this is a really solid performance out of ATON.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard for a team to have such a strong performance with only 1, maybe 2 players really pushing the way. So definitely if you want to have 18 kills in a game, unless one player is absolutely popping off, which is rare to see, you definitely need 3 players like this, and then Cardi, of course, coming in for the support, coming in for the assist. Listen, every single player is valuable. I'm not just saying that as a participation trophy. It truly is. You only have 4 players in a squad. Even just finding information, even just covering someone while your teammates are pushing, there are so many things that players do that's valuable in the game that is impossible, if not incredibly difficult, to sort of replicate in stats. Now, what's coming up next is going to be our last Sanhok match of this entire tournament. And because down to the wire, every single map is that much more important for the teams to do well, we wanted to, I guess, check in on the teams that perform best on Sanhok to see the top 3 teams here, Seven. So walk me through this.
Definitely, I can't wait to see that graphic. Something to keep in mind. I mean, you said it best. ATON Esports, for all the players to be performing that well, it makes me excited to see what they're going to be able to do here in Sanhok. We do see, I mean, when it comes to Sanhok, we've seen what Alpha 7 has been able to do. They've been able to put out the most damage. They've been able to put up the most kills as well. But then when we go to Team Queso, something that they started to do after, I believe, was the second day, they started to change their tactics. They started going back to that heal off, and it showing off right there when it comes to the average survival time. For them to still be able to put up 3.6 kills, it's huge because it's definitely points that they need. And I'm not surprised to see Rise Esports here. I mean, what can we say about that team? They've been super consistent. They've been able to get some chicken dinners as well. And for them to be able to kind of be putting up almost 1,000 damage and 5 kills on Sanhok is going to be interesting. Although, I do want to mention some teams that are currently not there that need the points in this next one. Is considering it's the last Sanhok. Hopefully they can take advantage of all the madness. I'm going to be a little bit NA biased here. I want to see once again what Nova's going to be able to do, what 19 Esports is going to be able to do, because keep in mind, if I'm not mistaken, I think Nova already has a chicken dinner in Sanhok.
Sorry, I'm looking at it right now. Maybe? It's hard to tell. I don't think so, actually. I think it's a Miramar and an Erangel for them. So, hey, if they get the Sanhok, if Nova get the Sanhok, they can get the whole Triple Crown. They've done the whole world tour, which some could say that is more important than PMGC qualification. Some could. I don't know. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. I'm just trying to cover all my bases here. We also want to look at Alpha 7 comparison amongst themselves, actually, because if you remember, guys, I'm sure you do, they had a very, very strong opening day. Solid second day, but Seven, you mentioned at the very beginning of the day, it has been a downward trajectory, and Glitter, you pointing out that they only got 3 points yet again today. I don't know, how does this read? Do we think that they're potentially slipping from their first place spot, Glitter?
I mean, something has definitely changed. But to be fair to them, how do you replicate 4 chicken dinners in a row? I mean, we've never seen something like that before. So this is obviously their day 1 performance versus the rest of the weekend. Their average damage significantly higher. Their heals were lower, which is ideal. The average kills were higher. They were alive longer. I mean, yes, they've definitely slowed down, but even on day 2, even into yesterday, we were still seeing the very A7-esque performances where even if they had 1 or 2 placement points here and there, they were still getting a decent amount of kills. It was just more interspersed with those less impressive performances, which we hadn't really seen at all, period, from A7 until yesterday. So, I mean, I by no means are they failing, because they've been too good to even be considered, you know, in like that realm. But it's opening the door, to say the least, for all of the other teams that needed every single point they could get their hands on.
It just slowed down a little bit. And going off to that stat that we were able to see in regards to the kills, usually the person that gets about 2.5 kills, Carrillo, is surely not performing that well. You saw me talk about it at the beginning of the show, how he's also been on a high and it's kind of been slowing down. Today, so far, after 2 matches, he only has 1 kill, which, I mean, that's not the performance. Sorry, Carrillo, to call you out, but that's not the performance that I'm kind of used to. I've been spoiled by Alpha 7. I want to see those 4 chicken dinners again with insane amount of kills.
All right, to be fair, Alpha 7, before they got their 4 wins in a row, they had a 15th and a 12th place. So maybe he's unlocked the cheat code, bombed 2 games, and then outperformed all the other 4. But nonetheless, Glitter, you mentioned it, this is still potentially opening the door for XSET and Rise to maybe come up and take that first place spot. So before we go into Sanhok, we wanted to show you guys a video so you can learn more about Rise Gaming.
What is going on, everybody? Mustache Dave with Mufasa from Rise Esports, trying to rise up out here. How's it going, man?
Sim, estou bem, tudo bem. Com vocês, como está?
Oh, I'm doing good, Mufasa. So if you don't mind me asking, can you describe your team and yourself? What makes you, you?
Cara, a nossa equipe, o diferencial da nossa equipe é o conjunto, né? Muito trabalho, muito foco, muita dedicação, sempre com profissionalismo nas competições, para ter um melhor desempenho. E eu também, bastante focado nos meus objetivos. Acho que isso faz diferencial em toda a competição, o foco e a dedicação.
How would you describe your team, Rise Esports, against the competition?
Estamos bastante ansiosos, né, para a competição. Sabemos que vai ser um campeonato de altíssimo nível, uma das PMPL Americas mais difíceis que vai ter. Então, estamos se preparando para realizar uma competição bem e sair bem nela no final.
So with that in mind then, Mufasa, what has Rise Esports been doing to prepare for Americas? Anything you can let us know?
Estamos assistindo bastante as lives, né, das competições anteriores, tanto como a PMPL NA, como a PMPL LATAM também, para ter o melhor aprendizagem ali das 5 equipes que estão classificadas, para conhecer melhor, né? E conhecendo melhor elas nas finais, vamos ter mais chances de fazer uma boa competição.
All right, pretty solid here. So what are your goals, ambitions?
Os objetivos são os maiores possíveis, né? Campeão das Américas. Esse é o objetivo. O que vier vai ser a consequência.
Nice. Final question here. What are you looking forward to most in the Americas?
Eu espero uma competição difícil, né? Pelo nível das equipes, de altíssimo nível. E espero uma experiência muito boa também da competição.
All right, thanks Mufasa for taking the time to chat with your boy. Best of luck to the team.
goes down in the final round. When you hear them screaming so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold deep like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. Waiting for ya in the right zone. Got my sniper rifle, don't get alone. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them screaming so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold deep like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. All the circles from Erangel to the desert, hearts in the Miramar. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We Goes down in the final round. When you hear them screaming so hard, you better run, you better hide in the Sanhok deep like Mo and D. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, yeah, there's not a Goes down in the final round. When you hear them scream my name so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, no matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. Waiting for ya in the right zone. Got my sniper rifle, don't get alone. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them scream my name so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, no matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. All the circles from Erangel to the desert, hearts in the Miramar. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, we wanna goes down in the final round. When you hear them screaming so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, yeah, there's not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. Waiting for ya in the right zone. Come and snap a rifle. Don't get alone. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them screaming names so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, yeah, there's not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Finals. I'm Inverum, joined by Mustache Dave. First and foremost, I want to apologize to everyone. We've had some technical issues here with the games today, and our top priority is making sure that things are running as smooth as possible for the players. So we took some extra time, troubleshooted, and believe things are good to go. And again, I sincerely want to apologize. Thanks to everyone who stuck around. We really appreciate it. Know this night has gone on a lot later than we all intended. But we thank you all so much for continuing to support the stream, support the players. So thank you. And Dave, enough doom and gloom. Let's get back into it. Let's get into the matches. It's game number 3 here on Sanhok. We're still on the final day. We still got some games to play, and our number 1 team, and of course our top 8, still undecided.
Listen, Zute, myself, we got our eyebrows done for a reason, all right? A7 at the top.
Spoiled his eyebrow.
Oh, I thought he tweeted about it. I thought he said something about it. I think so. I hope. Okay, if you're listening to Zute, I'm my bad. Hey, my bad, bro. Point is, we have the A7 style here today. And hey, first place, 261 points. That is exactly where they are. Rise Esports, though, rising up those overall leaderboards, trying to play catch up. And then XSET in 3rd place. So let's get into the action. Let's get into the battle here. Circle number 1, pretty fair, pretty decent. Now, I brought up A7 because talking about circle number 1, their bootcamp drop spot makes them dead center right here. So what we usually see with A7 is they drop within 3, maybe 3.5 minutes, they're done looting in Miramar. They're good to go, and then they go out on the hunt. So, oh, look at that. As I say that, they're on the hunt, baby, already. Let's go.
All right, Mustache Dave, the prophet, ladies and gentlemen, knows these teams so well, knows what's to expect. And you think if we know that, the Black Dragons would also know that, but they got caught with their pants down. Less than, Dave, 3 minutes on the dot, basically, to that kill.
And Black Dragons, the same thing yesterday. You would hope they learned from it, because game 1 tonight, the Black Dragons had a pretty decent showing.
They did, but that pickup didn't quite go according to plan, and now that player is stranded, Dave.
Putting in some work. Out here.
I mean,
look at the off angle.
Having that 4x. Oh, nice. That is huge, and Rami Lozen is actually able to down one of the key. Oh, no, but the flank comes in from Revo. Carrillo falls. Revo steps up. I feel like that's been like the name of the game here for Alpha 7. They have so many star players to rely on when push comes to shove.
And you know what? I think Revo's holding that number 1 spot right now with 45 kills as well, trying to solidify their MVP cash money at the end of the day. I'm still rooting for Coops. We got a couple more games to go. Coops with 36 kills, so definitely has some work to do. But Coops, one of those players that we know can pop off. But getting back to this fight with the Black Dragons, well, they poked the bear, all right? They poked A7, and A7, yeah, they're probably not going to appreciate that, man.
And it's so funny to me that it's all of the Brazilian teams in the center. And I think also, kind of being aware of this, INTZ Esports NA joined the fray. They've pre-crossed the river. They are in boot camp. They are actually backfilling Alpha 7 right now. So A7 need to be careful. They don't actually get backstabbed themselves. A potential pincer coming in. INTZ and Rise here could all come in to third party if they have to.
You know what? Talking about teams being aware of each other, watching the VODs. So Sanhok, A7, they get the loot, 3 minutes, they push out. And then around this time, 19E, they drop on the island to the west. They took up UIU's position. They go to boot camp. So I'm very curious, like, if A7 watched the VOD and recognize this, what if they like bait it out a little bit and wait for 19E, right? In boot camp, like, that could be the ultimate bait and trap. Hey, I don't know, but right now 19E,
I like it.
You know what I'm saying?
Lurk, like the hard lurk.
That could have been huge.
Hilarious. So they just bait 19E in, and it's just all of a sudden all pop out behind the walls and blam.
19E would be big mad. I can hear Carnage now if that was to happen. I would be upset too. But looks like 19E, they are in boot camp. You got XSET to the south and then A7 to the north. And all these teams still grouped up, still huddled on each other. So it's early still in VRM. Early still. So I'm very curious what we're going to see here in this Sanhok match.
And it's so interesting to just see the different styles. We have a ton of teams that are dead center. I mean, dead center. All here, just outside of boot camp, just north of Pinon. And then you had a couple of teams, BC, Syndicate, Honored Soul, Mezexis, Team Queso, Nova, all on the outside, all looking for first aids, all split. And it's just a completely different style here on Sanhok. One style is we center up so much that maybe we can take some fights, but more importantly, we're not hopefully going to get wrecked by the blue because we're so center that it's less likely that we're going to get wrecked by hard shifts in the early game. And the second one is, yeah, we're probably going to get wrecked by the blue, so we're going to have meds and stims to deal with it, and we're going to go for a sort of a hybrid play come the late game. And I honestly love the fact that we're seeing both being played consistently.
And it comes down to what? We have 4 more games to go. So when we talk about consistency, now is the time that you really want to have that, right? You really want to come into every match and try to get as many points as possible, both kill points and placement points, especially if you are one of these teams on the cusp, kind of hovering around that 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place on the overall leaderboards. Because remember, at the end of the day, we're sending 7 teams. 7 spots are up for grabs. A7 and Furious Gaming, they already have that golden ticket. So it's a big day. It all comes down to today. 4 more games to go. That's about 2 more hours of gameplay. It comes down to this to see if you will continue that dream of being a pro player in these lobbies.
And that's looking towards that global championship, because it means not only, of course, the prize money, the prestige. You get to go and experience, you know, hopefully what it's like to play in person. You get to go, like, take your career to the next level. You get to go meet your teammates, maybe. You get to go hang out with friends, and you get... And then I was going to say, what's the prize pool again, Dave? I think it's like, it's like $6 million.
It's a lot of money.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. I need my toes and fingers to count it. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
So definitely the dream. For sure. So it comes down to right now is grind time, baby. Grind time before shine time. And I think GCP from Black Dragons, since we last saw them, hasn't moved the muscle. Since we last saw them not get picked up in that vehicle, has not moved from that boulder.
Just hanging out in a bush. Just taking it easy. Not wanting to draw any attention to themselves, and I can't say that I blame them. Head on a swivel, these teams at this stage in the game, the ones who've chosen to center up on Sanhok, knowing that at any moment you can get shot right in the butt. So you've just got to be careful with that. The biggest, I think, upset here would be if it were shifted to the island to the west, which is unlikely, Dave, but still technically possible. I think in general, though, this is just about as perfect as a center up as you can get. So I think I talked about those 2 game plans earlier. I don't think those change.
The Island boys will be proud right here because see that little island up there north of 19E, a little north of A7?
Yeah.
For some reason, and I can't tell you what that reason is, but for some reason, I think we're going there. I think that's just because. Just because. Hold me to it. I got this slit in my eyebrow for a reason. I'm just saying. But this zone is another huge zone for ATON Esports on that West Island for the time being. And I'm saying it's huge because they're the only team over there for the time being. So if these circles continue to favor them, they are already set up for some solid placement points. And we saw them last game. Remember, last game, they had the high ground, they had the cliffs, they had what, like 18 kills? They shot up the leaderboard to try to solidify their spot within the top ranks. And I'm a believer, I say this every single day, I'm a believer in momentum. And after a performance like that, you have to assume they are going to be feeling mighty fine here coming into this game.
Oh, 100%. 100%. They pulled up 18 kills. And yes, the circle did favor them somewhat. They did have the high ground, but they were able to capitalize on it. They took fights with every team they could see. They peaked. They went for the shots. They went for the kills, and they were rewarded. All 4 players still alive at the end, allowing them to secure an absolutely monstrous chicken dinner here on the final day of the competition. We'll keep an eye on them. They have tentatively rotated over, but they're staying near that northern bridge just in case, to your credit, Dave, they need to rotate back. I wouldn't be surprised to see them stay here. They're continuing to loot. This isn't really a commonly looted area, so they're going to continue to build up this stash of medkits. One thing I'm noticing, looks at first aid, Furious Gaming didn't seem to have a whole lot of them there, which is not what you want to see on Sanhok.
Yeah, kind of thrown in. It's something that I mentioned game 1. Like Sanhok, I think it's really the game for these teams at the bottom to kind of just loot up for those meds. Just try to get as many meds as possible. Just heal up and try to get some solid placement points, because the heal strat almost guarantees you some type of placement points if you know how to hit those heals. And, well, talking about hitting those heals, Salty not going to be able to hit those heals because they just got sent back to the lobby here in Virum.
Oh, feels bad. At that point, not a whole lot you could do. That's why I said you have to have your head on a swivel. You have to constantly be watching out, trying to cover as many angles as possible. The expression between a rock and a hard place, I mean, that's this whole map. That's where you want to live at the same time. You want to have a hill behind you and a rock in front of you. You want to try and limit the potential of getting caught out. As Syndicate is experiencing that right now. Multiple players are going down. Syndicate struggling as Rise are closing in. Honored Souls behind them as well. They're not looking to be in a great spot.
I'm loving ATON, man. I'm loving where their head is right here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Island, baby.
Island. Next zone, please let me be right. The crystal ball has been dusty all season long. Let me redeem myself here this game. It's going to be here any moment. Okay. It's still in play. Okay. I can say I'm kind of right still. Okay. Kind of right still.
And we still got Boot Camp, and we still have Paradise, which is currently vacant. And look at all those teams in the center of the map. And it's about, especially on that southern side, it is going to continue to get congested. Dave, it's gonna be a little bit cloudy, but it's gonna be all the smoke grenades that are thrown down here. It's like it's a little bit smoky as we are seeing teams full sending it now into this next zone. And there aren't a lot. There's the odd solo building, but there are not a lot of compounds still left vacant, especially in the center area near the river.
Not a lot of nothing down here, except for just the possibility of getting taken out, because there's a ton of teams down here in the south, kind of like you were mentioning. You got XSET, you got Furious Gaming, Knights, Team Queso, Mezexis. That has been a very interesting kind of back and forth skirmish to kind of get that dominance down there towards the south. And if I was keeping track, I'm pretty sure Team Queso have the upper hand on Mezexis for the time being. But like I mentioned yesterday, Mezexis trying to get that respect on their name here. They're trying to poke back at Team Queso and make sure that they're aware, like, hey, you can't always take the fight with us early game. You can't always come out on top. And I think that's the right call, right? That's the right call. You got to fight back. You can't always get bullied here on your drop spots. So I definitely understand that. And I'm bringing them up because they're about to clash here very shortly as both teams kind of meeting at the tip of the northern part of Quarry. But we'll see. We'll see the kill feed, because right now, Furious Gaming, another team in the south, taking some shots down there onto Fraternity Esports.
And this is actually the fight that the winner of a Mezexis Team Queso squabble would result in, because this is directly in front of them in terms of moving into this next circle. And by the same token, Dave, what's the definition of insanity? It's trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. If you're Mezexis and you've challenged Team Queso time and again and you haven't come out on top, maybe try and take a different fight, especially on this last day when every point is so precious. They're potentially running into Syndicate, though, and all these teams taking their dear sweet time out in the blue. Solly is going to go for a complete heel strat play because they know they've seen Team Queso do it, Dave. The last 2 Sanhoks in a row, how did it go?
It went a little something like, you hit those heels, you get second place, you get 12 points. Hey. And that's what you got to do. You have to do it. If it works, it works. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. So let's see. Mezexis, they got Solitude out there looking for them heals, but look at this. In the front lines, they got 2 kind of just running out here in the open. Rad from Syndicate.
with the trap right there, waiting for them to be in the open on the road before unloading with their squad mate World. There's 2 kill points in the bank.
And it's funny, Dave, because we mentioned something earlier, the idea of playing for the lurk. And that's what we're seeing here. They play for the lurk. 20 up to 19 first aids now for Solitude. Keep an eye on that. Pretty low on stims, but keep an eye on there. The push continuing on in the full send. This time I talked about it in Fraternity. Team Queso is going in with 3 players, but Spacin actually did a pretty good job holding their own. Gonna pop the first aid to try and hang on a little bit longer. Rima continuing to find this angle. Ayala is here. Nades are being primed, cooked. Rima's gonna drop, and Fraternity actually getting the better of this exchange. I don't think all 4 members of Team Queso are here, which means, oh, that nade can be huge though.
Wow, these nades just bouncing off the door frames all over the place. Ayala trying to get this heal off, trying to get the heal to have the potential to fight and defend this push. Space Zin in the front lines, in the face right there of Ayala to take him down, thirst him, and get some points. So Fraternity Esports here, 3 kills. 3 kills this game, and well, they're going to have the challenge of getting the pickups on their teammates really quickly and then repositioning, and they have to do that with keeping in mind not getting backstab from Axel here behind the boulder, who definitely wants revenge.
And the funny thing is Fraternity knows exactly what's going on here. They know what Rocky's behind, they know who it is, and they know what role Axel functions on the team. He's the med carrier. The plan was to stay back and survive. Very similar to what we talked about earlier, Dave. Teams going and looking to try and take these fights. So that's what we're seeing right now. This time it's Black Dragons down to only 2 players. As we're seeing the squad push in here, it is Rise trying to find an angle, focusing in the corner, listening for the footsteps. The double peek, though, not a lot you can do about that. Goes down in an instant. 1 gets traded back, but Rise comes out on top.
Corner camper right there, spotted out from your boy Gary. And it looks like they're going to be able to take that compound just in time here. That compound is on the edge. So solid position for the time being to allow them to get the reset, get the heals, you know, top off here before probably being forced to reposition in the next zone. But back to your call, Team Queso, Axel, yes, healing right now, healing, and actually might actually survive. Yeah, might actually overtake Fraternity Esports, who are in the blue. I'm not sure what their med situation is looking like, so the heal strat working out.
Well, I mean, if all of Team Queso really stacked up those meds on Axel, it's a good chance they didn't actually get a lot of meds off the 3 players that they did kill. But that's a strategy we talked about earlier, Dave. This idea of having 1 player sitting back and the other 3 going in for kills. That's what we're seeing now. The kills are coming through in a big way. BC trying to make it work, but Choco, nerves of steel, holds the peak, holds the angle. And ATON Esports looking in a great, well, not a great spot, but they're holding on.
What a molly. Yeah, what that, wow, talk about threading the needle right there between the vehicle and the boulder. Oh, no. That spread was perfect.
They're not in a great spot.
Choco wishing it did end on that island at this point, because looks like the next zone doesn't favor them. Choco trying to toss these grenades in the blue zone. We can see Papa Blue. Ooh, that one hurt right there. That grenade blowing up right in their face.
Leon Kidd just continuing to put up work here, put up the kills. And this game ain't slowing down, Dave. This is pure, unadulterated Sanhok. Oh my goodness. As we're seeing INTZ and Alpha 7 this time trading blows. We'll see how this send is going to work, because neither of them are actually in this next circle, but INTZ have so much further to go.
Yeah, let's keep our eye here, or at least I'll do my best to see how many placement points Solitude from Mezexis, how many placement points Axel from Team Queso can get healing out there in the blue. Let's really see if it works out or not. But over here, Nova, they did cross the channel. They made it onto the cliffs out here. Now they're trying to get the initial knock onto 19E. But look at this, they're blocking the sidelines with smokes. Rin, one of the top players from NA, going to be making the initial breach, but Carnage watching the doorway. Huge spray down with that Tommy.
And you asked for a lurk in boot camp. You said, how funny would it be if 19 Esports got caught? Well, Dave, they're the ones doing the catching because they caught Nova out on rotation. They were waiting for it. They were expecting it. They know the way they like to rotate in, and they picked up 3 kills. Will likely be able to get Sam up, no problem, which is putting 19 Esports in a decent position. But the issue is, Dave, the circle is continuing to shift away. We have no time to slow down. We're only continuing to speed up as now Alpha 7 up on the high ground. They are in a stellar spot, and they already have 8 kills.
Yeah, of course, right? Of course. They got 8 kills, they got the high ground, they got the zone dominance. And I think right now, if A7 start to take the shots on a rise, that might be that slight window of opportunity for 19E to sneak up right behind them uphill. Like, if they don't do it now, I don't know how they're going to do it later on. But look at this. Look at the cover fire right now coming on out from A7. Well, Mufasa's still alive down there.
Down Revo and almost down Carrillo back-to-back. Eventually did drop, forced out by the blue, but Coop's coming on in saying, look, I want this MVP, guys. I need Alpha 7 to stop taking all the kills. As we're taking a look now at Knights, also with all 4 players up alive. Gonna be able to get the shot under the vehicle. Shoot him with the toesies, no problem. Polo's down. And Knights looking to add to their already impressive kill count, but not as impressive as Alpha 7.
Mafioso jumping on that rock, seeing 19E downhill, going to be cooking a grenade. 19E are going to be grouped together too, so they need to be cautious. But Acer, we can see him taking shots across the way. Oh, they're down to just 1 though.
I mean, they just got absolutely ripped apart. Axel did just go down. Team Queso is out. They made it up to 4th place. Not quite 2nd, but pretty darn impressive, Dave.
This is the quickest game we've ever had. 2 teams left, 22 minutes into the match. This has been a pretty quick game. I don't know. It feels fast.
It does. The players were very antsy after the break. They wanted to get this done.
4v4. Who wins this? Who wins this in Virum?
I think Knights win this. Oh wait, no, they put themselves all in the same building. Never mind. The smoke comes in. This is actually hurting themselves more than it's hurting Alpha 7. I think both teams have to move, but Alpha 7 actually they can spread out now a little bit more. They can form a bit of a concave, a base of fire, but as I say that, they're stuck behind a single tree. My initial gut feeling of Knights, Dave, coming true. Forced down the hill, out in the open. It comes down to Carrillo, is able to down 1. Can they confirm the kill? Yes, they will, but they're down to a single smoke and a 1v2, but it's Carrillo, and anything can happen.
Dude's a top player for a reason. Oh, grenade though, chunking them down. Here comes the second one, the follow-up, the bounce right above their head, and the 2v1 just too strong. Knights coming out on top. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Just in time, too. Just in time. That halfway mark of day number 4. Coops on the hunt for that MVP, baby. Let's go.
I mean, they had to run down that hill. Alpha 7 had no choice and no cover. I thought the smokes were going to hurt Knights there, but they were also able to reposition, spread out amongst that compound, and catching out 2 players behind that tree. The instant back-to-back knocks. Nothing Alpha 7 could do about that. Carrillo made a valiant effort, brought it down to a 1v1, but in the end, Dave, Knights come out on top.
Hey, I was trying to refresh my numbers real quick. I want to see how many kills Coops was able to get right there and catch up to that number 1 spot for MVP, because I picked Coops. If you can recall the pre-show, all the talent, they picked their MVP prediction for the whole tournament. You picked Rin. Great pick, by the way. Me and Zute picked Coops, and everybody else, you already know who they picked. But I'll keep you updated on that race for MVP here in Virum.
I appreciate it. Because you're not just keeping me up to date, you're also keeping the fans up to date, which of course we do appreciate. In a second, we'll take a look back at some of the highlights from that game, of which there were many, because oh my goodness, that was classic Sanhok. It was action-packed, it was scrappy, it was chaotic, and Dave, I have to say, that was a lot of fun.
5, a lot of fun. 5 kills. 5 kills. 4.
That's a lot.
Coops is that's a lot? No. I'm saying Coops is at 40. Revo's at 45. 5 kills is not a lot in 3 more games. MVP is there.
I thought you meant he got 5 kills in a single game. I was like, that's a good amount of kills.
Oh no, that's a good amount of kills. No, but the difference is 5 kills. That's an even better number to me.
I'm pretty sure that means he did get 5 because I'm pretty sure they were separated by 10 kills. Oh my goodness, Dave, that's huge. Coops could do it.
Remember, at the beginning of this tournament, the Americas, Coops went on record, I think did an interview with me that we played, and said that his goal was to get back-to-back MVP for the Americas. And if that's the case, that would make him back-to-back, 4-time back-to-back MVP with all the tournaments in order. That's huge. So, hey, I'm still going to be in that Coops MVP hype train. Yes, Alpha 7 have been slaying it, but at the end of the day, I need to stick with my boy Coops right here. And of course, we're going to be checking in with him. These highlights. Ooh, baby, I love watching the Coop highlight reel. Let me just say that.
Oh, absolutely. But as we get to this late game, it's also the Alpha 7 highlight reel. Them up on the high ground. 19 esports. Not a lot you can do about this. But getting that little bit of circle luck there at the end, the Knights played it to perfection. This is what I was talking about. Having multiple players stuck up behind the tree. Oh my goodness, Dave, those shots were clean.
Yeah, and this is his competition right there. Carrillo, that's his competition for the MVP. And dude's a slayer, man. Dude is a slayer. Look at that drop shot. Get a nice couple shots out there before getting taken out their own. But it is what it is. 3 more games to go in Miramar. I am pumped up. I am ready to go. But guess what? That's going to be it for us. Because up next, we got Zute. We got Hot Juice coming in hot. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. More PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Last Sanhok finished, and A7 just barely robbed of the chance to maintain their Sanhok map supremacy. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Americas Grand Final here at the studio. Cameron Davis, Seven, and Glitter. Seven, let's just go immediately into the map ranking.
Yes, I mean, Knights, this is a team that definitely needed points. We saw their sketchy start there today. They were able to secure their 27 points, but Alpha 7, even though they ended up in second place, they were just 2 points behind total from Knights, which is really impressive. They were able to secure 13 kills. Happy to see that. 19 Esports, this was a team that we've been talking about, needs those points too if they want to stay in that contention for the 8th spot in hopes of PMGC. They got 12 points, and same with Nova. Nova was able to secure 10 points. Hopefully that's going to push them towards that 8th spot, which we'll be finding out here shortly. We do have Team Queso there with 7 points, Rise Esports there with 6 points, Furious Gaming, and Buluc Chabtan, Glitter. For some reason, Buluc Chabtan decided, you know what? I think today is the day we are actually going to start playing. They were able to secure their 5 points, Glitter, as we're going to go into the second page.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take any points that they can get at this point, right? It'll chip away at something. Plus, it does matter because there's different amounts of money per where you fall in those overall standings at the end of today. But looking at the second page, we have XSET, Fraternity Esports, and Syndicate all at 4 points apiece. Black Dragons at 2. And then after the stellar performance we just saw looking down there at the bottom, ATON Esports only able to get 1 point, and Honored Souls at 0. And Honored Souls down here at 0 is actually a very big deal because I think that they were right above Nova in the overall, so them not being able to secure any points while Nova gets 10, that might be another thing that could shake up the standings just a little bit.
Yep. I think Honored Souls are actually coming into this game tied with Nova. Nova had the tiebreaker above them, I believe. But yeah, this is only going to push that even further. We'll see if Nova can use this to get into the top 8 even further. But let's go into the damage glitter and see how that's been distributed. A7, despite getting second place, a lot of a gap over the Knights.
Yeah, I mean, this is what A7 is just good at, right? We said they might have slowed down a little bit. They probably heard us and said, no, we're going to show you guys, we still got it. We're letting everybody else have some points for a little while here. 13 kills, almost 2,700 damage, and they don't even get the chicken dinner with that. I mean, that's insane, but huge shout out to the Knights. Over 1,600 damage, 12 kills. This is going to be huge and instrumental when it comes to keeping them in that top 8 position. I mean, outside of that, Rise is still managing to get some points on the board for themselves, but as far as the teams that desperately really needed extra points here, a lot of these are teams that category does not apply to. XSET getting some kill points and some extra damage, but I mean, this was a placement point, Sanhok,
Yeah. I'm looking at that A7, the damage, the kills, and I'm reminded that Creo, I think, got incredibly close to actually clutching that one out. It might have gone down to a 1v1. It all happened so fast at the very end, but still, we could have been looking at an A7 victory, which is why, 7, we have 2 A7 members in the top players. And not just that, it is the 2 members of A7 that aren't even in the main MVP running.
Oh, actually, Mafioso is in contention. That was the 3rd player that we saw there from 7. But a nice, pleasant surprise here. Sena Texa, one of the members that has been super quiet, a veteran player, especially in this team, being able to secure 900 damage, 6 kills, that makes me happy. And you know what else makes me happy? Since we're going to be talking about here pretty soon about the MVP race, the other player that's here that's not part of Alpha 7, Coops. 583 damage with 4 kills. That's just gonna add real nice to his stats, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he has so much ground that he still needs to make over Reeve and Carrillo that this won't really come into play. But there might, maybe at the end of the day, there'll be questioning for Alpha 7 of like, why don't you even stack the points into those top members? Because you have Coops, who is like doing a full sprint. But this is the overall ranking here, Glitter. Alpha 7 still in the lead, but that Rise XSET in 2nd to 3rd place, constant swapping back and forth.
Okay, hold it. There's a lot that's happening here. So Rise gets back into 2nd place. Now we talked about that $10,000 difference between 2nd and 3rd place. So XSET and Rise are going to be battling it out for the rest of the day. Knights are now in 4th place, okay? That is a massive jump for Knights above ATON, above Queso, who has just continued to fall farther down the ranks today. Not by many points. They still have many opportunities to battle their way back up, but definitely something to keep our eyes on. Then the points fall off a little bit to INTZ, but Nova is now in 8th place. They've snuck their way into a top 8, and this is what they want to hold on to. They're only 5 points behind INTZ, so realistically, they could leapfrog above them as well and give themselves a little bit of cushion. But moving on to the second page here, 7, there might be some upsets in store.
There's definitely it. And you know what's crazier? Black Dragons and Honored Souls are currently tied at 145. So it's going to come down to hopefully the last game. We do see 19 Esports there, 137 points. If they can get a chicken dinner with some kills, a solid chicken dinner with some kills, I think they might be in contention still for that 8th place. And something that I noticed there in that first page in regards to the top 8, INTZ didn't really get that many points in that last one. It kind of hurt them, and they weren't able to gap up as the other teams were. So they need to be careful because these teams are definitely hunting them down. We see Buluc Chabtan there, 134 points. They, as I mentioned it earlier, they decided to show up here today, and if they can continue this, they could have a chance to push for that top 8, at least in the last game. We do see their Furious Gaming, Mezexis Esports NA, Syndicate. We've seen Syndicate get some kills here and there today, so that's actually a pleasant surprise. And then to finish it off here, we have Fraternity Esports with 38 points. Boy, what a awful performance.
Yeah, but focusing away from that, focusing on that 8th place cutoff, you're right, there are a lot of teams that it is still neck and neck there. We had Nova just jump up, but who knows, maybe they could be replaced by Honored Souls, replaced by Black Dragons, who really knows? We still have 3 games left, but let's look at the MVP race here. 7. Reeve is still at the top, but I think Carrillo has closed that gap just a little bit.
Yes, sir. Revo is still first with 45 kills, almost at 10,000 damage. And he's been able to actually gap up a little bit more the damage difference between himself and Carrillo. But luckily for us, Carrillo did decide to show up on that last match, so he made it even a little bit closer. And then talking about showing up, you had Coops as well. Now he's only 5 kills away. He does have some ways to go in regards to damage, but there's also more stuff that goes into the MVP race. And that's the other player from Alpha 7 I was talking about right there, Mafioso. Even though he's usually not the flashiest one, he's still been able to put up a great amount of kills there for Alpha 7 with 35. And another player, Glitter, here that I feel like deserves a lot of credit that has maintained themselves here within this top 5 throughout the whole tournament is Mythic from Rise Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Mythic a lot. He has been in the top 3 so many times for Rise. A player that's just been very, very consistent the entire event. So glad to see that he's at least maintaining that the top 5 spot for them.
Yeah, and when I mentioned before that Mafioso was one of the members not in contention, I really just meant the fact that he was so far behind his other 2 teammates in Alpha 7 that, you know, as far as who's going to win number 1, but looking at those numbers, he's also gotten pretty close. And with 3 games left, 10 kills behind the leader, granted a fair bit further behind in the damage, the way that Alpha 7 plays, even between those 2 other Alpha 7 members, it might still be up in the air. So I don't know, if they can continue to come out performing the way that they did, if they go back into their day 1 form with just win after win after win, even though this particular game might have slipped just barely through their fingers, who knows? I think a lot could still be decided even if they're comfortably in first place. Before we go into the next map though, we're going to be looking at the Knights from today compared to the first 3 days here at Glitter.
Yeah, we can see exactly how much of an uptick we're getting here in the final day for Knights, and this is massive. They had started this progression yesterday. It felt like they really came into their own yesterday, and they're just kind of continuing with that momentum. You can see how much higher their average damage is. Their heals are lower. The kills are actually similar, which is impressive, and we also do need to take into consideration that that's 18 games versus 3 games, but the point being is that Knights was one of those teams that could have kind of gone either way. They could have either fallen off and fallen outside of that bubble or maintained their momentum from yesterday and continue to climb up the leaderboards, and they've chosen to go the upward direction.
We got 3 games left, guys. Knights look really comfortable in their position, but it's still going to be great to see if they can pull out even more performances. Maybe Coops could actually overtake those other A7 members in the MVP race. You got XSET and Rise, who are battling out for the 2nd place, and then of course the most important part is that 8th place cutoff where there are maybe 4 or 5 teams that are neck and neck. We got to get into the games, guys. I'm going to say goodbye to both of you, 7 and Glitter. Thank you very much. As usual, we have Erangel, we have Miramar, and then we have Erangel coming up for the final 3 games. And you can play on those maps at home as well. Check out the OnePlus9 and the OnePlus9 Pro to get yourself a killing machine, 120 hertz display, hyper touch technology, and flagship performance. Also with flagship performance, we have Zute and Jukes to take over the call. We have a lot of action ahead of us, so I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to give it all to you.
Take it easy, Cam. Thank you so much, bro. Let's get it going. What's going on, everybody? Match number 4. About to get started. Dude, number 4. Zute, what's up, bro? You ready for some PUBG Mobile action?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm super ready. And I don't know if the camera could catch it. But right here, I got 2 quick cuts for that. I'm on that A7 train right there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the lighting. is a little faded off. Maybe I can adjust it for the next game. But yeah, I got it done. A7's looking like they're gonna take this. Like, I mean, it's no big surprise, right? That team is insane. But like the analyst just said, it's all about that second place race right now and the top 8 qualification to the PMGC. And we're on to Erangel, match number 4. Let's get this one going, Hot Jukes.
Hey, the eyebrow slit is lit, dude. Let's go. Let's get started here. Man, that's the big story here. To be honest with you, yeah, the race for top 2, that's huge. But I ain't gonna lie, race for top 8's even bigger. Like, that is what these teams are insanely looking towards, is that PMGC slot. And there's a lot of teams that are in contention for it. I have to just reiterate it, have to go over the numbers here. In 8th place is Nova. So Nova's in 8th place. Oh, it's so crazy to even think of that. With 154 points. And below them, really in my eyes, it's all the way down to Buluc Chabtan. That's a 20-point gap. And honestly, that can swing pretty hard all the way from them up to, to INTZ. There's plenty of time, but I ain't gonna lie though, Zoo. I think it's gotta get done right now. Like, that gap's gotta really get closed here in this one. What do you think?
It's always going to come down to the last game. I mean, this 4th game, it does help with the mental. Like, if you get a good game in, you feel comfortable. If you get a big donut, it feels a lot worse. But we've seen teams break it in. In the very last game, the team that needs the chicken dinner, they get that chicken dinner, and then they just kick out another team in that top 8. So every game, it's going to be a nail-biter. Every single game from here on out.
I think that this is going to be a huge one for these squads. I mean, considering just looking at past tournaments, that last game, you know, is usually just all over the place. You really can't depend on getting, you know, that 20-point game in the last one, just because, I mean, a lot of stuff's happened, right? You're going to have some squads guaranteed going, some that aren't. You know, there's been a couple of technical difficulties today, so you got some players that may be looking to, you know, get ready to go to bed after all that. So, you know, I think right here, this game and the next one are just going to be super, super critical. I want to see like the best gameplay ever from the squads, especially the ones that need to make it to the top 8.
I agree. And you said some of these teams are getting ready to go to bed, and off the start, we got a little bit of a car chase into the tricycle, but that tricycle way too slow, and that's a quick 2 kills for XSET. So yeah, some teams, maybe they're sleepy, they want to go to bed, but I'll tell you what, Alpha 7, during that intermission, I wouldn't be surprised if they took that whole team and went to the nearby club and they just set up in the club, because they already know they're and they're just
I was about to say,
mobile gaming, right? Mobile gaming at its finest. They're ready to party because they're about to secure the bag.
Oh man, I think you're totally right, man. They could be asleep right now, and I think they're still walking away with this one, you know, or like you mentioned, you know, in the club, partying it up. And honestly, they definitely have a lot to celebrate, because not only do they already have this guaranteed slot going to the Grand Championship, so they knew they were going in the first place, but now they're going to be going with just, I'm not going to say a little bit, right? Quite a bit more extra cash in their pockets. Yeah, I mean, what more could you ask for here?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing they want, though, is the title. So I took a look at their Instagram profile like yesterday, right? Literally, if you scroll through their Instagram profile, the Alpha 7 page, it's just championship titles after championship titles. They've literally won every first place possible on every stage leading up to this. The only thing they're missing is the Americas Championship title. And, of course, the biggest one of all, PMGC Global Championships. Maybe they could do it this year. We'll have to see. This is the one they're missing, and that's why they really wanted it so bad. Of course, Season 1, the Knights were the one to take that one away, and Alpha 7, they weren't happy about that, and they put in the work, they put in the grind, and it has definitely paid off for that team.
I mean, dude, could you imagine just being Alpha 7? Like what does your Twitter bio look like? You know what I'm saying? There's only so many words in there that you could put in.
So many titles.
And they're just having to choose, you know, like, hey, which titles am I going to throw in here? There's just so many, you know?
Which belt am I going to wear today? Right?
That's right. That's right. You know, a good problem to have, I think, That is for sure, but they have earned it. They have earned it, and I think here in the Americas, dude, it just proves just why they have those many titles. I mean, these guys just continue to dominate regardless of the situation. So yeah, at this point, it really is just a race for second place. And there's still some good cheddar to be won there. And at the same time, we just saw 19E. They're in that race for top 8, though, and it is definitely a race. I mean, we saw, Buluc Chabtan with a big chicken dinner. That boosted them up quite a bit. That put them in contention here, too. A chicken dinner here, that's going to really help solidify them as well. I mean, the job's not done even after that. But I guarantee you, all those squads, that's all they're looking towards right now.
100%. And let's touch on the circle real quick. We haven't even had time to talk about the circle. There's just so much juicy storylines going into these last 3 games, right? Well, the circle, we are on the east side. I already see a lot of teams centraling up. And of course, besides the quick little 2 points that XSET got, everyone's pretty much looking good. 4-man squad. ATON, they're missing 2, but they did get a chicken dinner today, a huge one on that Miramar game. So they can't be too upset about that. Mezexis on your screen right now. This is pretty much center circle. We're around the shelter area. Mezexis is definitely a team that has, I'm going to just say it, they have fallen off. I wonder where their mental's at right now. Are they going to be, still confident and at least trying to show out the last 3 games, or are they just going through the motions at this point? What do you think, Hotjukes?
I mean, honestly, if they are a squad that's like, hey, we still want to run for it, which I think they definitely should be, regardless of the situation, that's 50 points. So they have to have a full send mentality. Right? They have to be hyper-aggressive here, just trying to get crazy kills and top finishes if they even want to stand a chance. So I don't blame them being a little hyper-aggressive, but we just saw Starlight, get bodied pretty quickly here. So, the rest of Mezexis is going to have to come together and just do something. But they're just, this is not the start that I could have possibly hoped for. Not to mention the Knights. Ooh, yeah.
He's literally just driving in a circle to be shot at this point. Like, it's
demoralizing.
That pretty much sums up Mezexis, like their downfall. I remember day 1, Mezexis was like, what, 6th place?
Yeah, they were
8th place at some point. Yeah, they were up there, and every day they've just been dropping and dropping. But Furious Gaming, this team, not doing as good as they probably would like, but still a little bit ahead. They're trying to get in on the action right now. They already got 2 kills. Maybe trying to third party. Maybe the Knights, got 1 player knocked, but the Knights are 4 up. And I think Furious Gaming is going to back off of this one. I think he's waiting. I think he's just he's waiting for the opening knock from his teammates up at the shelter area. They're just waiting for that 1 knock push right now.
Yeah, they can't back off. I don't think they can afford to. Looking at the leaderboards, they have 108 points. They need 45 just to even catch up. They need to, get aggressive.
There it
That's
is.
the way to do it right there. That initial knock, that's going to be really huge on the Alucard. Papi Potro running up with the nade, trying to maybe possibly catch 2. That would be hyper-critical. Looks like it is not going to connect right there. But here comes the rest of Furious Gaming. They had to honk the horn. They got to start sending it on down here because they need those kills. Ooh, a little third-party action. It's going to piece up Chico a little bit. And it looks like, doesn't look like Furious Gaming are quite ready for this particular push style. Because they are taking their sweet time here.
One knock is the most. The 1 knock is the most you're going to get at this high level when you're going against top teams. They'll give you 1 knock at most. They're not going to give you 2. So if you want to push a team, 1 knock, that's it. There's no way they're going to give you 2. And the trade comes through. The Knights, of course, sitting super comfortably leaderboards-wise, so I don't think they're going to do anything too risky. They're just going to stick to their game plan. They have a great position in the circle, and the circle did shift. It just centered up perfectly. Pretty much nothing changed at this point.
24K, he's got the nade locked and loaded. I don't think he realizes it. He's going to get thrown right at him, and Big Milo goes down. Got caught slipping. So this is what I was talking about. Like, Furious Gaming, they had to pull something big here, and I think they realized it. I just don't think they had the ability to execute on it. Their play style just doesn't really support this, 1 knock, full send kind of gameplay. And because you see the hesitation, you see the, their mentality just by their movements. And yeah, unfortunately, Milo goes down. The Knights are full reset, and now Furious Gaming's in trouble.
Yeah, playing aggressive is harder than it looks, though. Like, you gotta put yourselves in their shoes. There's so many potential like options. Which side do I crash in from? Which lines of sight can you cover? Where the enemy's position? They're playing 2-2 split, so not every player can see what each other is seeing. And there's so much that goes into it, so it's really hard to play that style, which, you know, I want to give even more credit to like BC and Alpha 7. We saw them do a 1-knock sniper opening push, and they like absolutely destroyed it. It is way harder than it looks. It looks like they're just full sending, right? But in the heat of the moment, there's so many variables, so many questions, and of course the nerves come in, and it's so easy for a team to get that knock and nothing happens off of it at all.
And it's so crazy, though. Like you said, it is so difficult. I mean, I could definitely, you know, galvanize that. At the same time, you know, you look at Alpha 7, it's crazy how they're able to do all that instantly. Every single player. You know, like, oh, which side do we go? They know. And you just see it. Like, they have zero hesitation. They're able to do those rotations, you know, separate at the same time and push at the same time. It's so difficult, and they got it down. That's why they're at the top, you know. But these teams, they're going to have to pull some of that out if they want to make it into the top 8, especially Furious Gaming, because they literally need a chicken dinner here if they want to make top 8. It has to happen.
I gotta agree with that. We just saw Alien Kid once again with the sniper. I was just talking about BC. That's the player that had that sniper shot. So it's good to see like the bolt action being utilized. Like it's so difficult to actually utilize it because you get a knock long distance and then what, right? They just get revived. So you need a team that could back up the skills of the sniper to really make that committal push, and BC is definitely one of those teams that we've seen do that. Alpha 7 as well, and I feel like as the skill level, you know, gets higher and higher, move on to next year, maybe even just this year, PMGC, we're going to see more and more of those bolt actions really coming into play and those full pushes off of just one knock. I would love to see by next year, if we had like 16 teams that all had the capability to do that, it would be insane to watch.
You're preaching to the choir here, man. Oh, man, that would be so unbelievably stoked. I'll tell you who else is stoked. You know, it's going to be Rise, PK, you know, INTZ. They're going to be dead center of this circle. Alpha 7 doing their very traditional wraparound. You know, for a fact, they're going to hug that circle and drive all the way up to the north side, to that hard shift side. They've done it so many times, and it's just so crazy just how effective it is. Let me ask you this, though, dude, because this is going to be, we haven't really talked about this, but at this point, Alpha 7 could do pretty much almost whatever they want, and they're going to get first place, right?
Right.
So,
right.
Let me ask, so I gotta say it, right? Like, they could also potentially gatekeep and hunt down any squad they want to make sure that they don't make it into PMGC. So let me ask you this.
Right.
If you're Alpha 7, who are you hunting down? Who do you feel like on this list would be the biggest threat to them if you're in their shoes?
Honestly, if I was in their shoes, nobody's a threat in this lobby. Like, let's be honest here.
Oh, dang. Oh, true.
I think Alpha 7 could take a 4v4 with any of these teams in here and come out ahead more times than not, right? The only times they struggle is when they're fighting two teams at the same time. So you're right, though. Like, let's not take a look at Alpha 7. Let's flip it on the other end, right? The teams at the very bottom that might not make it at all. They could get a little antsy. They might want to target out some teams for whatever reason, right? This is a battle royale after all, and this is like one unspoken aspect of it, but there is a lot of internal pride and storylines going on here. There's like a lot of personal grudges that might be developing through all these matches that we don't see on screen, but in the back scenes, you know, it might be happening, and that's just like another aspect of battle royale that I love. I'll tell you one thing. I've been hot dropped on before that almost got me gate kept out of PMGC, and I'm still talking about it now. I still remember it. I'm not even a competitive player, so those things are real. Grudges do develop maybe, and as we near the final games, we might just see some of that show through, right? We might see some crazy stuff happening, but everybody right now just driving around, trying to find their position inside the circle. It's getting super filled up. We're going into the 3rd/4th circle right now. Not a lot of casualties yet. You can see on your screen, everything, almost everything is taken right now.
Yeah, every single spot. I think you raised a really good point there. That's something that could definitely happen. It could happen in the most ridiculous of ways. Maybe a scrim, maybe just a little trash talk in the Discord. And I'm honestly, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that because it's going to be pretty obvious. We've seen already so many days, so many games played here that we have a good idea of how these teams play. So, I mean, I'll be sure to keep an eye out if we see something that's a little bit, a little bit off the norm. And right now we got Team Queso going up against Syndicate. Syndicate having a rough time this entire tournament, literally second to last place. Interested to see how they decide to play this from here on out.
Yeah, Syndicate. Oh, good nade. That's
nice
a great
nade.
start. Gets the knock. Almost gets the thirst as well. Team Queso having to push in here. Definitely a difficult breach. This compound. I mean, that wall, it might not look like much because it's got cracks in it, but that wall literally makes this area like a fortress. And you can see how difficult it is for them. And Syndicate hops on the wall, lean picks to the left, and just sprays it down and getting third party now stuck on the other side of the wall. This is not how you want to breach this compound. Team Queso definitely struggling here.
Got him! Beautiful nades from Syndicate, just beating up Team Queso. Just one last player. It's going to be Axel there on the side. He's going to hop in his buggy and he's going to start sending it, but he's going to have to get past Nova because Nova is looking right directly at him. Actually, he's got to worry about World on the back end. Nice little tracing, but it looks like Axel is going to live for a little bit longer, and he's actually going to survive for now. So Team Queso still holding on. They're currently sitting with 190 points. They have a good little buffer, so they don't have to worry too much. But, better safe than sorry.
Definitely. Syndicate, one of their players do get knocked, and it's actually Alpha 7 now shooting from way down range, looking to get a thirst, pad their points. I think the next goal for Alpha 7 is to have a 100-point gap on second place. I mean, that's the only other thing that they could possibly want. They've got everything secured right now, and Souls and FTY getting in a fight. Souls, they had some moments of brightness and then just kind of fell off a little bit, so Souls also wants to break it on in there, but this fight, almost gets knocked, doesn't go down. Fraternity trying to hold on right now with 3 players, doesn't get that knock. That would have been crucial, Hot Jukes.
That would have been crucial indeed. Great nade there from Nino to be able to shut that down, and that is huge. Honored Souls are actually in that contention for that top 8 spot. They need this finish. They need to take out Fraternity Esports here. Nino's going to be full setting it in with that AK. Does get knocked in the process by Xian. Base in on that off angle. This is kind of a little bit dirty here. Honored Souls are going to have to be careful. Got to make a play. That nade coming out just a little too quick. And it just looks like it's going to be a big 1v2 here. Nice trades back and forth, but Honored Souls goes down to Fraternity Esports, the last place team. That one has got to hurt.
Yeah, Fraternity would, just looking at the numbers, they would probably be one of the easiest teams to take a fight against, and Souls, they were sitting in that 10th place spot, I believe. So just so close to top 8. Well, this is one game down for them. We only got 2 left, or they only got 2 left. A lot of these other teams in the lobby also looking for that top 8, and they can still play this one out, still get some more points. The Knights right there you see on the screen right next to INTZ, managing to keep all 4 alive over the side of Knights. And on the flip side, we're talking about top 8, right? 19 Esports. They're down to 1 player, Acer. On the bottom left of your screen, the solo right now for 19 Esports. Big ol' 0 I see on that right-hand side for 19 Esports, way towards the bottom. If they get another donut here, it's just going to make that climb. Yeah, that donut, usually, Hot Jukes, I enjoy donuts, but this is not the donut you want, man.
That one is not tasty at all. As a matter of fact, that makes your stomach turn if you're 19 Esports. I mean, it may get a little bit happy, looking at the kill feed, seeing Honored Souls go out because they're the team literally right above you. But the problem is now you're stuck with just 1 player up, and it's going to be tough to get any points on the board. So Acer, we've seen him do something magical before. We've seen him pull off those 1v3s, 1v4s. He's going to have to pull something off special if he wants to get his team to PMGC.
Rise right now taking a fight. finds the last player of Mezexis. Mythic with 4 kills. This is one of the players in that top 5 list for top fraggers. I mean, we talk about A7, we talk about Coops a lot, and Mythic is just hanging on in there, but I see him right now. 4 kills? Hey, this guy might be trying to aim for first place as well from Rise Esports. Rise Esports, they may not get first place overall, but maybe one of their members on the team can get first place and get that MVP in terms of kills.
Put it in the bio, baby. Put it in the bio. Rise, still not done yet. And like you mentioned, if I were Rise, I'd be supporting my squad mate, hoping he gets those kills. Here comes Acer on the back line, gonna pass up Fraternity. Use that push to buy himself some time. Is he gonna make it in time? Looks like Furious Gaming is eliminated. And there goes Acer. Unfortunately for 90 Esports. And Fraternity Esports, the last place team here. 8 kills. Now they're starting to pop off.
Hey, it's maybe that mentality shift. They're like, okay, we got nothing to lose. Let's just have fun with it. Just play our game and shoot the gun. And they are shooting their gun a lot. 8 kills already from Fraternity. I'm looking at the kill points. They had, Hot Jukes, they had a total of 16 kills coming into this game. Through the entirety of the tournament, they had 16 kills. They just halved that in one game.
Oh my goodness. Let's see this battle handle up between Syndicate and Nova. Okay, Rad with the beautiful lay down spray through the smoke is going to be able to most likely get that finish. He's going to actually go for, I'm surprised he didn't go for that thirst. Decides to go for the reset here. Memory's going to start sending it on up. So he's got to win this battle. Actually, Memory's going to go in the opposite direction, straight towards Alpha 7. Full send from Nova here. Quite risky, still surviving.
Where is he going?
Looks like, I have no idea. Looks like he might go to the lobby though, if he ain't careful. And he does.
I think he was just, yeah, lost, to put it simply. Nova Esports, the 8th place team coming into this game. Not a terrible game for them, right? Not a terrible game, but they could have done better. And yeah, 3 points actually, now that I'm looking at it, that's pretty... Yeah, no, you want more points. You want more than 3 points.
Oh, you do
cushion in.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that you still got, I mean, yeah, 19Z's out, Honored Souls is out, but you still got Buluc Chabtan and the Black Dragons. These are 2 teams right, literally Black Dragons is right below Nova. And with a good performance here, that buffer is going to be completely eliminated. So Nova gotta be, you know, biting their nails just a little bit here. Hopefully we'll see if they are going to continue to be Nova strong for the rest of the 2 games. Alpha 7 still up as a 3-man playing it. Next circle comes on up. Sute, what do you see?
Rise Esports, they're looking good. 4 players alive. Black Dragons, 4 players alive. You just mentioned them. The team right behind Nova. Well, Black Dragons most likely going to pass Nova, meaning Nova's most likely going to drop out of the top 8. Black Dragons picking up a kill there. Syndicate doing some third-partying from distance. Super accurate shots from these players, but Black Dragons, they will keep all 4 up. They should be able to get that revive. And BC also trying to get their points in. Carrillo really close next to BC, looking to take them out potentially.
Oh, lane goes down. The rest of Buluc Chabtan has to help out, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and start retreating to his teammate Reyes over there. So they're going to donate those 2 kills to the Alpha 7 fund, which seems to be at an all-time high right now. Man, if I could have been an early investor on that, that would have been very nice. But speaking of teams that need just a little bit more kills, need a little bit more investment, that's going to be BC and of course, the Black Dragons. Black Dragons already have 7 kills, so that's a great performance from them. They just need a top finish now. But they still got Alpha 7 up on top of this hill. That's going to be tough.
BC right now probably just hoping for a top 3 finish, because going from top 4 to top 3, you do get a couple extra more placement points. And BC, one of the teams that need to break into that top 8, along with Black Dragons. Black Dragons, however, they have 3 players up, and like you said, they already secured 7 kill points. Alpha 7, though, looking so scary on this north side with only 3 members. They're literally able to take shots at everyone. BC trying to find any sort of cover they can behind those blown up vehicles. And Rise Esports, let's not forget about them. 4 players up, most likely the team to take this chicken dinner. They do not get the zone, however. It goes up towards Alpha 7.
Oh, Alpha 7 with the circle. That's something you don't want to see if you're an enemy team or another team in the lobby here. You can see Reyes still trying to hang on, and he does go down, and maybe he actually does go down to the Black Dragons here. Now Carrillo's got his eyes locked and set right on top of them. Gonna have to get behind that tree. He's gonna be able to crawl to it to safety just for now. But real quick, Rise is going to be full sending it on Alpha 7. They're going to have to switch their attention here. Oh, right now.
This is a full push. If this push slows down, though, you see Black Dragons get third-party Rise. Alpha 7 just needs to defend this, but Rise Esports definitely playing super aggressive. They realize they are short on time. The longer they take, the third party will go in. They're going to throw all their util they can, and I'm expecting the hard push, but I think it's slowed down. Alpha 7 mounting an extremely good defense, just dancing around the Molotovs and the grenades for the time being.
Not to mention, if you are Rise and if you want to stand a chance possibly of taking that first place spot, Alpha 7's up on top of this hill. So that's going to be the squad they're going after 100%. But instead, it looks like they are going to be leaning towards those points at Black Dragons. They're just a little bit too good to be true here. Carrillo starting to put some pressure, just take down Mythic. Last two members up of Rise, man. Alpha 7 from this position have just been so dominant. Nunez gonna have to get the shots down, but Carrillo just too fast. Too fast.
Carrillo quick with it, and Alpha 7 looking dominant now. Rise had the man advantage, but they've been whittled down by the Black Dragons and Alpha 7. And didn't Alpha 7 just win the last game? Are they gonna win this one?
Baby.
And win the next one? The back-to-back. Well, the back-to-back is here. But they could maybe do the back-to-back. Like, they've done it so many times. We're down to like a 3v1 situation. Black Dragons. This is
nade yourself.
Black Dragons.
Nade yourself.
No. He's got this 1v3 with the quick peeks and yeah. Okay, never mind. Alpha 7. Chicken dinner again and again and again.
And again.
Alpha 7 just unstoppable right now. An unstoppable force.
I mean, what more could you say here? What more could you say? I think we're almost getting a little numb to it. Alpha 7 just winning constantly. It's so insane to see there. And I thought we were going to see a self-nade to kind of deny the point. But then I think he did realize, it was like, oh, it's Alpha 7. Who cares if they get another point, right? Let's try to see if we can maybe steal one away from him. Yeah, can't blame him.
Yeah, so Alpha 7 with that big chicken dinner. Does it change anything? No, it doesn't. Sometimes we can argue they're cementing their lead. They're going to hold on to that. Well, they've already done that. So I think one of the bigger takeaways for me is Rise Esports. That second place position, right? XSET is super close. And while Rise Esports, they got a lot of kills and finished third. So second place, they're looking to secure second place as far as Rise Esports goes.
Well, looking at that round report right down there, ladies and gentlemen, you can see Mythic, the player that's actually hunting down that MVP spot, ends up with 6 kills. That's pretty nice there. Mafioso with the 1 nade kill as well. And the thing is, I ain't gonna lie, if you're one of those teams in that mid-pack, looking for that 8th place spot, I don't think you really mind Alpha 7 winning here. You just don't want the other teams in your lobby, in that placement getting points. But Alpha 7 getting points, who cares? We know they're getting first place. So I think if you're all those other squads, towards the end, I think you're kind of rooting for Alpha 7 a little bit to take out some of the teams hunting for top 8.
Yeah, the big one for me was Black Dragons. They secured a bunch of points, and they're at that buffer zone, right? They're raising the stakes, so to say, as to how many points you need to get into top 8. And then, of course, the other big thing that happened from that game is that second place position. Well, Rise Esports just rose that up quite a bit, too. So second place and 8th place. That's the big takeaways there. And looking at these highlights, we didn't see it, but that's how 19E got taken out. I think they were just caught on rotation.
Oh, you hate to see it if you're a 19E fan. Rest of the teams here, yeah, we saw some squads like Furious Gaming just trying a last-ditch effort, getting shut down really quickly. Mezexis as well. This could be pretty much the nail in the coffin for those particular teams. Rest of the squads like Honored Souls, man, this team has a good chance of making it in. They've worked so hard to be here. They get taken out early as well. I can't wait to see what this leaderboard's going to look like after. This is going to come down to the last game.
it's not just the last. I feel like it's going to come down to the final moments of the last game. Like with the way this tournament has been playing out, just like how entertaining and just how amazing everything is. It's definitely one of the most exciting tournaments I've gotten to be able to cast and be a part of. I feel like everything's going to just boil down to the very final moments, and no matter what, there's the stories and like moments to be made.
So many moments. What is going to happen? I mean, as far as who's going to be first place, I'm pretty sure we got that one down, you know, but who's going to be MVP? I don't know. I mean, there's still a lot of different players still very, very close. That race is coming down to the wire. Of course, who is going to make it to PMGC, which, to be honest with you, in my eyes, that's the ultimate story, right? That's going to come down, like you mentioned, to the last second. So this has just been so huge, so intense, and we still got 2 more games to go here, Zute.
It's almost a shame we only have 2 games left. I'd be down to, watch another week of this. But before we continue any further into the last 2 games, we will head over to a break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to find out very soon who's going to be in the top 8 for PMGC.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
$22 games down, 2 games remaining to see who will lift this trophy. And while the leaderboard is screaming Alpha 7, especially after that previous match victory, there is going to be an even bigger trophy at PMGC, and that is where the real contest is going to be at. And we are going to be keeping you up to date on how that race, the qualification, is playing out here at PMPL Americas. Cameron Davis, 7, Glitter. Let's get straight on into this. The second to last Erangel match ended up in a wide open field, a lot of fighting happening, and A7, they just took over that entire endgame, Glitter.
They most certainly did. Another 25 points, honestly, for A7 is now in the books. They didn't even need it, but they got it. But what is actually huge is everything else that kind of went on in the rest of the game. Black Dragons, massive performance out of Black Dragons. 21 points overall, 9 kills, second place finish. Now, this is a team that needs those points. And with a 21-point game, that is going to be huge. Rise Esports also having a very, very strong performance for 19 points. Once again, they're trying to stay above XSET, okay? They want to keep that $10,000 in their pocket, and they're doing just that with that type of performance. Syndicate having a solid game this time around for 13 points. Buluc Chabtan, another team that actually has performed very consistently today and needs every single point they can get. So I'm going to be interested to see how that shakes things up, or if at all. I might not. Fraternity Esports, I think they heard you, Seven. They got 8 kills here. This is probably the best game we've seen them have. 10 points that will at least add to their point total here. ATON Esports, another 5 points. Nova. Okay, now the reason I was so hyped on Black Dragons is because Nova only got 3 points around, and Nova, Black Dragons, Honored Souls, there's a lot of those teams that are in that bubble area, Seven, and these games are changing things.
Yeah, I'm glad Fraternity Esports was able to get 8 kills. They had 16 for total 3 days before that. So, yeah, Knights with 3 points. XSET as well with 3 points. XSET letting Rise Esports get that gap even bigger between that second place and making sure they secure that that extra $10,000. We do have INTZ there with 2 points. Furious Gaming as well there with 2 points. Mezexis, and this is actually a huge surprise for me. We do have Team Queso here with 1 point. Honor Souls, a team that we know definitely needs the points. They were only able to secure 1. And then with 19 Esports as well, getting that big Odona, it's not going to be helping them at all. If they want to get a chance to even make it to PMGC here with the next matches, I expect to see some wins out of those teams.
What I expect is to see A7 with all of those kills to be just as high once again on the damage of 7. I'm gonna stick with you. We can look at the top damage overall from this match. There was a lot of heavy hitters there. Looking at the second page of the leaderboard, having very few kills shared overall, but it's actually Rise on top.
Ooh, Rise with 2,200 damage, 9 kills. Although Alpha 7 was able to be a little bit more efficient, they did end up outgunning them in regards to kills with 2,200 damage as well on the lower end. And then Syndicate, Glitter was mentioning this, like where have you been for you to be able to put up this kind of numbers? It's nice. It kind of puts you farther away from that last place, which is something that players never want to be on. So this is kind of a very nice performance here out of Syndicate with those 7 kills. And then we have Black Dragons. We're talking about a team that definitely needs those points, a team that's been playing really, and I mean really consistent here today. Black Dragons is able to do just that. I mean, they were able to get 1,000 less damage than Rise Esports, but still be able to get about the same amount of kills. And then Fraternity Esports, I mean, for those 8 kills, honestly, all jokes aside, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about that. This players definitely need some kind of confidence boost, so it's good to see them being able to get some kills.
So, I think this opens up a lot of conversations right now. Mythic there, I'm assuming that he's going to be having a lot of those kills, a lot of that damage for himself, looking at Rise's stats. So maybe he might be putting himself back in the conversation for the MVP. But then again, when there's only 2 games remaining, Glitter, I don't know. It might be too little, too late. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I would have said there might have still been a chance, but Alpha 7's been having some really solid performances today that are making it that much harder to close the gap. Even so, because Rise is doing well, but then Alpha 7's matching it, if not outdoing it, right? So it's just, it's kind of like they're trailing along behind. So they're still doing really well for themselves. It's just Alpha 7 didn't like the fact that we said they slowed down, and so they decided to do the exact opposite. I mean, I think it's going to be really hard for Mythic.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's probably even more frustrating for him because it's not like he's going up against the single heavy hitter of Alpha 7. There are 3 members of Alpha 7 in front of him. But no, you're right. Alpha 7 have been playing very well today. I'm not going to say day 1 form because that's 4 wins in a row. That is, no matter how good of a team you are, that's virtually unreplicatable, but definitely day 2 form. I do think that XSET's meteoric rise up to 2nd place after the first game today probably spooked them. I'm not surprised seeing them slow down just a little bit because they had such a gap. They basically did the work already. We know that their goal here was to just get that championship. That's one that they've been missing out on. And XSET getting a little close, maybe spooked them, got them, like, you know, what's that gaming meme when you're just playing and you're leaning back and then, oh wait, now it's time to go. Right, Seven? You know what I'm talking about.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I know exactly what you're talking about. They got really close there to their phones, and then after they got to that 2nd place, they're like, okay, you know what, maybe we can lean back a little bit more. Something that you guys were talking about, though, in regards to Alpha 7's top hitters. And Glitter, in a way, we kind of have a rivalry here between you and me because you chose Revo, and I decided to go with Carrillo. Gotta be loyal.
Me too.
And then after that game, Cam too. After that game, though, they are currently tied when it comes to kills. They both have 46 kills, although Revo still has a lot more damage, about 800 more damage than Carrillo does. But then, when you talk about also being able to help out the team, Carrillo has 30 assists to 22 in compared to Revo. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Carrillo's best map, which is usually Erangel, we still have one leg. Revo usually likes Sanhok, which we're not going to be playing anymore. We are going to be going into Miramar. So this MVP race is going to be tight. And then on top of that, we have Coops, which is still kind of with the striking distance with 40 kills.
I mean, 2 maps left. There's a whole bunch to play for. Here are the top players from the previous round. Yes, Mythic is up there, but Carrillo's also there. So Glitter, to your point about how the whole MVP and then even on the leaderboard overall, Rise can be performing well, but if A7 with that lead, they just need to match it, it's gonna be A7 all the way, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, this is still an insane performance out of Mythic. I mean, 1350 damage and 6 kills. That is insane for a round. Like, okay, that is for one game. That is an incredible performance. So we do need to give a lot of love to Mythic. Carrillo up here again for A7. And honestly, I think today we have now seen every single player from A7 up here in a top player spot at some point. But 7. Do you see who that third player is?
I do. I do.
Top players?
Call it out.
Listen, they needed a little bit of a boost. We've got Spacin now up here for our 3rd top player of this match. And honestly, Fraternity needed this type of a boost. I mean, not only did they have a phenomenal performance, they've now got a top 3 player, 644 damage, 5 kills. Those are solid stats. I mean, I almost want to say, where was this the past couple days? Because clearly they're capable of it. You know? It's just,
what's interesting? Yeah, when you literally just say that, where was that in the past? Spacin is actually a sub player. So far, he has only played 5 rounds. He's able to put out 1,000 damage. And with only those 5 rounds played, he's currently the player in that team with the most kills, sitting in at 9 kills. So maybe that change should have been made sooner. Hey, at least they'll learn from it.
Yeah, but here right now, pivoting to different teams, you have Black Dragons and Nova head to head. These are 2 teams that are on that bubble. Both teams started the day below 8th place, and Nova have just barely able to claw their way temporarily in there, but Black Dragons are right behind them, 7.
They definitely are. I mean, this is a team that I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing them go back and forth again here when it comes to 8th place, or at least when being in the top 8. Currently, Black Dragons, I mean, they've been able to just out-damage Nova and out-damage them by double. And not only that, their survival time is a lot more, which usually means the average placement is going to be lower too, which means more points. So Black Dragon is currently outperforming Nova in a big way. Something to keep an eye out with Nova is that just the kills aren't there. Not sure what happened with the team. We did finally see Yi being able to play at least a couple matches here today, but nothing has transferred to them as they're not even averaging a kill per match. Glitter, those numbers right there from Nova are honestly insane for me to see, especially in the kills department.
Yeah, because this feels night and day from what we saw them do literally the entire season of PMPL NA. We know what they're capable of a squad. It almost feels like they've gone back to like old Nova, where it's that passive play style, going for those placement points, and you know what I'm talking about. But that's kind of what it feels like.
I mean, that's definitely what it is, right? They got that 2nd place earlier on today with only 4 kills. They had a 3rd place with 0 kills just after that. So I don't know. I'm torn on this because on one hand, these are Nova, right? Like, these are really good players. I feel weird doubting them. But on the other hand, this just reminds me so much of all these teams that just, they get to the final hour and they just want to play consistent because they're afraid of taking risks.
Yes.
And they're climbing up a little bit, but then you see Black Dragons, who are actually getting into even more fights now today compared to the previous days, and Nova are still in the lead, but they're getting closer. They're getting closer, just as much as we are getting closer to the end of this event. Before we get there, though, we have another video to show you guys.
Hola, hola a todos, sean bienvenidos a una ronda de preguntas y respuestas acá en la PMPL Américas. Mi nombre es Emmet y el día de hoy voy a estar con Choco de ATON. Choco, describe a tu equipo y a ti mismo, ¿qué te hace ser diferente? ¿Qué te hace ser Choco?
Yo creo que es la forma de liderar el equipo. Tengo una facilidad para liderar el equipo y poder dar órdenes claras.
¿Y tu equipo cómo lo describirías?
Y el equipo, pues, yo creo que el equipo acata muy bien órdenes, juega muy inteligentes, agresivos, dependiendo de la situación. O sea, dependiendo en dónde estemos, si tenemos que rushear o tenemos que bordear o rotar o cosas así.
¿Cómo describirías a tu equipo frente a la competencia que se viene en PMPL Américas?
Pues yo creo que el equipo está en buen momento en base a nivel, entonces yo creo que podemos estar dentro del top 7 de Américas.
¿Qué han hecho para poder prepararse para la PMPL Américas?
Un estudio con analista, estudiar a los equipos. Más que nada los equipos que tenemos más cercanos a las rotaciones en nuestros spots. Y ver qué manera pelear los spots para no complicarnos ya en la competencia.
Perfecto. ¿Dónde se ven al siguiente año? ¿Dónde va a estar ATON y dónde va a estar Choco el siguiente año?
Pues yo creo que como todos apuntamos a lo más grande, entonces esperar desde la primer Pro League, empezar a sumar para la siguiente ya agarrar el cupo a PMGC y se puede a Américas también. Pero el principal sería clasificar a PMGC por el sistema de puntos de la Pro League de LATAM.
Perfecto. ¿Cuáles son tus ambiciones y metas, Choco?
Yo creo que en este momento es clasificar a PMGC y ya en un futuro puede ser ganar Américas ya con un poco más de preparación y así, ya que es un roster nuevo, o sea, el roster no tiene mucho.
¿Qué es lo que...? Ok, perfecto. Sí, sigue.
Entonces, pues, esperamos dar un poco más el siguiente split.
Perfecto. ¿Qué es lo que esperas de la PMPL Américas?
Pues yo creo que espero un demasiado nivel, porque son los mejores del continente. Están equipos conocidos como Alpha 7, Nike, de nuestra región, pues clasificó Furious, XSET, del campeón de Pro League de NA, Souls, que viene jugando muy bien. Entonces yo creo que es un nivel demasiado alto, pero esperemos dar lo mejor de nosotros.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Sean todos bienvenidos a una ronda de preguntas y respuestas ahora con el señor Rulo de Fraternity. ¿Cómo estás, hermano?
Muy bien, muy contento y muy emocionado. ¿Tú qué tal?
Muy bien, todo bien, ahí dándole. Tenemos unas preguntas para ti que seguramente te van a gustar. Primera pregunta, describe a tu equipo y también a ti mismo.
Un equipo soñador, un equipo que no se rinde y que sin importar la situación, las adversidades, da lo mejor de sí. Lo mismo para mí. Siento que soy alguien que jamás se da por vencido y que siempre se esfuerza por dar lo mejor.
¿Cómo describirías a tu equipo frente a la competencia, frente a tus adversarios?
Creo que estamos listos, creo que todos estamos muy entusiasmados por este torneo y creo que somos capaces y lo vamos a lograr, vamos a clasificar al Mundial.
Buenísimo. ¿Qué ha hecho tu equipo para prepararse para las Américas?
Hemos entrenado muy fuerte, todos los errores que venimos cometiendo en la PMPL LATAM los hemos venido corrigiendo, los hemos venido analizando y viendo cómo evitar cometer esos errores y los aciertos claramente, pues estamos también observándolos para que los volvamos a hacer y todo salga a la perfección.
¿Dónde te ves en un año y dónde ves a tu equipo también?
Creo que sería algo muy pesado para mí, pero estudiando en la universidad y a la vez jugando competencias oficiales de PUBG.
Buenísimo.
¿Cuáles para mi equipo también.
Buenísimo. Entonces, ¿cuáles son tus metas y ambiciones?
para este año clasificar al mundial, o sea, al final pues. Bueno, creo que es en enero ese mundial. Y a medio plazo entrar a la universidad y también jugar un presencial de PUBG.
¿Qué es lo que más esperas de PMPL Américas?
Pues, ¿cómo decirlo? Yo creo que sería pues el hecho de competir contra los mejores equipos de todo el continente. Yo soy un gran admirador de muchos equipos como A7, Honored Souls, Knights. Entonces es un honor para mí jugar contra esos equipos.
Perfecto. Rulo, muchas gracias por tus respuestas.
Gracias a ti, hermano. Hasta luego.
Despite not having, shall we say, the best performance of their career, it's always good to hear from the players, and that's including those from Fraternity. But back here at the desk, we are still going to keep our eyes set ahead at the remaining matches here at PMPL Americas. Upcoming, we have Miramar. It is the last Miramar of the day, I believe, which means that, going into the end, I wanted us to look at the best performing teams on Miramar Glitter to sort of give us an idea of who is having a good opportunity to make those points up that they need.
Yeah, and right now, out of all of these teams that we're looking at, the two that are jumping out to me are Honored Souls and INTZ. Now, the last time we had checked in with the overall, INTZ was moving progressively lower in that top 8 position, and Honored Souls was battling to get into it. So if we're heading into Miramar, and these are some of the teams that are performing the best, I don't even care that A7's good at Miramar. We know they're good at everything at this point. Rise is solid, and Queso's still been hanging out in a top 6 spot for a while now. But INTZ and Honored Souls, if this is a map they're comfortable on, if these are numbers that they can replicate, then now is the time to do it.
Yeah. I mean, but INTZ are now looking at, I think they're around 7th or 8th place. Honored Souls just fell out of 8th place. So this is, yeah, I'm with you on this one, Glitter. This is a crucial game, a crucial map for those teams to be playing in order to just keep themselves in that top 8. This is honestly one of the most stressful positions I feel like you can be in as a player. It's like that cutoff point. Everyone else is above 8th place, whether they're playing for first or not. It's not the same level of stress because PMGC really is the goal at the end of the day. Just for us, the goal is to go see what is happening on that Miramar match. Gonna say goodbye to both of you two there, Seven and Glitter. Seven and Glitter. Mess this whole thing up. Just go take a break. I am gonna need a break too, but before I do that, I have to remind everyone at home that we have an amazing event with PUBG Mobile. It is the reunion party, a fantastic event. Absolutely should be checking it out. But Miramar's coming up. So, yep, here it is, PUBG Reunion Party. Join us to participate in this exciting global festival, only available for a limited time up until December 19th. Daily rewards, login events for permanent free items, a bunch of collaborations to check out, including the XSET collaboration that has a custom-made Jesco car skin, so definitely be checking that one out. And of course, there is the PUBG Mobile crossover with Arcane League of Legends. More goodies, more items, more login events, more dailies, more of everything here in PUBG Mobile. Just as we have more of amazing gameplay coming up. We got Miramar, we got the commentators of Hot Jukes and Zute. Welcome aboard, gentlemen. You guys excited for the last round on the desert?
Bro, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped. Who's going to win the last one, Cameron? Who's going to win the last Miramar?
A7.
Your prediction.
Bye.
A7. Oh, wow. Okay. Real tough pick there, bud. Okay. What about you, Zute? Who are you thinking?
A7.
Toxic. I'm going Nova. Come on, Nova. I believe in you, baby. You can make it. You can make it, and you can do it. I don't care what the desk says. I don't care what A-Wood says, dude. I got to feel it. I got to feel it. We need a couple more NA teams in the top 8. I think Nova, they're hungry for it. 19 Esports, ooh, that's going to be a big, long road for them. At the same time,
they're starving.
Man,
they're starving.
They're starving.
Yeah.
They're starving. And it's so crazy because, to be honest, as much as I'd love to see, of course, me myself being an NA resident, love to see some North America teams be there. There's still so many squads here that have so much potential. Honored Souls with their roster, their whole storyline. Love to see them make it. And then Buluc Chabtan have just been really just grinding their way and trying their best to make it here into the top 8. So, man, it's anyone's game here. It's anyone's game here. This is the last Miramar we're gonna play here, Zute. And it's a big one. It's a big one. This is match number 5, 19E. All these squads, Nova, all these teams here I think this is the make or break game. They gotta do it big here.
I said it always comes down to the last game, but not for some of these teams. For some of the teams that are really struggling down there, it starts with this one. Like, this is their last game, and then they got one more that they need to close out, right? So if they drop a ball on this one, it doesn't matter. Well, unless they get like 40 kills and the chicken dinner, but that's never going to happen, ever, right? So yeah, some of these teams, if they don't make it, if they don't cut it out here, it's pretty much done and dusted for them. And looking at the circle and the plane path, that's not an easy start for these guys. Circle is opposite of plane path, meaning rotations will be longer, rotations will be slower, and a lot of teams might start running into each other if one of the teams in front of them, just slow down their rotation for whatever reason.
You just have to start playing this one very, very carefully, especially those squads hunting for that PMGC slot. Anything can happen here, not to mention, teams at the bottom, they can hunt those teams in the middle. Teams at the top can do the same thing here. The plot has just thickened tremendously here towards the end of this tournament. I can only imagine. I can feel the pressure. My heart rate's racing just a little bit. I can only imagine how these players are feeling right now. So much is on the line.
Gotta agree. It's nerve-wracking. I think we've both been there before. And even for the viewers, maybe you've never competed in PUBG Mobile, right? But if you've ever gotten up to speak in front of the class, do a class presentation, the nerves that kick in, those are the same nerves that are kicking in here in Syndicate. Ooh, I hope they're not feeling nervous because they're in a fight right now with one person down, 3v4 situation. But 19 Esports, we were just talking about how they were starving for points. If Nova is hungry for points, 19 Esports is starving. And why am I talking about 19 Esports? I see Sam looking maybe to third party this. Carnage driving over. They indeed are. And Rise Esports. Wow, I've never seen this happen before on Miramar. A 4-way fight off drop in the biggest map of PUBG Mobile? Somebody's having a party here, and I guess everyone just wants to self-invite themselves.
One of the last games. I can't say that I'm surprised at all. And we can see here that we're going to do a little quick reset here. So we're going to run that one back here, Zute. And, we just saw just how that drop looked, right? I think it's going to be the same thing, if not worse, coming up here, dude. Because this is what I'm talking about. So many teams hunting down for that top 8 spot that are desperate, like you said, starving. I liked how you use that analogy of like what it's like standing in front of the class. I'm going to add on to it. It's not just like standing in front of the class. It's standing in front of the class, talking, right? Speaking about something and juggling at the same time, right? And you can imagine doing all that, how easy it is to drop the ball, and I'll tell you what, these teams, they are so focused right now. They do not want to drop that ball to save their lives.
I gotta agree. And so we are going to be moving into a reset. We do apologize for that. There were some just technical issues. We'll get that sorted away. And like you said, it's like juggling a ball, speaking in front of the class. And another thing I want to add on as far as nervousness goes is like, you also didn't prepare whatever you needed to prepare for your speech. You're just winging it while juggling it. And like, the nerves do kick in. And going into the last 2 games, I hope none of these teams are nervous anymore. It's pretty much at this point, like, at this point, I hope so. To be honest, as a competitor, from my personal experience, right? It's at this point in the tournament, you're either just admitted defeat and you're not nervous anymore, or you've already flipped that switch and you're like, okay, it's go time. Doesn't matter. I think the nervousness should not be there. Like, we've played so many days. It's like, get over it. Just either admit defeat and just like go through the motions. I hope none of the teams are doing that, right? But yeah, that's just how it goes, Hot Jukes.
I mean, so true, man. I mean, that's the one thing is if only one player admits defeat, it's all over for everybody. So the whole squad has to rally, and hopefully we'll see which squads are going to be able to do that. Real quick, let's go ahead and check out this wonderful video with some teammates, and we'll get back to you after that.
Your opinion, how long would it take to travel on foot from Georgia Pool Hospital all the way down there to Pochinki?
I think on foot, probably three and a half minutes. In between 3.5 minutes.
I would say about a minute and a half, maybe.
I would say around 2 minutes.
How long does it take to empty out the UMP 45 magazine full spray nonstop?
4 to 5 seconds. I think 45 seconds, yeah.
8 seconds.
4 to 5 seconds.
Is it faster to run from military base to the mainland, or is it faster to swim from military base to the mainland?
Running, definitely. I think, yeah, most likely running, yeah.
It's faster to run for sure.
Definitely walking.
How many roads lead to Picado?
3, 4. I think it's 4.
3, 4.
4 roads, I believe.
How long does it take to drown if you are underwater?
1.5 minutes. Yeah, 1 to 1.5 minutes.
Like 40 to 50 seconds.
If the player is at full health, I estimate the time would be around 30 seconds or 40 seconds.
Which one takes up the most space? Power plant or water treatment?
Power.
Water treatment.
Water treatment takes more space.
How long does it take to parachute? You're in the plane. How long does it take to parachute straight down? Boots on the ground. How long?
15, 20 seconds. 15, 20 seconds, yeah.
30 seconds. 30. Around there.
15 seconds?
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that vid. Man, I'm Hot Jukes here with my man Zute. Here, hopefully, just ready to see some more PUBG Mobile Americas action. So a quick little recap for everybody that could be just tuning in here for the first time. Let's talk about the storylines, the big things that we're keeping an eye on here for these last few matches that we're about to play. Race for top 8. That's going to be the biggest one. You know, teams that make it into that top 8 moving on to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. That's the one that everybody's hunting for, and there's a lot of teams, Zute, that are right neck and neck. Why don't you go ahead and break them down for me?
Well, for me, the top 8, yeah, it is neck and neck. There's gonna be so many variables, right? If one team that's in the lead does really well, that point gap, you know, separates itself. But if a team that's like right on the cusp does well and everybody else above them also does well, then the point barrier to break in will widen. And then on the flip side, if the team belows do really well and the team above, you know, drop the ball, then it's just going to stay right in that little middle, and it's going to get even more packed in terms of, you know, what points teams need. It'll be a difference of only a couple points, maybe even potentially like a 1 point difference. I know it's happened before. It can happen again. So with 2 games left, or I'm sorry, not 2 games. We might have more than 2 games, but with a few more games left, anything could still happen. Just like the pure essence of a battle royale, right? Anything can happen at this point.
I'll tell you what, teams that we know for a fact are in that hunt, regardless of whatever happens, right? Black Dragons, right there. INTZ, Nova, Buluc Chabtan, Honored Souls, 19 Esports. Those are going to be the teams, at least in my eyes, are going to be the ones that have a chance still of making it into the top 8. So anything can happen here, Zute. Anything can happen at all. And besides that, another storyline, the race for MVP. And I'm surprised. I'm honestly shocked that it isn't just like Alpha 7 with a massive lead like we see in the overall total. Like, it's actually getting pretty damn close here.
Well, usually when a first place team has that much of a lead, yes, one player would be so far ahead in terms of kills. But that's also another beauty of Alpha 7. It's like all 4 players on Alpha 7 putting in the same amount of work. So that's why we got 3 of Alpha 7 up there. And of course, the other teams, the second place team and Coops, they're putting up a lot of work for their own individual team so they could break their way into the top 5. It just really goes to show Alpha 7 is not a one-man wrecking crew. If that was the case, it would be something like, Revo or Carrillo with like 90 kills, and then second place would be like, I don't know, 50 or something like that. We did see that happen, by the way, last season in America's Coops, right? Coops?
Papa Coops.
Don't quote me on this. I'm not, my memory is not very good, Hot Jukes, but I do remember something along the lines of Coops had like, let's say 60 kills or something, and then the second place person had like 40 something, like just a huge
somewhere around there.
But it's different. It's different with Alpha 7. Everybody's putting in the work for Alpha 7.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's so crazy to see how just spread out, how even, like you said, those teammates are just putting in work. And that's why they're on top. That's why they're on top here, baby. But still, I mean, there's some teams, some players still hunting them down, putting in work. We just saw them in the last game get a chicken dinner. Right now, to be honest with you, those teams in the top 8, I don't think you mind Alpha 7 popping off. Like those teams going right there in that contention, in that bubble, I think you hope Alpha 7 just murders all of them and then you get top 3. I think that should be something you're actually rooting for at this point. What do you think?
Yeah, not just the teams looking to break in top 8. I think the second place team as well don't really care. Because, I mean, for second to catch up to first place, there's a difference of 80 points, right? So it's like everybody in the lobby just would rather Alpha 7 soak up some points so those points aren't going to another team that might be looking to move ahead of them or potentially trying to stay ahead of them. It's like, honestly, anytime Alpha 7 gets a point, it's just points literally going into the void. Like, it doesn't matter. That's just how far ahead Alpha 7 is. And taking a look at the top 5 fraggers, there's an update right there. Revo with 46, Carrillo with 45, Coops with 40. Mythic, after that last game, he moves his way up from 5th to 4th, now tied with the 5th place player in terms of kills. So yeah, the race for MVP, it is pretty close, just like the race to PMGC.
The race for MVP, I know we see the top fraggers, right? I know for a fact that race for MVP, though, it's a culmination of a lot of things. It's not just who gets the most kills, right? Most kills being a big factor of it, but it's also, survival time, things like that. And I gotta be honest, I think Alpha 7's gonna have that survival time down packed, right? So the race for MVP, I think, is definitely gonna be more along the lines for Alpha 7, at least in my eyes. Who knows? Anything could happen. But when it comes to being the top fragger, that's a title regardless in itself, even if you don't get the MVP, right? Just to say that you were the top fragger in that tournament is something that you want for sure. So, I mean, that is something that Coops could easily hunt down and steal away that, that little bit. Like you said, we saw Alpha 7, they wanted those extra titles. They wanted that more. Well, that's one that's still up for debate.
Yeah, 100%. And for all the viewers watching right now, if you notice a little bit of a change in terms of the top fragger, the amount of kills, or more importantly, that overall scores on the left side of the screen, we did have a technical issue on game number 2. So we will be actually replaying that match right now. And game number 2 was a Miramar map. So we have this Miramar game happening on screen right now. And then the next game we play will also be Miramar once again, which was the Miramar that we were supposed to play. So we're getting a little bit of a redo due to technical issues. But a fight's breaking out, Hot Jukes. You want to take this one away just as Kill Switch goes down.
Yo, man, you know, XSET getting into it with Team Queso with the back-to-back here. XSET pretty well solid up in 3rd place. They don't really have too much to worry about themselves. Team Queso, they have a little bit of a buffer as well, quite a big one. So both these teams, you know, at this point fighting, I think, more for bragging rights. Team Queso, actually, to be honest with you, they're hunting down for some more cash. They're hunting down for some more cash because right now, a good couple games, I mean, they even may be able to knock XSET out of 3rd place.
Yeah, they're fighting XSET right now. They already took one player down. So there's a fight for 2nd place. Now that I'm looking at it, actually, there's a fight for 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place. It's all so close, but I think 3rd place is another big one, right? Because when you think, you know, getting a medal or getting a trophy, it's the top 3, right? You got gold, silver, and bronze, and then after that, you got nothing. Well, I mean, you still get money, in this case, 4th place, 5th place, and onwards. But it's that prestige of saying, hey, I was top 3.
Top 3.
No one likes saying, hey, I was top 4. It's like, okay. Right? So Queso,
oh yeah,
they are fighting with XSET for that 3rd place spot. And Queso and XSET, they're also fighting for that draw spot as well. Queso, of course, getting that first kill. And last I saw, XSET looks like they are going to go ahead and jet out of there. And at this point, I think it's respect. I think it's respect. Sometimes when we see a team immediately leave after losing one player, we might be like, oh man, they don't have the confidence to take that fight. You know, why are they dropping there? But I think at this point, these teams all know like one another so well. They know how well they could play, and they realize 4v3, we're going to respect the fact you got the advantage over us, and we're not going to take this fight because you guys are a good team. You guys got the extra number. We're not even going to risk it. So I think that was a respectful exit by XSET.
Can't blame them. Can't blame them at all because I think they definitely want to. I mean, well, I don't say I think. I know that they definitely want to hold on to that 3rd place spot. I mean, that's a big difference in cash compared to the rest. I mean, the difference between 3rd place and 4th place. 3rd place, $18,000 to take home to the bank. 4th place drops down to $10,000. You know, it's an $8,000 drop off just like that. So XSET, they're currently holding down that 3rd place spot, but ATON is right below them. You know, with only, I believe it is a 10-point difference. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 20-point difference. 20-point difference there. So, I mean, anything can happen. XSET don't want to go out early, so backing off like that, definitely the right play in my eyes.
100%. XSET, they backed off though, but they backed off into Fraternity. And usually, you know, Fraternity, not a team that's too scary, but we saw what they did last game. They popped off, and one of the players actually was in the top 3 for the MVP match, or the MVP player for that match. So Fraternity also looking to lay some damage in, and XSET, they're going to readjust their position once again. XSET, I don't even think they managed to get much loot at this point.
No, sir, indeed. Look at this. I mean, J7 rocking just nothing but a level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. He's going to be hunting down for scraps at this point. So XSET really did hurt their looting time here. Yeah, you can even see Polo and Jay just gouging this building here, looking for the slightest look of loot. They're going to hop in their vehicle and get moving on there. Looks like Polo was able to find a level 3 vest, so that's going to be, you know, pretty good there. It's a good little find there. Polo got them good eyes. Definitely on their heels, though. Hey.
That's like hitting a mini jackpot, right? Like I play classic matches now. I don't do competitive, but even in classic matches, when you see that level 3 vest, your eyes, you know, just light up a little bit. So I can only imagine for these players when they're playing a competitive match where money is on the line, that level 3 vest, ooh, you must be happy to see that. 19 Esports, one of the teams that really, ooh, Carnage with the spray, but gets knocked. I think Carnage was on a full 6x, did not scope down that into a 3x. Syndicate, I think this is good for 19 Esports. You see 19 Esports already have the spread. Syndicate kind of trapped in one compound area. They're not going to be able to capitalize off that knock. And 19 Esports, they should be able to get that revive. Unless Syndicate, they're looking like they want to make some moves right now.
Oh, no. They are hunting them down. The rest of 19, it doesn't look like Sam had a scope at all. Try to get some shots with that red dot. He's going to have to go and try to wrap around here and try to get to Carnage, his teammate. But the rest of Syndicate are looming over, trying to be able to confirm that kill. The rest of 19E has to help him out. Looks like he's got this player here has got a 6x on that M249. So, I mean, he is ready for the pull-up on this off angle. But, I mean, at this point, I don't think our 19E could do anything.
Yeah, Virati literally just checkmated 19 Esports. I've seen so many teams when they're clumped up together and another team has all the angles. They are so scared to move from the safety of those walls, from the safety of that compound, right? And then 19 Esports, they just get the reset, they get multiple angles, probably find a knock with all those angles, and then the team at the compound will eventually lose the fight. But Virati right there, kudos to him. Nobody else on the team moved out. He moved out. He put that checkmate right there onto 19 Esports. And you saw how quickly 19 Esports dipped away the second they saw that player move into that prime position. So very well done by the Syndicate team. Not a great showing for the tournament so far. But that little moment right there, I'll give that one over to Syndicate. That was very well executed.
Still fighting. Syndicate not willing to give up. And to be honest with you, I think that's a very good sign for the squad. I mean, this is the best place you're going to ever get a chance to kind of work on your synergy and get practice in for basically future tournaments. I mean, this is an experience in itself. So the fact that Syndicate, I think, are still playing to their best efforts, regardless of whether you're on the leaderboards, is a great sign for me at what their capabilities are in the future. Hopefully we see them come back, the next seasons, even stronger. Only a matter of time here. The Knights chilling pretty high up on the leaderboards. They're just keeping an eye out. Driving around right now. Buluc Chabtan. Now this is a squad that is on the hunt for that top 8. And that's a Black Dragon there. This is another team that are right on the line. And it looks like Alucard was trying to go to get that kill steal. Didn't actually get it. Oh, he's going to have to drive away from this one. He's getting really lit up. Loses one tire in the process. Great shots there from Dion.
Almost losing his life there to try and get that. I think it was actually the Knights that knocked that player, if I caught it right in the kill feed. So the Knights were desperate to confirm their own kill, but it does get stolen away by a team that really needs the point. Buluc Chabtan. Right now, I'm looking at the overalls. I think they're hovering around 9th place, which is just one placement away from that top 8. BC still shooting at anything they can, destroying that buggy. I think Alucard's already given up on that buggy. And taking a look at the players alive, we're down to 59. We've had quite a few teams lose a player here and there this early on into the game.
I think that's something that we're going to see pretty often here. We're going to start seeing some of these teams go out early, just pushing, desperately, just trying to get some crazy points, because that's what they need. And to be honest with you, that's what they exactly need. Some of these teams need a miracle at this point if they want to make it into the top 8. And that's the right play in order to do it, right? You have to full send. You have to just go off. It's going to be easier said than done, but that is going to definitely make a, change the dynamic of the lobby just a little bit. I mean, you can start seeing just the way Buluc Chabtan is moving. Much more aggressive, right? It looks like they're hunting for those kill points, that they need them. That's what I like to see there. Get to work, baby. Get to work.
They look like Eagles. Oh,
that's
no,
not the work, Acer.
Esports. Sam forced to take this 1v1 with Starlight, both players with capabilities and the CQ.
Oh, Starlight wins those!
That is done. 19 Esports.
You'll see that in the Discord.
Keep in mind, this game we're watching right now is a remake. And if I remember correctly, that second game of Miramar, 19 Esports also struggled with. And now, second chance? In a way, 19 Esports go out with a donut this time. Definitely not good. Hot Jukes, Let me ask you this. What's your hot take on this?
Ask me.
Is 19 Esports at this point in the stage of the tournament getting a donut on this game? You see the overall ranking right there on the left side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Is 19 Esports done?
No.
You don't think
answer?
so? They still got a chance?
Yeah, they still got a chance. You want to know why?
Why?
Carnage, baby.
Hashtag believe
1
in
HP.
Carnage.
Bro, dude, I'm telling you, this man's going to go Super Saiyan in these last couple matches, dude. You know? Carnage, he lives for these moments. I'm a believer. I'm a believer because you know what? I know for a fact that there's some players who, when the pressure comes down to it, like the last games, they just crumple. Carnage ain't one of those players. He has a bad game, he's going to try harder the next one, you know? So I'm a believer in Poppy Carnage, dude. The age coming into play.
The refinement of his
That's
age,
right.
the experience, right? He's like, it's one of those, if we want to make an anime reference, right? He's like one of those anime characters that the more they get punched and hurt, the stronger they get. And for you guys that haven't had the joy of meeting Carnage in person, you guys would understand 100%. He looks like that guy. He is that guy. So, I mean, fingers crossed, 19 Esports. I'm a fellow, North American resident, just like you, Hodrix. I do hope they make it in. Not just Carnage, all 4 players, such experience, such storied accomplishments. They are definitely a squad that I feel like, should be up there on the PMGC running. So, still got a few games left. 19 Esports, they're out for now. But we'll see what happens later on today.
I believe. We'll see if that belief is rooted in reason. Still a team that has played very consistently over this tournament. Honored Souls. They've been up and down lately. And this is a team that hasn't had a ton of experience playing together as a squad, but they put up some really good points. They're right on that line hunting for that top 8 spot, and you know that they want to. I know Dadino, he wants to challenge his ex-teammates. He wants to be able to surpass them. He won't be able to do it in this tournament, but he has to be able to make it to the top 8 if he wants another chance, another crack at it in PMGC.
100%. This Souls team has been quite impressive for me. We've seen some situations where they just, and the most difficult situations, they managed to make it work. It's just that consistency, it's not fully there yet to be, a top 8 team right now. They're close to it, but if they could get that consistency down, if they could minimalize their mistakes for this game and the next few games, then we could see them in the top 8. And Honored Souls, like you said, Dadine, he's also got that experience just as well. Taking a look at the map, where do you think this one's going to shift, Hot Jukes?
Bring it down south, baby, to the south side. That's where I want to see it. And it's going to go a little to the south. See that? Boom, the old IGL. Coming in clutch. Knight's Soul, right in dead center of it. XSET sitting pretty. Nova. Okay, Nova are going to be going to that soft side on the hard shift. So they're going to have to deal with ATON Esports here. And ATON Esports, they are sitting pretty, close around that line there too. So they want to put a couple good games in here, or at least a good game here to secure their spot. INTZ, they're a squad that's literally right there at that top 8 position.
INTZ is literally just 8th place. And oh my god, look at the spread by Alpha 7. I thought that Buggy was going to make it out safe, but Carrillo, he is just in the perfect spot to catch that position. Is that a fadeaway? No, it's not a fadeaway. I was going to say if Carrillo was about to get
that would have been so gross.
Without even looking at the grenade. And Alpha 7, they're actually going to let go of this fight. Usually we see Alpha 7 just, with the position that they had and INTZ at the low ground, I thought they would just immediately full send that and take it out. But the circle did shift, Hot Jukes. Maybe they're prioritizing, a key position in the circle that they know is very important as far as time manners wise goes. Or maybe they're just leaving Revo behind to clean everything up. Because Revo, he's a top fragger for a reason. Let's see him hit these shots. He's missing a few, but the big important thing is he's not getting knocked himself. So, clean up right there.
And
Oh,
and that is INTZ eliminated. So Alpha 7 does end up taking them out, at least if they didn't do it themselves. Papa Blue helped them in the process. So that's the 8th place team out. If I'm sitting there, if I'm Buluc Chabtan, if I'm Nova Esports, I'm Honored Souls, I am screaming as loud as I can, and I'm getting pumped up because now's the time. Now's the time to pop off and start solidifying yourself in that top 8. Here's your chance.
100%. We see Syndicate once again getting into a fight with Rise Esports and Team Queso as well, getting sandwiched from low ground and high ground, probably the most difficult position to fight your way out of. And Syndicate, they're not even in the zone yet either, so they gotta keep moving and fighting their way. I don't think Syndicate is long for this world. It's looking like they're about to be the next team to exit out of here.
Ooh, Syndicate gonna have to play this one very, very carefully here. Rise up on top. At the end of the day, Syndicate, they're not even just close to making it in here. We really should be keeping an eye on the teams in the top 8. You know, Nova, Honored Souls, 19E. 19E gone already. You know, they're already back in the lobby. But Buluc Chabtan as well. Those are those squads. But Team Queso, their team hunting for that top 3 spot. Do get a knock here. Something to keep an eye on. Trying to feed on the teams at the bottom like Syndicate.
They're trying to get that bronze medal secured right now, which is also, like you mentioned, the money. Exactly. Syndicate just fighting in from the blue down to Verati. I think World is just med-stratting. World is not Verati last player, and there we go. Syndicate is out. I want to touch on INTZ again real quick. They did go out. They are that 8th place team, but what's even more important is that 8th place, 160. 9th place, 142. So there was that point gap barrier to entry to making it into top 8, and INTZ was a team holding on to it. And with them getting a donut here, that's going to make everything a lot closer.
And, you know, getting back to that here, Team Queso literally so lit, trying to survive, and here comes Rise Esports looking to shut them down, say, don't even come close to the top 2, baby. Oh, he had that DPS, but it was just way too far there. Team Queso eliminated. But yeah, like you mentioned, INTZ, they're in that top 8. They were in that 8th place position. So literally, all the squads here with that little buffer, that buffer can get eliminated right here with a good game. So they got to finish strong.
And with that good game, I mean, it's just going to be even more of a nail-biter when these points all get super close in that 8th place position. Nova, one of those teams looking to break into that 8th place, also looking to try and break into this circle. This one's going to be tough because XSET, they have that compound down on that south side, and they also have to go past ATON, who's looking to gatekeep them. This is going to be a really tough one for Nova to navigate. They got 2 teams to fight through if they want to take the close rotation, and if they take a longer rotation, well, they're just wrapping into the unknown, but we can see it on the map. I mean, no matter which way they go, they got teams to go through.
Oh, Nova, gotta show up here. A top team in North America. So much potential, so much promise. And is that promise going to continue into the Grand Championship, the Global Championships? We'll have to see here. They do, it looks like they're trying to make it on the rotation. They do get taken down by Xi'an. We're looking at XSET at ATON Esports. Buluc Chabtan gets eliminated. That's a huge finish there. So now Nova, Honored Souls, this is their chance. Oh, never mind. Honored Souls go out as well. I mean, we're just seeing teams just drop like flies here, Zute.
Yeah, but Nova, the team that's not dropping like flies, they actually utilize a rotation at the same time as ATON, but ATON are fighting XSET. So Nova could third-party this if they make use of the opportunity. Nova right now just trying to smoke themselves out to stay alive. And what is this? Black Dragons also eliminated. So much happening right now. I mean, this is Miramar at its finest. This is almost looking like a Sanhok zone where teams are going out left, right, and center, Hot Jukes.
This is so huge for Nova Esports here. This is their time to capitalize, especially if XSET is able to take out ATON Esports. Ooh, that was almost a nice laser nade. Looks like Nova's opted to play it very carefully. They don't want to take any risks. They know they need a top finish regardless of the situation. Here comes XSET on the hunt, looking to eliminate this ATON Esports team, and they get it done. XSET repping the set hard here. And here comes Nova. They know the situation. Now's the time. Throwing in the util. Rin with that UMP up close. Nova, they need these points. They're full sending it. They're hungry.
Nova trying to capitalize off the third party. Unfortunately for them, none of XSET got knocked, but that Molotov
Jay
go through. Jay is down. Another grenade pass is super close. 3v2 situation. Nova still got more utility to use, and they see that circle.
Got him.
See that circle right next to them, so they're not pressed to rotate. They're going to try and take these points. Polo running away right now. Polo, they want to hold that top 2 position. They don't want to give it up to Queso. Polo
and
goes
dusted.
Out. Nova picking up 3 points, but more importantly, they secured a top 5.
And not to mention every pretty much team that is in contention, that is right there neck and neck with them, they're all eliminated. So this is their chance. If Nova can finish in the top 3, I mean, we're going to see things shake up big time on the leaderboard. Nova coming in strong here at the time of need. Mezexis eliminating Rise Esports. They're done for. Top 4 now left into this match. Fraternity Esports, Mezexis, Pittsburgh Knights, and of course, the team hunting for that top 8 that's right there. Nova still up with 3.
Nova also have the zone. They might be able to just stay alive on that edge of it, unless if the Knights, I mean 7 kills already, the Knights deciding to pop off on this Miramar game. They look aggressive. You see them. Yeah, they have zone, but they're not going to just sit and wait. They're looking to pick up some more kills, pick up some more control of the zone. And Nova's got to defend this. Ren with a really nice smoke to smoke off his left side so he can peek the right side, but once that smoke is gone, Ren's got to be extra careful. Every team in the zone, every team with a comfortable position right now. So it's going to come down to the next circle shift until we see some more action pop out.
The Elsute, the Knights, they looked at the kill feed. They realized that Team Queso and XSET are both out of this game. With this performance, they're already going to pass up Team Queso, and they're on the hunt for XSET's spot for 3rd place. So if the Knights can finish here with a chicken dinner, that's going to be huge for them. Of course, that's just for a little bit more cheddar in the bank account. Nova, they're fighting for their career right now, for their esports life. If they do not make it in the top 8, that's it. They are done pretty much for the season. Can they finish strong? They got the players. They got the position. They don't have the circle, though. They're going to have to creep their way in very, very carefully here.
Yeah, that circle is not friendly for Nova. The Knights also not too friendly of a circle. It's just all open terrain, unless if they want to smash the Mezexis compound. But Mezexis, they have 4 alive. Definitely not a team you want to just drive head on into. Fraternity, the solo player, getting a little bit zone blessed there. He does have to move a little bit, and I think he spotted that shack. And he's going to try and make some cover around that shack. But, I mean, we can see it from our point of view. It's not that good either.
Oh my goodness, here it goes. The blue zone, here it goes, starting to close now. You can see Nova with the beautiful smoke walls all the way there. They're getting pressured like crazy though by every single team. Pretty much the Knights actually helping them out a little bit by putting some pressure onto that last remaining member of Fraternity. Starlight, you can see him put some shots on. Xenox coming in. Nova just attracting so much attention. They finally eliminate Fraternity Esports. So that angle is clear now. And it looks like they are able to get into the circle, but they do sacrifice one in the process.
That was huge, taking out Fraternity. They get themselves top 3, which is maybe the best they can do. Wait, hold that thought. They pick up another kill point. It's all down to Yi right now. Nova's doing way better than I expected coming into this last final zone. And actually, the Knights are down to 1. The Knights are down to 1. One of them is just running towards the shot. 24K picking up the Knights with the solo player. Nova with 2 trying to get that revive. Mezexis, 1 player knocked. Mezexis is looking good to get this chicken dinner. But who's going to get the 2nd place finish? Knights or Nova?
Who's going to get the circle? That's what I'm looking at right now, because that's going to be huge, especially considering with this position. But the Mezexis still have all 4 up. Xenox is going to get pressured big time. Can Yi hold on? They actually do put some pressure, just take that 24K and the Thirst. That's another huge kill point. Xenox is out. Now Nova, at least in a top 2 position. Can they finish off Mezexis to get the chicken dinner? Oh, they don't get circle. They have to run right towards them. Mezexis, all they have to do is sit still and hit shots.
Cover. Oh, no, I was going to say they have the cover of the shack, but the nade, just a homing missile onto that shack. 3v1 Yi. Can Yi pull it off? I mean, I thought Nova, the best they could do, he gets one. Nova, I thought the best they could do was top 3, but he might get a second one.
Oh, so close!
Shots were so close. I mean, if you ask me, that crosshair looked like it was right on target, but Nova, that finish was far beyond my expectations. I thought the best they could do was top 3. They managed to get top 2 plus kills, and I mean, Yi. He almost did it. Yeah, that was a team he wanted to do well in. Well, Hotrix, I think you got what you wanted.
Bleeding purple, baby. Bleeding purple. I love to see that clutch factor, dude. If I had, like I said, I like to award the clutch badge every now and then here at Nova Esports. They're going to get that one in that last game. That was a huge one for them. And man, is it going to shake things up on the leaderboards. Honored Souls, Buluc Chabtan, Black Dragons, 19E. Now they're all really biting their nails here because Nova, whoo, they got it done when it counted.
Yeah, I'm looking at the round report, though. I don't see Nova on there. Of course, the winners of the match, Mezexis. They got that chicken dinner. Starlight with 6 kills. Of course, Mezexis, they are far down there. So, like, oh, congrats to them for the chicken dinner, but maybe it's a little bit too late. But hey, I did say I want to see the teams on the bottom still fight as best as they can, and they definitely put up a fight. Got the kills and the chicken dinner. And here we saw earlier Starlight winning that 1v1, so was not an easy finish for them. Of course, Alpha 7, just anytime they're on screen,
Alpha
it just
7
looks like, yeah, it's anytime Alpha 7's on screen, it feels like the opposing team literally has no chance, right? When we see another team fighting on screen, it's like, okay, they're winning, but the other team, I could see they have a chance, but Alpha 7, it's like, you got no chance against them. Their positioning is just so impeccable, and their splits, you know, come in so strong with the way they play.
Blitz, play style, just aggression, just pure, just fragging ability. I mean, they've got it all down packed here. But, you know, we start seeing some other teams that were just trying to push through here. Rise ended up getting eliminated, you know, pretty late in the game. Oh, we didn't see this before. What a crazy full push, and that nade eliminated all of them. Woo, what a play.
Definitely, and well, this is the end game moments right here. Just, oh man, we lost so many teams so quickly, right? It was just, we were watching one fight, but 3 or 4 teams got eliminated while we were watching just one fight on the screen.
Man, that was so sick there. Nova able to just hang on for so long, just out pushing out the Knights. But the Knights now, with that performance, I'm interested to see what top 3 is going to look like. And guys, we'll find out everything. Thank you so much for watching so far. We'll be right back after this break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
If you want a phone with flagship performance, 120 Hz display, and hyper touch technology, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro is the phone for you, giving you the best shot to climb up the leaderboards. And of course, taking selfies of you and your best friends. Just like me, being here with my best friends, Seven and Glittered, here to break down that game. Mezexis showed some promise, but then were nowhere to be found. But here they come, back up with the win. Maybe not enough to get into the top 8, but still, perhaps we can see if they can increase their own prize pool. So Seven, help me break down this round ranking.
Definitely. Mezexis, I mean, what's up with these teams? Honestly, we've seen it from BC, we've seen it from other teams. I mean, even Fraternity Esports decided to be here as well with 11 points. But let's go back to the top. Mezexis being able to secure 26 points. And then a team that definitely needed the points, Nova Esports being able to secure 19. Same with Knights. Something that Jukes was able to mention is that they might be even able to push for that XSET spot. So it's going to be interesting, those two winning teams battling that out. Rise Esports was able to get 13 points. XSET, there you go, with 8. Furious Gaming with 6. And Alpha 7, who has a lot of players in contention for that MVP, being able to get most of their points there with 5 points total, as we're going to be going here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, and then looking at the second page, there's actually a decent amount of squads on here that needed these points on the second page. Black Dragons being one of them, Buluc Chabtan being another one, Honored Souls being another one, all at 4, 3, and 2 points respectively. ATON Esports only able to get 1 point alongside Queso at 1, Syndicate at 1, INTZ though, and 19 Esports all the way down at the bottom with Goose Eggs. And once again, those are teams that needed these points to get inside of that top 8. So, I mean, we've got, 2 more matches left, and they're going to have to put in some heavy, heavy lifting, especially when teams like Nova are having the performances that they are.
Yes. We have 2 games next. We'll go over the details on that later, though Hot Jukes and Zute already mentioned that. But staying on this game for right now, Mezexis, a lot of kills. The question is, for damage, were they super efficient, or did they blow everyone out of the water? And Glitter, they were incredibly efficient. First place, most kills, but 3rd in damage.
You know what? I'll take that. That's fine, because the points are what matter. To be fair, though, Knights did have an incredibly impressive performance. Over 2,200 damage, 7 kills, and Rise matching that with a little bit less damage, but still also 7 kills. Nova also matching it at 7 kills with even less damage at just over 1,200 damage. I mean, this was an aggressive Miramar match, to say the least. I mean, Queso makes their way up here with over 1,000 damage, but only 1 kill to show for it, which is definitely less than desirable. They could probably use a few points there just to keep themselves in a solid spot. And then down there at the bottom, only 4 kills for it, but 800 damage coming out of XSET, and that's just something that I want to point out, because when you take into consideration the fact that Rise is doing well, we've seen Rise and XSET kind of going back and forth all day, jockeying for that second place spot, so.
Yeah. Speaking of jockeying, we have the MVP race that we want to consider, and with the performance and especially the numbers just seen from Knights, Seven, let's see if Coops did super well in this round as we look at the top 3 players from this game. Do you think that he's going to be continuing to close that gap between the top 2 members of A7?
I think he definitely is. And you know who else is going to be closing in that gap a little bit? One player that's been consistent, and we're finally getting to see him here again. It's going to be Mythic. Mythic was able to put up 1,000 damage with 4 kills. And then Coops, 773 damage with 4 kills as well. Definitely going to be closing in that gap a little bit more to Carrillo and Revo. And then a man that we actually got to interview here at one point during this tournament, Starlight. It's great to see him here. He was able to put up 644 damage with 6 kills. So interesting names here, as we're gonna be we will be looking at that leaderboard towards the MVP. I want to see how close it is now between those Alpha 7 players, because I saw Revo getting some kills in that last match, and I also saw Carrillo trying to get those kills.
Yes. We'll be looking at a few moments, as I just mentioned, and what was mentioned on the broadcast by Zoo today and Hot Jukes. Because of technical difficulties, we've unfortunately had to scrap round 2 played, and we're going to be replacing it with another Miramar. Whether you count the one we just played or the upcoming one as the real replacement, either way, we had to, before this Matt, had to reset the overall points and the MVP points, all the stats coming out from that game. So in order to recenter ourselves, we're going to look once again at the overall here, Glitter, to see where that bubble is landing. We know that Nova had a really solid game on the game that unfortunately is having to be replayed. Do we think they're still going to be in 8th place here? They are. But
Ooh.
Yikes.
Okay, hold on. This is interesting. Alpha 7 is in 300 stratosphere status for these points. It's just insanity at this point. XSET and Knights are 3rd and 4th now, though. Knights has really put themselves in a decent position after that game. Queso is 14 points behind them, and they've been a little bit quiet here today. And then you see the points drop off a little bit. Black Dragons in 6th place. ATON Esports in 7th. 5 points behind Black Dragons, and then Nova is only 4 points behind ATON Esports. Now, Nova actually did have a really solid game, obviously, in the one that we just watched, so that's going to be putting them in a nice spot. But 6th through 8th are all very close right now. Any of these teams can fall below or continue to climb up depending on what this next game gives us. But now I want to see the second page, 7, to see just how close the teams behind Nova are to then getting inside the bubble.
Definitely, and I think one of those teams, that right there, INTZ.
What?
I wanted to see where they were going to be at, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And let me take a guess here. I'm about to pull out the glitter damas. Is it Buluc Chabtan being in 10th place with 145 points and kind of pushing themselves above Honor Souls in 19 Esports? Was that it, Glitter?
There's a lot happening here that I actually wasn't ready for, I'm not going to lie. But yes, that is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that definitely sticks out to me. Buluc Chabtan today. I mean, this is one team that we just don't know what's going on, but they decided to show up and play. And so far, things are kind of working out for them. Honor Souls, though, that's a huge drop-off. That is going to be massive. Hopefully, they're going to be able to take advantage of this next Miramar and then the game after. And then 19 Esports, I kind of said it earlier, if they're going to want to qualify, we need to start seeing some chicken dinners out of them. Acer, we need to start seeing some kills. Yep.
But they're tied. That's scary.
Nova and INTZ, yeah, so that whole section between, I think, what was it, like 6th through 9th are neck and neck. And I do think like the 2 positions below 9th place are really close. But that assumes that a couple of teams that are already in 8th place also have bad games in these final 2 games. But now that we've looked at the overall 7, let's take another look and remind ourselves what the top 5 players look like. What is the MVP race looking like? I'm sure it's still the pair of A7, Carrillo, and Revo still in the lead, but by how much?
Coops kills. Wow. And yes, you said it right. And now Coops is even closer to Carrillo than before. Keep in mind that before we remove that Miramar, these players at the top were tied with kills, but now this is a completely different picture. Now this opens it up even more, as we do see Revo being able to get 48 kills at 10,000 damage, Carrillo with 45, 9,000 damage, and then Coops with 44. I'm not sure how much damage has into effect in regards to that. I know average survival time usually plays into the MVP race as well, but it's going to be an interesting last 2 games here, as Coops has put himself within 1 kill of Carrillo and within 4 kills of Revo. Anything can happen here, and what's crazy to me is that Carrillo still has that 1 extra match left in Erangel, and that's usually his favorite map. Though we are going to be playing here Miramar coming up next, and Coops usually tends to perform better out of all those 3 players, though anybody can take that MVP race.
As close as it is right now, you're right, 7. Anything can happen at this point when you're looking at those 5 players. Who knows, even Mythic could come out. Even Mafioso could come out with an amazing game and potentially overtake them and take the lead in these final 2 games. The time for the final Miramar, really this time, is now. So I'm going to have to send you two away to get ready to watch that game. I know it's going to be an exciting one. These players, they're getting down to the wire. So I want you to invite all your friends to come and join the party. I know that we're up late, but it's a great show, and I'd love to have you invite them in, because the higher viewership we get, whether it's in-game or on the live streams, the more rewards that you all receive at home. But then again, what could be more rewarding than watching another Miramar casted once again by Hot Jukes and Zute? I'm just gonna give it to you guys, and I'm gonna go watch the game.
Well, have fun watching, Cameron, just like the rest of us, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's all coming down to this, dude. We're about to see the final matches here of this tournament. Zute.
Yep.
All come down to this. What are your thoughts?
We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back right on to Miramar once again. It's gonna be a back to the past type of deal, and this is gonna be the first time actually that we play two maps, the same exact map, in a row. This may affect some things, right? Because the maps are always changing. That's the usual schedule, you know, put these players in a different situation every time. But back-to-back Miramars, and with how good Nova did, you saw the overalls, they're tied with 9th place. They are in the 8th place position, but 9th place has the same exact amount of points as them. So maybe this could be a small blessing for Nova, right? And right there, right again, the overall ranking. Take a look at that. It is so close. It is literally a 0-point difference between 8th and 9th place. I was talking about, you know, it comes down to that 1-point difference. Well, right now it's a 0-point difference, and we got, you know, we got this game, and then we got one more game after that, and it is done. It is over. So these teams, they better tighten it up. And 19 Esports, well, if they don't do well this game, it's for sure over, right, Hodrix? I know I asked you last game, but this game is their last game to do well in, right?
That's correct, dude. I believe I'm on the carnage. I'm on the 19E train. I'm the conductor this time, dude. Shout out to Mustache Dave, dude. I'm taking his hat. I'm on the 19E train, baby. And the train is headed straight downtown, dude. And you can see Carnage. I can see it in his eyes, dude. I'm looking into him. And I see anger, dude. I see anger and I see hunger. And these guys need to be so hungry. Like, we're talking like chicken dinner and 10 kills here. Like, no lie. Like, that's literally what they need if they want to stand a chance, in my eyes. Or, how about this? Let me ask you this, Zute.
Yeah.
You know, you've been in these positions before. You do your math, right? You tell me.
Okay.
What is the minimum in your eyes that 19E needs to do in order to have a chance at making a top 8?
Ooh, all right, quick maths. Okay, great, I have overall ranking on the screen. Chat, do quick maths with me. Okay, overall ranking's gone, but 160 is the 8th place point, right? Right now?
28 points.
Let's say, yeah, there's a difference of 28, but let's say Nova or INTZ, they averaged like 8 points this game, right? Very doable for squads like Nova and INTZ. So we'll bump that 28 up by another 8. So 36-point difference after this game. So let's say 19 Esports, I think they need like 15 points. That's like the minimum, which is a chicken dinner. If they could get 15 points, they then need another good game in the very last game. And we're catching the replay right here. We did have some very, very early fighting. You see Furious Gaming taking down some kills onto Fraternity.
Oh, the toxicity.
Whoa, that's what I'm talking about. We're coming into the last few games, and that's when the toxicity comes out.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on the 15, Zute. I'm thinking they need like 25, to be honest. Like literally,
right now.
Last game, it's the last game shenanigans. You know, like we're
absolutely
seeing
right.
peaks. Yeah, we're seeing lean peaks. We're seeing craziness already. The last game's gonna be 10 times more toxic. At least that's what I would. If I was in here, I would account for that. You know, so I'm thinking 25-point game at a minimum if you're 19 Esports. That's what they have to be shooting for.
I think you're right. I didn't consider I mean, you asked me as a maths guy, right? I was looking at the pure numbers, the statistics, but this game is beyond more than that. And last game, shenanigans. You can never calculate that into a formula. That's like I don't even know what they would call it in the math world, but it is definitely a variable that you have no idea what's going to happen. So yeah, 25 points. Is that what you said? 25 points for 19 Esports?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Well, that's
I think so.
That's
They're 28 behind. They're 28 behind, and you know that INTZ, you know Nova, they're not going to go quiet in this one, you know? So if they put in some decent points here, then, that's going to make things even more difficult in the last match. I mean, we've seen in past tournaments, Zute, where a squad only needed like 4 points to move on, and they couldn't even get that in the last game, you know?
They couldn't. You're absolutely right, yeah. The last game jitters, the last game nerves. I don't care how confident you are, but going into the very last match for your tournament life, you are lying if you're not at least a little bit nervous, right, Hot Jukes?
Oh, not even, if you're lying if you're not medium nervous. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is nerve-wracking. I mean, there's certain players that have a little bit more experience playing so many tournaments that they're kind of, you kind of get numb to the situation a little bit. So you kind of get a little hungry, get angry, and you pump yourself up, to kind of perform. But still, like, it's in the back of your head, like, oh, I can't afford to go out here. And that slight hesitation at this level, especially with teams who literally have nothing to lose, it's a big thing to think about.
Speaking about teams with nothing to lose, I mean, Alpha 7, they kind of have nothing to lose, but they also at the same time have everything to win. Think about that one, chat. They've literally already won everything to the point where no matter how bad they do, they're not going to lose any of it, right? Like, what an absolutely... Oh, no, in the kill feed, Leon got knocked, and he falls off and gets thirsted.
Oh, no.
This is just like the
this.
repeat. In this same exact general area, 19 Esports Carnage got knocked, correct? And they lost him. And rotating down in this same general area, they lost Leon. And 19E, a repeat. Down to a 3-man again. The only thing they have in their favor is that they're kind of in the center of the circle. But this is the very first circle, Hot Jukes. Who knows where this bad boy's going to go?
I can go in any direction. Losing Leon like that is going to be a devastating blow for 19E. They're going to have to rally. They're going to have to do something big as a 3-man squad. And we've already seen them, get ejected from this position before. So they're going to have to hold it stronger than ever. Got to play tight. Have to play together. Can't make any mistakes. Speaking of teams that can't make mistakes, Buluc Chabtan right there. They're literally right below Nova and INTZ by only 15 points. So they need a big game too. So many different teams just on that same boat. And for a fact that, they may have nerves, they may have jitters, but they're going to bring something special here because they have to. Either that or it's all over. Put up or shut up, baby.
Indeed. All
Put up or shut
over.
up.
And we're talking a lot about this is it. This is the last stretch, right? But I wanted to just remind the viewers, even after they qualify to the next stage, there is more after that. We're heading into PMGC West, and there's a PMGC East. And then for those teams there, they have to then once again qualify to the PMGC World Championships, and every stage just gets harder and harder. So, like, if you guys think this is exciting, like, this is not even the last stop of the train. We got more to go. And speaking about more to go, Syndicate and Mezexis, these two teams, I feel like they are just always fighting each other.
And what's so crazy is, you can see, I want to see this shot. Come on now, M24, bolt action. I got to see one snipe. Give it to me, baby. Yeah, and he do it. We'll find out here in a minute. Going on over, you can see Syndicate making some pushes, making some plays. They got that M249. Kind of dancing right back and forth between Mezexis. Looks like you're going to see Syndicate trying to get some shots downrange. Syndicate, again, and both Mezexis. These are both teams that aren't going to make it into the next stage. But what I was trying to get to is it's crazy to think that you're so right in how the skill cap is going to get so much higher in the next stages, right? to the point to where you look at teams that are so solid, like even Nova Esports, Team Queso, you know, Black Dragons, and all these teams that are barely making it the top 8. It's crazy to think that in the next stage, we could see these teams at literally 16th place.
Yeah.
Because of just how insane the lobby is going to be in the next stage.
That's just how it works. There's levels to this, you know? Like, I don't know where that quote came from, but there is indeed levels to this. Mezexis.
Pretty sure that was Oprah.
They won the last game. They won the... Pretty sure it was what? Say that one more time.
I'm pretty sure that was Oprah. She said that.
Oprah? Oprah. All right. Well, to quote the great Oprah, there's levels to this. And Syndicate, well, they picked up 2 from Mezexis. Mezexis, who won the last game, looks like they won't be getting a repeat of what they managed to accomplish last game. Syndicate, look, they're playing very aggressive, right? This team right here, they know they got nothing to lose. They just want to go out with the bang. And they pushed Mezexis really, really aggressively with no opening knock. So, Syndicate team, they could throw a wrench into things. Imagine if that Syndicate team ran into 19 Esports. You know they're fighting to the death right there.
Oh, yes, indeed. They are going at it with everything they've got. And we're starting to see some rotation. Sute, we haven't really talked about the circle too much. What are your thoughts on that so far?
Well, circle, it did shift further down south. And this one, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's not the most difficult one either. You do have the city of Chumacera that breaks that circle in half, but right around Chumacera, more importantly, is you have all those hills, the high ground. So this circle, if the circle goes south one more time, it's going to be really hard to traverse the rest of the map, and it could make for things getting very sticky.
Oh, sticky indeed. It's going to start getting real tough here really shortly. What are you looking at right now? So the hunt for MVP still on point. Coops, you know, really tearing things up. You know that if you're the Knights, like, that's kind of something that you have to think about because you're hunting down for XSET. You know, at the same time, I think you would want to push Coops up a little bit higher for that MVP slot, right?
I agree. Coops really wants that MVP, by the way. I've gotten a chance to talk to him multiple times, and like, yeah, this is a very team-oriented game. Don't get me wrong. Coops also wants the best placements and position for his team. But I mean, for Coops personally, that MVP title is kind of like Alpha 7's goal of getting the championship title because they're missing that. Coops wants the back-to-back, and he's only 4 kills behind in 19 Esports before I go any further. That's a good start. They pick up 1 point. They need how many more points, Hotchers? You said 25? 24 more points to go, so they still got a long way to go.
Yeah, by the way, 25, that's a chicken dinner and 10 kills. I mean, that is not an easy number to hit. Still possible, though. Oh, Furious Gaming. Getting this nice little dink there onto Rise. They get that finish the rest of Rise, so they didn't like that one. Here they come. Start throwing some nades right through this window. Can he get this beautiful laser through? Oh, that hurt. Milo felt that one. He's yelling for the rest of his team, and it's only a 2-man. Oh, it's super unfortunate for Furious. Oh, man, those nades just too strong for Rise.
That was like
Trigger.
Nades, but Trigger. He does get one. A 1v2 situation. He's got a grenade. If this one goes in, it could come down to a 1v1. I think it's good. He's going to get that thirst with the grenade. He does 1v2 situation for Trigger against Rise Esports, the 2nd place team currently in the standings.
And here they go. Here can Trigger finish it out. Can he do something special here? He gets into a 1v1 situation. Gets the drop shot. Oh, he's panicking a little bit. Does turn around. Gary, we've seen Gary clutch it up many times for Rise. He's got the shots. Does he have the angles? He's gonna try to get the
juke!
Lay down! Not strong enough. Gary, too OP.
He went for the lay down, but did you see that juke Gary did? Gary was pushing towards the right, and just as the other player was predicting the push, Gary did the quick juke to the left, and that lay down just completely nullified, making him look like he was absolutely lost at what he was shooting at. And I'm happy we got to see that. We've been talking so much about the big storylines that we miss moments like that. Those small, subtle moments that really define one player from another. That juke back to the left, those were mind games. And Gary, he absolutely played that player.
Yes, indeed. Beautifully done. I mean, what else can you expect from Rise Esports, number 2 team in the lobby? XSET, they're trying to hold on to at least their number 3 spot. As a matter of fact, they are possibly trying to do something similar to what, 19E's doing and possibly upsetting Rise Esports and taking away second place, because second place is $28,000. Third is 18,000. That's a difference in 10 grand right there. So if you're able to do it with one big game here and possibly pass them up, that's what that's exactly what they're hunting for. But guess who they're having to face? Oh boy, that's
gonna win this
the
fight?
last.
Tell me now.
Oh,
Pick one right now.
XSET, why not? XSET, come on, baby, rep the set. Alpha 7, you've done enough. You've got it all, baby. Share the wealth.
Alpha 7 is like the Baba Yaga of the lobby. You guys don't get that reference. It's the boogeyman, the monster in the lobby that no one wants
Jay
to
hiding.
deal with him. But Jay is hiding, but that could come in huge. He's at a weird spot, a weird angle that I'm pretty sure Alpha 7's not going to be prepared for. So Jay could come into play here, but this is a 4v4, isolated as well. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. We've seen the Knights and Alpha 7 fight it out. Well, this time it's XSET and Alpha 7.
Here they go. Here they go. I have a feeling that this is going to be a battle we'll see for sure coming up in the next tournament. So this is going to be good practice for both these squads. Who's going to come out on top? Here goes Revo on the off angle. Oh, Polo is lit and just gets one tap. Revo's so good on those off angles. You can see J7 trying to throw some smokes for his teammate. The rest of XSET has to be able to rally behind him. He's got the angles. Pieces up Revo big time. But where's the rest of his squad?
And if he knocked Revo, that would have been huge, but doesn't get the knock. Carrillo does get knocked though, and that's Jay. That's what I'm talking about. Jay coming in from the angle that they don't expect. That does indeed play a huge role into XSET's defense, but it's not over yet. Carrillo could get revived. The fight is getting very close. 3v3 situation. Jay, he needs to hit that nade. Mafiosos go for the nade as well. Doesn't connect. They're going to go for the revive on Carrillo. XSET needs to try and do something here if they want to take advantage of that knock.
And looking at the bottom, I believe, what is that, Syndicate? Is that Buluc Chabtan down there at the bottom? Can't really tell, but that's going to be really close battle down there. Right now, still a battle between A7 and XSET as well. I did see one of the members from Nova get ran over in the kill feed. That one's going to hurt. Kill switch. Oh, with a quick peek back down. He is so lit, and he's going to go ahead and rotate to his teammates. He does get the knock in that process. But Alpha 7 still up. Oh, I think they're out. Yeah, XSET, they just realized, hey, let's just counter losses, get on the move, and try to be able to get a top finish, because that's what they really, really need. That money, baby. Oh,
I think the fact that Alpha 7
damage.
I think the fact that Alpha 7 got a confirm onto XSET also let XSET know this is Alpha 7, so those comms definitely came into play on them leaving. They do not want to take a disadvantage fight against Alpha 7, and yeah, the blue zone is closing, so wise choice by them. Meanwhile, the circle, we've gotten a few shifts. There's more fights happening on your screen, but I want to point out 19 Esports, we've been talking about them a lot. They have gotten the circle. You see in the top right, they're not in the center, but they have a nice position as far as cover goes, and it is off center. So this could be a huge game for 19 Esports, potentially.
They're going to be going up against quite a few teams like Rise. Just look like 19E does get the kill on the XSET. The Black Dragons, they're only 9 points above 8th place. And now they're starting to get punished by the Knights. The Knights looking to upset XSET. XSET dealing with 19 Esports. And it looks like it's just Jay up for XSET. One remaining member. A lot of solos still left in this match. While we see Knights get the reset and going to have a full team up.
The Knights will get a reset at a very precarious situation. Super low on the low ground. So low, in fact, that you can almost say it's a safe position. No team's really able to just peek over that top. Syndicate trying to get their revive as well. I see one of the players of BC getting knocked by Nova. Where is Nova in all of this? They've been, they're on the south side in the zone chilling. So Nova, once again, in a good spot. INTZ on the north side with 4 up. There's so many teams, Hot Jukes, that we need to keep an eye out for, and we're this is the second to last match, and so many teams are involved in the potentials for PMGC qualifications, top 3 positioning. It is just, it's too much to track, Hot Jukes.
Too many indeed. You got INTZ just knocking carnage from 19 Esports, and INTZ, they're literally tied with 8th place. Nova, I mean, so far, teams that we're looking at, Black Dragons, ATON, Nova, INTZ, Buluc Chabtan, Honored Souls, and 19 Esports. Those are the squads that any single one of them can drop out and can make it in the top 8 if they have a good performance. There goes Sam, getting another elimination. That's 3 points, getting closer.
Yep.
And it looks like this next circle shit is going to get a little bit off them, so they're going to have to move into this next one.
Yeah, 3 points down. I think they can move into the next circle. They do have control of those hills. So they'll be, and I put this with an asterisk, they'll be okay for this next zone shift. It depends on what INTZ does. Most likely, if INTZ decides to take a fight with 19 Esports, it could be the end of them. The Knights on your screen, they actually moved up that downhill area, put themselves in a nice position, and the Knights also in the zone. Nova, they need to move into the zone. Honored Souls, they got that zone shift. They're chilling. BC got zone blessed. They're dead in the center. And Miramar is, I feel like this is almost like a Sanhok game with how much chaos is going on.
I mean, and all these teams are playing so carefully because all of them need a big game. Pretty much all these squads need a top 3 finish here. And it looks like Ayala does knock Sam from 19 Esports. And the rest of 19E are getting beat up, just trying to desperately get into the circle, trying to desperately keep their team alive here. And Jay goes down from XSET, Alpha 7, gone. XSET, gone. The Knights still up. INTZ punishing 19E. It's just Acer. The last one up. The smokes are coming out here. Can 19E get this reset?
Acer once again, the last one alive. We've seen him multiple times. I don't think Acer's ever managed to clutch up as a last person alive, but that is so hard to do. Nothing against Acer, but I've seen this happen again and again.
Gary.
I don't think Acer's got this. Gary's coming in on the flank. INTZ's on that north side. Oh, it's not looking good for 19 Esports. Not at all.
I'm calling Gary the dream killer, dude. This guy always seeming to get in those 1v situation and win those. He pieces up Acer. Acer has to win this 1v1! And Gary, 2 strong. The nail in the coffin. Gary,
the dream
the
killer.
Hammer.
Technically, 19 Esports still have 1 game left, but my math and your predictions, I think it is safe to say they were out of the running. But one team not out is Team Queso. They have dropped from third place down to 5th, down to 6th, and now Team Queso, this could be their game. They have 4 alive. They want to take that 2nd place back. They're currently in 5th place. They dropped down a lot, but Team Queso has
Nova's gone.
So they're fighting for the money, and Nova is gone as well. INTZ's still alive. INTZ's going to pass up Nova then potentially. So many storylines, Hot Jukes, and we got 1 game after this still. I need a journal to keep track of what I need to keep track of.
I need a journal, I need a drink, I need it all right now. I mean, this is just absolute insanity, and there's only 1 remaining member for INTZ, the team tied with Nova. And if they go out right now, that's only a couple of placement points. The Knights, they saw XSET, they go out. They saw Rise go out. This is their chance to pop off the Knights here to possibly upset these teams above them. And they got ATON right in front of them.
And do you know who's below INTZ? BC and Honored Souls. Honored Souls has 4 alive. BC has 3 alive, and BC has the zone. Honored Souls has 4 to work with.
It's pandemonium!
It is pandemonium. I am having pandemonium in my brain right now. And this circle, it is closing, and it's going to cause more pandemonium for the rest of these teams. The Knights, though, looking like they're in solid control. Not in the zone yet. Syndicate World wants to take some shots, but that car just in the perfect position to cover up that Queso player.
I don't need just a calculator. I need an Excel spreadsheet just to be able to keep up with how many different teams are hunting for this top 8 position. And it's any team we look at, they have something to lose. They have something to gain. Honored Souls, this is a big team here. so much at risk. Oh, up close fight. Buluc Chabtan with the M249. The action cranking up here. Honored Souls, it's Dadin. It's up to him to pull something off for his squad. The last member up. 7 teams remaining. Oh my goodness. It's getting so intense.
Hey.
The Knights.
Between Buluc Chabtan and Honored Souls, there can only be one that pass on to the contention after this game, and it looks like it is going to be BC. Honored Souls, they're not done yet. They're down to 1, but BC, they're packing the kill points in. They still got 3 alive in a strong position, so I'm looking out for them. The Knights also trying to make their way in. The Knights fighting for that 2nd place, maybe top 3. Also, Syndicate
INTZ
doing whatever they can to hold on, and INTZ is out. Syndicate, they're about to go out. The Knights actually go out instead, and we're down to 4 teams left on
and
the
of course, Syndicate still alive. The team that has no chance of making it into top 8. Right now, it's their turn to start crushing dreams, since their dreams have already been crushed. Buluc Chabtan, the dream is still alive though. They are hunting it down, putting some shots onto Team Queso. Team Queso have been knocked down. They're looking for some more money now that the Knights are out, now that XSET's out, now that Rise is out. So many things to keep track of. Buluc Chabtan, 7 kills so far. They're getting it done.
And one team that we did not mention is ATON. They still got 4 up. ATON is in 7th place. So this is huge for them. This kind of secures them a little bit more cushion for that top 8. So every team on the screen really matters right now. Everybody's fighting for something. Well, I mean, Syndicate, right?
Except Syndicate.
We can maybe argue. Yeah, except Syndicate. We gotta be honest here. But it is a 4-way fight. Syndicate's on the low ground. They don't get the circle. Syndicate's probably gonna go out here, and we're gonna come down to the last 3 teams.
Well, and not to mention, I mean, Syndicate does matter because every kill that they get is a point they take away from all these other squads, and they need every single one. Literally, top 8 can come down to 1 single point, and I won't be surprised if it does. ATON applying the pressure to Syndicate. Now Team Queso realize, hey, Syndicate, hey, you got no business being here. You know, starting to work together. Say, hey, let's get these guys out of here. Focus on each other. The pressure coming from both sides, and Syndicate's gone. 3 teams remaining. ATON, Buluc Chabtan, Team Queso. Where the money goes. This is where it all comes down to this.
ATON in a really good prime position, controlling the outside. They got 4 up, and they have these ridges to work with. You can see the TPP peaks coming in huge right now. They don't have hard cover, but these ridges may as well be hard cover. Axial, he takes a little bit of a slip. It's okay. It's okay. He's going to be able to first aid that up. And BC is kind of stuck in the middle of all of this. What a zone ending. What a game ending that we have here on the screen. It could go any which way. ATON not fully in the circle. Some of their members are, though. I think everybody's good for now. We're going to come down to the next shift. We got 1 more circle shift to go, and then that is it. We will be heading into the 9th and final zone.
Look at Buluc Chabtan with the split they're doing in the house. Oh, yeah, this is so deadly. It's so difficult to control those houses because they know where you're going to peek from. ATON definitely had the advantage from that. Ferdinand on the off angle could definitely disrupt things. On top of that crate, being extra sneaky. And meanwhile, Team Queso, they're just on the other side, down to wait, hopefully try to get a third-party situation here. But it's literally just who is going to strike first? Who's going to go first into this fight? Because whoever does, that third team, oh man, are they going to be ready and waiting to third-party it? Could be an all-out war.
There's so many players alive in the last circle. This is Miramar. Miramar doesn't usually have this many players alive in the final moments because the hills, the terrain, it weeds people out. It gets people knocked. It gets people down. But we have 9 alive, and this is it. We got this last circle. The nades, the util, it's been used, but I see a push coming out, and it's actually ATON making the opening onto the side of BC.
Astatian got it done, got the first knock, and that off angle is gone. So now it's just BC up top. Reyes actually peeks that. The blue zone is coming. Oh, the first aid. Buluc Chabtan is done. They are done and dusted. 3rd place. Now Team Queso go out to the blue zone. It's ATON. ATON Esports get the chicken dinner. And quite a few points are going to be taken up by these teams. Zute.
I mean, as far as ATON
what does it look like?
that was huge. That was huge for ATON. They were on the cusp of potentially not securing a spot. I mean, they were top 7, just a few points ahead of 8th place. And with this chicken dinner, I mean, they must be extremely happy. This is a chicken dinner that is super important for this team. There's still one more game, of course, but I think ATON can breathe a small sigh of relief after that game. 7 kills as well, if I saw that correctly, plus the chicken dinner. That's 22 points. That's huge for ATON Esports.
Bro, I'm getting goosebumps. Literally, that is just to stress everybody. That is one of those chicken. I know we can't see these players, but that is one of those chicken dinners that you drop your phone, you get up, and you just scream, baby, because you get so hyped. Because that was a clutch one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here of what these teams did together. You know that feeling, Zute. Oh man, it's just so sweet.
It's like we're going to Disney World. It's that feeling.
That's right. Literally.
Highlights. Oh, here's that juke. You see that? He goes to the right. The player predicts the push to the right side. Jukes to the left, misses the shots. Oh, moments like those, I love seeing it. And oh, Team Queso had a really good game as well. I think they want to break back into that top 3. They don't want to be in 5th place. I don't even know where they are now. The analysts, they'll break it down. We'll take a look at the scores. Hopefully.
We got a lot to break down.
And
jeez.
This game.
It's gonna come down to the last one, Zute. It's gonna come down to the last one. Literally, like the last second. This is insane, dude. So like literally every single team had something to gain or something to lose. And Syndicate, they were just trying to take away everything that they lost to these other squads.
Yeah.
Putting in the punishment.
Yeah, it's a sad storyline, but that is where Syndicate is. Maybe next time around. They did put up a good fight here. They managed to win that fight against the Knights. Rolled down to 1 HP, so that was a huge clutch up. And ATON, once again, ATON, man. They're happy. They're definitely happy with that one. But look at these shots. They're so accurate. The peaks are so fast. The players at this caliber on another level.
On the money.
And we got one more game. We got one more game to witness, Jukes. And that's going to be it. We are going to see the champion. We're going to see the people that qualify for PMGC. We're also going to figure out the MVP. But before we figure all that out, we got to take it back to a break. And don't go anywhere because we got one game left. You don't want to miss it.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the PMPL Americas Grand Final Studio. If you too want to represent PMPL as a true believer, as a true fan, a stan even, get yourself the PMPL Special Crate. Definitely check that out. A lot of cool items, a lot of cool skins in there. But there it was, the final Miramar match, and no matter what, ATON Esports are going to get their win on that map, no matter what. But they were not the only team that were putting in a lot of effort, a lot of power, a lot of gusto. So Seven, help break down how the points got distributed from that match.
Definitely, they say, hey, technical issues, don't worry about it. We're still going to be able to get that win again. That we're able to do it with 22 points total. Buluc Chabtan, this is a team that, once again, today, like, where have you been? You were in 13th place, if I'm not mistaken, at the beginning of the day. You've been able to get a second place finish here. Actually, second place in regards to points total, 18 points. And then we have Team Queso there with 17 points, Syndicate as well. This is just such a huge surprise. These teams, in a way, are kind of helping because they're making that top 8 closer and closer, at least between the top 8, 9, and 10, which I'm going to be excited to see. We do have Knights there with 7 points that were only able to get 3 kills. I wonder how many of those kills Coops was able to get. We do have INTZ there with 7 points as well. Rice Esports with 5. As we're going to be going here towards the second page, Glitter, 19 Esports, 4 points. I think the dream's over, Glitter.
I know. I feel like I can like hear carnage, you know, and the rage. I don't know if they can really come back from it at this point. They had such a good run for a decent chunk of time there, and then today, you know, I think they couldn't hold on to it anymore. Mezexis, another team that I think is going to fall just a little bit short, but Nova, one of those teams that was in the running for that top 8 before this game, but they only got 3 points, and the teams that were around them got more. So when we check in on the Nova row, we're going to see exactly how that played out. Furious Gaming there at 3. Black Dragons, another one that needed points, only get 1, but Alpha 7 only get 1, and XSET gets 0, and those were some of our teams at the top. So there was no point sponge. All the points were available to be had for the teams below.
Yeah, we saw Honored Souls come in with a good number of points, and this is a team that were right about 8th place, 8th position or so. Didn't have a great day so far, kind of has been letting that 8th place, that qualification spot slip away, but maybe this performance, we sort of teased it by looking at their usual performance on Miramar right before this match started, maybe that could put them in a spot to spring into action going into the final map. It's still going to need to be a huge performance by them going into the last map, but let's look at the MVP race. Let's look at the top 5 players going for that MVP trophy. You mentioned it, the Knights didn't get a lot done that game, only a few kills, but A7 did even worse. So, 7, how are we feeling? It looks the exact same.
It does. It does pretty much look the exact same. I can't tell the difference. I mean, Revo's still at the top with 48 kills, which is only going to make it even closer here on the final match. We do have Carrillo. You heard me say it earlier. I'm going to remind you again. Carrillo's favorite map so far this tournament has been Erangel. Revo is usually Sanhok. We're not going to be playing Sanhok. We are going to be playing that Erangel next. So maybe that's a 1-up there for Carrillo. And Coops usually does a lot better in Miramar. He wasn't able to take advantage of that Miramar. Anything can happen here. I'm excited for it. I picked Carrillo. I think Cam as well did pick Carrillo. Glitter did go with Revo. So,
Revo.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm all for it, all right?
Here's the overall ranking. Let's see how that previous game changed everything. Black Dragons still in the top 8 despite only getting 1 point, but Glitter, help break down this whole thing.
Okay, there's a lot going on here, so we're going to have to talk through all of this. And we're skipping straight down to 4th place, okay? Knights are still above Queso by a couple points, and Queso do have a decent lead on ATON, even taking into consideration the chicken dinner. Somehow, also going to point this out, Queso is still, and has been the entire weekend, the only team that's been on this first page of overall the entire time with 0 chicken dinners. That's just how quietly consistent they've been. But moving on down, Black Dragons struggled in that last match. They are only 3 points above a new 8th place spot, which is now INTZ. Nova was here, and Nova is not here anymore. Now, if you remember, INTZ and Nova were tied going into the last match, and Nova was above in the 8th place position because of the amount of chicken dinners that they have. But now, as we take a look at the second page, 7, Nova's dropped down, and they're tied with Buluc Chabtan.
Yes, they are. And it's only 4 points away that's separating them from being able to make it to PMGC. Oh, Glitter. This is going to be interesting. Now it comes to which one out of the bottom teams. We see Syndicate, right? We see Fraternity get some points as well. Which of those teams are going to be stealing points from these teams that definitely need it, like Nova Esports, like Buluc Chabtan? And also something that I wanted to mention is that now Knights have put themselves on that first page within at least 6 points of being able to take that third place from XSET. We saw at the beginning of the day, XSET was fighting for that second place. I don't think that's the case anymore. And that alone, third and fourth place, is an $8,000 difference. Now, I also want to add Team Queso to that because they're not that far away from that as well. They can make a huge push from 5th place all the way to 3rd place. So there's still a lot of stuff going on that overall. I'm excited to see how Nova Esports is going to come out. We saw Yi earlier being able to put up great performances, and also how Buluc Chabtan is going to be able to finish off this day. This is by far one of the best days we have seen out of this team.
You know what you just made me think of, though?
Ooh, what?
Okay, so recall back, I think it was like 2 games ago when Jukes and Zoo were talking about it. They were saying, okay, now that Alpha 7 is completely set, what do we think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to go after any of the teams that are right on the top 8 bubble and try to knock them out? Now I'm going to recall all the way back to the beginning of the weekend when Jay was saying that one of the teams to look for out of Brazil, Latin America, the regions that were coming in, INTZ, right? INTZ is in that 8th place spot right on the bubble. What if the teams up top go after INTZ to knock them out and then open up the door for Nova and Buluc to just battle it out and see who could sneak their way in?
Oh, man. I'm going to put you on the spot on this one. Out of those 2 teams, if you were Alpha 7, which is the team that you wouldn't want to go to PMGC, INTZ or Nova Esports? I'm personally going to say Nova Esports because we have been able to see their fragging power. INTZ has been just too lenient for me. It just really hasn't been that big of a factor, even though they're currently qualifying to PMGC. But I got Nova. Who you got?
See, I personally think Nova, but I'm trying to put myself in A7 shoes, and I'm going to knock out my own region as much as I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I would keep my region in because I'm comfortable with them and I'm more used to how they play. But let's look ahead. We have 1 match left. Let's look at Erangel. These are the mat performance stats. We talked about all these teams that are just a few points away from getting in or even falling out of top 8. And so, Glitter, does this answer any of our questions of who has the best opportunity here on the final map? Who is the most likely to have an amazing game?
No. Not at all. It does not. It does not help me. It doesn't help me. However, the one that did jump out to me is Black Dragons because they are a little bit at risk of falling below where they currently are if they don't have a solid last game here. And the fact that they are one of the 5 that pops up for map performance on Erangel is actually huge for them if they can repeat this performance. But 7, do you feel like this kind of straightens anything out for you?
It makes it more exciting for me, actually. Especially, I'm looking at that 3rd place race right now that we're having. I'm thinking about the money, all right? These teams are fighting for their money as well. $8,000, you can definitely do a lot of that. You can buy a lot of skins in PUBG Mobile with that kind of cash. And I'm looking at XSET stats. I'm looking at Night stats as well. They're fairly even out there. And another team that I'm actually not looking at there is Team Queso. So, oh man, it's gonna be interesting. There's gonna be a lot of moving teams here on this last game, and I love it.
So, looking at those numbers, looking at that graph, it almost seemed like outside of Black Dragons, for the teams that are trying to, like, around that bubble position, it's not so much who can have the best Erangel game, but who can have the least bad Erangel game.
Ooh.
I'm almost morbidly curious what the bottom 5 stats are, if there are any of those teams on the bubble in there, but that's all aside, because I have great news for y'all. The final match of the game is coming up right now. So Glitter, 7, I know you're excited. We're gonna have to send you away so we can get this match rolling. Before we head up there though, I have to remind you for one final time to check out the OnePlus 9 and the OnePlus 9 Pro. It's a great phone, amazing stats, 120Hz display, hyper touch technology, and flagship performance. With a tool like this, you too can maybe win PMPL Americas yourself. But let's see who is going to win it this time with their commentators, Zute and Hot Jukes. You guys ready for the blowout finale match of this entire weekend?
Oh, hold on. Let me get a drink of water here real quick. I'm ready. How about you guys?
I'm ready. I have nervous energy, and it's just my brain is just melting right now in anticipation on what's about to happen. Like, does not compute, basically.
I'm sure many of the players agree with you. At this point, there's only one option, and that's just to go for it. So I'm going to let you two do just that.
Thank you so much, Cameron Davis. Everybody, get up out your seats or stay in them. I don't care. But mentally, do it with me, baby, because here we go. It all comes down to this, the final game of the PMPL Americas, Zute. Here we are, baby.
Yep. And then after this, we got more. We got more even after this. But for a lot of the teams here, this is it. This is the final stop if they don't make it. And we saw those overalls. Oh man, it's looking really close for Nova, for INTZ, for BC, and just so much process, and the MVP running, and the prize money, and the top 3. Seven mentioned it, the difference from 3rd to 4th place. There's so much going on in this last game, Hot Jukes. I want to say I'm ready, but at the same time, I'm not ready.
Whew. Well, ready or not, here we go, baby. Last game of the tournament, the finals. We're in Erangel. So many teams have everything to lose, Zute. After this, it's over. They're done. They're going to stay home, and they have to wait months before they get another opportunity to play at this level. Yep. It's back to the drawing board. But they can continue on. They can go to that next stage. And that's where the big money, I mean, this is huge money here for just this tournament alone. Big money. But I'll tell you, next stage, it's only going to get bigger. I just saw the announcement, Zute, for what these tournaments are coming up for the prize pools, and it is just mind-blowing.
It is big dollar signs. Jukes, I saw it myself, and well, before we even get to that stage, let's make it out of this stage. There's quite a few teams. We don't know if they're gonna make it or not. It all comes down to this last game, of course. I see 2 players already knocked from Syndicate. I think it's just, oh wait, no, is that a hot drop happening? I think it is. I think Syndicate's actually dropping with Mezexis. Okay, so I was right. Oh wait, no, Mezexis all the way to the east. What 2 teams is fighting right? Is that INTZ?
Oh my
Cameraman.
goodness, no way.
We need a zoom
Cameraman!
If that is INTZ, that team is sitting in dead 8th place. It is INTZ, and they're winning this fight too. They are hot drop. Okay, INTZ does not usually drop here. INTZ is taking fate by the hands and just beating it up right now. They're beating their way into the top 8 aggressively, going for these points. They're about to secure 3 right there. That player's 1 HP goes down.
Baby.
The confidence out of this team. Can you imagine a team in 8th place on the cusp of not qualifying or qualifying decides to hot drop a team?
And the decent finish up! And look at the shot!
The celebration.
That was a target. No, that was a targeted hit. That was a targeted hit, 100% from Syndicate.
Oh, do you hear the celebration?
And the shots! Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah. Throw them up in the air, baby! We'll take those 4 points to the bank!
Hold on. You're telling me this team in 8th place has the cojones to just straight hot drop a team? I mean, they did target the 2nd to last place team. It's not like they hot dropped Alpha 7, right? They like you said, it was targeted. It was a targeted hit, but still to have the confidence to do that in the very last game, INTZ, they're built different, Hot Jukes. They're just built different.
Dang, dude, that just goes to show what they thought of Syndicate too, you know? They're like, hey, how can we pick up 4 quick points to start things off? And they look at the leaderboards. And this is what we've been talking about. Like, when you don't have good performances, this is what happens to you, you know? You get hunted, you get targeted. And honestly, with INTZ, rightfully so. It worked perfectly. I mean, that's 4 huge points. They need every single one if they want to beat Nova out. 19E, though. Uh-oh. Could they be on the hunt to knock out INTZ? This is a weird split. We haven't seen them do this strategy before.
Nope. This is definitely weird, but at this point, I'm gonna tell it like this, Hotchukes. My confidence in 19 Esports, my belief in #BelieveInCarnage, it is gone. I don't think 19E is gonna be much of a trouble for INTZ. Like maybe. Oh,
Nova! This is huge. A DBS, not big enough. Keep Queso on top of it. Now Nova, they had to have seen it. Nova noticed. They saw INTZ get those 4 kills. So now they know we're 4 kills behind. Like literally hunting them down.
4 more kills behind.
That's true.
They're already
4 more kills.
They're already behind.
That's right.
This is crazy, Hotchukes. This is like they're like sending telecommunication signals through the kill feed, and they're answering each other's call across opposite ends of the map. They're like, okay, INTZ, we'll raise your 4 points with our 1 point. I mean, they still got more to go, but Nova, I think they realize, yo, this is it. This is last game. INTZ, they're taking matters into their own hands. All right, we're going to crack out the playbook. We're going to do some isolations, pick up some quick kill points ourselves, and Nova, they answer back with 1 point, but they need more, Hotchukes. They need more than that.
Oh, they need a lot more than that. Black Dragons just making some movement, making some noise down south. The rest of Team Queso just on the move, tucking their tail, trying to survive. They're still hunting, of course, for that top 3 position. Oh, looks like we see a little bit of a team nade there from Furious Gaming. You hate to see that. Ayala in a very precarious spot. This is a pretty good position, but he's got to be very careful to not get caught out. He does have eyes, just getting some intel onto the Black Dragons. They're going to be moving away from this position, though. Circle, we haven't talked about it yet. It's pretty central, right? Dead center of the map.
Yep.
We don't know quite where it's going to go yet, but so far, so good for all of these teams. It looks like 19E, I know you guys can't see it, but we can take a look at the mini-map, and 19E is moving away from INTZ. So that little trap, looks like they opted to, you know, just deactivate it for now.
XSET right now, and this is the last game of the entire tournament, ladies and gentlemen, so we might see more action. We might see more aggressiveness come out of some of these teams, and that is definitely what's going on. We got like a little bit of a Tokyo Drift action with cars driving back and forth, trying to find some angles, and it is just all out chaos. This is the very first circle, but these players, I mean, safe to say they're warmed up by now, right, Hotchukes? They're itching to get some fights going in.
I don't care how warmed up you are, you know, them hands are going to be just a little bit shaky. You know, there's just so much on the line, especially for so many of these teams in this top 8 area. And there's a lot of them. There is quite a few. Papi Potro taking a look at this at the door, you know, making sure that it's all nice and sturdy. The rest of the Black Dragons are going to take Pachinki Hill. What was that?
Yeah, taking Pachinki. I was just going to say, I think the very last game of the day, some of these players just really want to appreciate the map of Erangel.
That's right.
You know this is the last game. They just want to appreciate the grass, appreciate the architecture of buildings. But, you know, like, speaking about Furious Gaming, one thing we haven't mentioned yet on this broadcast, and I think we should mention it at least once, is that Furious Gaming, they were the champions of their own region, which qualified them to this position, similar to Alpha 7, right?
They're good.
So Furious Gaming, even though they're not in that top 8, they are going to move on to the next stage. So if you see Furious Gaming compete in the next stage, that is why. So just want to throw it out there for the viewers in case the viewers did not know that information.
Yeah, they've already got the golden ticket. So Furious Gaming, they're good. And maybe it could be a little bit of a strategy of them to kind of keep it quiet during this tournament, to not give, you know, more intel to the squads fighting in the next one. Who knows? You know, we'll see in the next stage how they perform. But we're still here. I mean, this is the last game. So, you know, Furious Gaming, they're good, but there's a lot of teams that aren't. And we're going to see where this next circle is going to shift. 19E right on top of INTZ. They're on the northwest side of the map. They are very close. That is something I really want to see here. And it looks like they did get... they got the double. One's already thirsted. INTZ are in big trouble. Nova and every fan across the world are screaming at the top of their lungs because this is huge, huge for them and soul crushing for INTZ.
Yeah, so we were talking about 19 Esports leaving that trap they set up. Instead, they moved in front of INTZ to set up a trap in front of them. And INTZ, that hot drop maybe looking like it's not going to pay off, down to one player. I don't think he's going to survive. 19. Oh, yep.
Got him!
INTZ.
INTZ! Done!
Out.
Was it enough?
Out.
Was the hot drop
Was 4 points enough? Was 4 points enough? I mean, they were in the lead already, and they tacked on 4 more points. But INTZ, just imagine them right now at their homes, going out in that very moment. It must not feel good. It must not feel good. Nova, though, they saw that in the kill feed. Nova knows the point standings. Nova knows what they need to do, along with BC. BC, another team that's trying to break into that top 8, they also saw what happened. A huge door just opened up. And it's only going to get more chaotic from here on out.
For INTZ, it feels like 1,000 pounds just came on top of their shoulders. And for Nova, it feels like 1,000 pounds was just lifted off of their shoulders. So, I mean, as well as quite a few squats. I mean, anything can happen. But Nova are not out the gates yet. But now they know exactly how many points they need. Yep. They know to the T exactly what they need to do if they want to stand a chance. Now, there is teams right next to them that could still pop off here and even pass them up and keep them out. But with INTZ gone, that is a huge just breath of relief for these teams.
100% with you on that one, Hot Jukes. It's Nova's game to throw at this point. You know, that gatekeeper is not there anymore. The door is wide open, but do they have the skill to walk through that door? That's the big question. Same with BC. The door is open, and I'm going to say only one of them can fit through, but if both of these teams, BC and Nova, get a huge game, they might both qualify, and we might see another team get kicked out of the top. That could be a potential just as well.
Oh man, I can't wait to see it all at the end here. It's just ramping up though. I mean, I just still gotta just watch and just soak it in myself. I can't believe this all come down to this. The last game, you can see the Black Dragons up right on top of Potato Hill. 19E off to ruins. Nova, the team that we're really keeping a close eye on, they're gonna be pushing in super late. They want to just extend their game to the absolute end if possible. They're going to be playing the safest Nova play that we've ever seen before.
And the 3 teams I'm keeping an eye on in the chat, you guys should too as well, is Black Dragons. They were 7th place, okay? Just 1 ahead of INTZ, and then Nova and BC. Those are the 3 big teams to really watch out for, especially with INTZ out of the lobby. We'll see what happens, especially with this zone shift. Let's see which team out of those 3 I mentioned gets the favorable shift. It does go down.
Goodness.
Hard south towards Black Dragons. That's huge for Black Dragons, and that's huge for Nova. Nova no longer need to make a big, long rotation. Let's see if Nova can take advantage of this circle shift as well. And BC up in the far northeast. That's a tough one for them.
Oh man, it's literally the worst shift. BC are just like, are you kidding me right now? The worst luck right here at the end, but they're gonna have to make their own luck. They're gonna have to push in and get it done with the guns at their backs. We'll see. They're gonna have to pass up Mezexis, XSET. So many teams on this rotation. We're keeping an eye. It looks like Nova are gonna be able to secure Pachinki Hill. A very good position for them. They are playing it very separate. Looks like Memory is opting to play it even more central. You know, they're very familiar with that farm area. That is where they drop. And it looks like Nova are going to be able to be quick enough to get pretty much any spot that they want central in the zone. That's huge.
It looks like it. It looks like it, but it's so scary too. If you pick a strong spot, another team might want it just as well. You see the kind of indecision, or not indecision. I think Nova's getting a little bit greedy. They're trying to scout more potential options. They're split right now. If a team crashes Nova right now, that could be the end of it. I am so worried for this Nova team right now playing this split. Like, I get it. Play split in the other days. You know, assert your dominance like Alpha 7 has. But coming down to this very last game, playing split right now, it could work out, Hotchooks, but as a spectator, man, my heart is just beating. This is just making me nervous.
But this is what I was talking about. This is the issue. You know, when you get to this last thing, do you change the recipe? Like we're talking about here, it's like talking in front of a whole class while juggling. But do you change the script at the last second, no matter what? And it looks like Nova, they say no. We're going to continue with this script. We're going to do what got us here, that split gameplay. But like you mentioned, it's so dangerous. They can't afford to lose even one person. So, it's going to be just so intense coming up here. But they got their spot. They made their decision.
I think they grouped back up.
Okay.
They have grouped up.
Yeah. You know what they said? All right, you know what? We will change the script.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what, guys? Let's change it. Let's change it, guys.
They were in their split for a few seconds, and they're just sitting there like, yeah, this. No. Let's group back together. No. We're not doing this. We're not doing this right now. This is.
Yep. I mean, it's so true. Like that's what it comes down to at these moments. That one decision is literally everything or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we were nervous just watching that. Imagine the players when they're split, sitting off somewhere else by themselves. You could bet your butt that player is feeling that nervous energy. And that circle shift, Black Dragons, once again,
Dead center.
That's going to be huge for them. Nova's got to rotate in. BC, once again, hard shifted away from them. These three teams. Anything could happen, Hotchooks. Anything.
Nova have to be super careful. They're on this rotation. They moved very quickly, but there are so many teams in the area. We're keeping an eye on Nova. Now, they are going to go all the way down to their hill. They love this position. They do loot farm, so they're going to know this spot very well. The Black Dragons have the best position, though. They're dead center. Nova holding this dip right here by the shack. And this is going to be where it's all going to end. You're going to see it. They're looking in every direction, trying to pick up some kills. Ayala does go down. Rise are going to be holding the shelters right nearby, as well as everybody just starting to creep on in. Nova still holding on.
Yeah, Nova, this spot is not the best spot, but it can work. It can definitely work. Nova's going to have to use quite a few smokes to stay alive in this one, I imagine. But the chaos is breaking out all elsewhere. And BC rotating in from the northeast. Let's take a look at them. They're not quite yet into the zone. They might find a way in. Black Dragons trying to pick up some kill points. They need these points as well. They're in that top 7, but not 100% guaranteed. Getting some knocks in, and 19 Esports fighting in the north. Furious Gaming coming into the mix. Souls also, I think that's one team out. 19 Esports. Well, we already said they're done and out, but they're officially done and out. Going to the ways of the Knights. And Black, or BC, they're not in zone.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
They can stop here and get some more information.
19 E's out, but we don't even have time to mourn them. There's still so much action here to be had. Buluc Chabtan looking for that one option. Poor Buluc. Buluc trying to be able to find it down. Reyes trying to find that spot. Honored Souls. This is another team that is just hunting, trying for a miracle here. Beautiful shot from Reyes. It's going to pick up the double. And are they going to go for the triple? This has got to be full send time. You know they're going to go for it. They have to.
Oh, yeah. They have to. The points. BC. Let's go, BC. They're coming in hot. They're putting up the fight.
Hey, come.
BC is here. BC is here to play. Black Dragons also here to play. They get that point. That's huge. That's 1 point for them to secure their top 7 a little bit more. And Nova, of course, are still alive. Rise Esports, the second place team overall, padding their points right now, taking down Fraternity Esports. And we're down to just 10 teams. 35 left alive, and the map is looking sparse.
Oh, sparse indeed. And but I'll tell you what, if this was a boxing match, they're not sparring. They are swinging for the fences right now. You got Black Dragons, dead center. Nova, right off that off angle on the south. They're still holding that dip, and they're holding it strong. Everybody else is so spread out. Because of all this action, there's not very many teams left. There's only 35 alive. Normally we see 64 up by this time. So that's going to give teams a little bit more time to just breathe a little bit and get their game plan dialed to a T for the rest of the match.
I can't believe we have Nova, Black Dragons, and BC still left in this game. And all three of these teams, if I'm not mistaken, have 4 alive. And the circle goes up north. Black Dragons, is that a zone blitz? I mean, they get the circle, but teams are going to be pushing them. And Nova, that circle shifts right off them just by a little tiny bit. And of course, the Knights, well, don't forget, Coops. He wants that MVP title. And the Knights have full control of the high ground on the north side. So this could be a big game for Coops. But Alpha 7 is still alive with 4 just as well. So much going on, Hot Jukes. There is so much happening right now.
Oh my gosh, Nova's pre-smoking, getting ready for the rotation that's coming up. And no matter what happens at the end, we all know that INTZ and their fans are punching the air right now. They are biting their nails to see if what they did was going to be enough to hold on. And it's going to be hard because Nova is coming in strong. Black Dragons have a good position. XSET is full sending onto the Black Dragons. This is a huge fight. Dead center of the map.
It looks like Rise Esports, a super dominant team, is going to decide to take out this Nova team before moving up further. So like I said, Nova found a safe spot to stay alive, but how good of a spot is it to fight your way out of? It looks like they're trapped in a pit of grenades and utility. Can Nova mount the defense that is needed? Rise Esports, they have the advantage. And a double grenade, this could be it for Nova. This is not what they wanted.
Runovers! The runovers, it's just Yi, and he's gone! Nova Esports eliminated in 10th place!
With 0 points.
Oh.
10th place, no kills. Nova, we saw they were playing split, and then they got scared and clumped up together, and then they picked a very bad position. They could stay alive there, but they can't fight their way out of, and it bites them in the butt. Nova actually has 2 points with the 10th place finish, but that's not enough to pass up INTZ. Nova is out of here. Comes down to BC and Black Dragons now.
INTZ fans are screaming at the top of their lungs right now, but Buluc Chabtan still alive. Black Dragons still alive. The Knights still putting in work. Mezexis eliminated. Top 8 now. If you go out, that is 1 placement point. Unbelievable. The Knights have picked up 5 kills. And it looks like, we don't know how many Coops has. But no, he's on the hunt. Alucard picking up 1 on Carrillo. Rest of Alpha 7. Still there.
Yep.
Alpha 7
Knights
still
want to take this fight. They want to get that MVP. They want to get that MVP for Coops. That's all Coops wants right now. Knights have the advantage right now with that opening. Xenox goes down though, so Xenox is knocked. Oh, Xenox just got revived. They're spraying the grass. Carrillo about to get thirsted out. I hear a buggy. It is Coops. It is Coops, the man himself, trying to find that angle to get that push going. Oh my gosh, Hot Jukes. The zone has shifted, but I don't even think it matters right now. The fights are engaged, and these teams are dead locked with each other.
It's a party at Farm, baby. Over here, right next to Pachinki. You can see Swagwin's gonna actually go down, making the big appearance here. You can see Coops looking to get those thirsts. You know he wants those MVP points. He's gonna get one there. Actually, it looks like Alucard, and there go the Alpha 7. They are eliminated. Top 6. 8 kills so far. You know Coops wants it. It all comes down to this for Coops. Coops can get it done. He can be that MVP of this tournament, but he's got a lot more work to get done. Xenox is gonna go down. Rise have 11. Oh my goodness, Rise showing up here at the end.
Landed. Oh no, a little bit of a traffic jam. That is gonna get Nunez knocked, but they still commit to the push. And the Knights, they just get gifted these points, but it's scary. It's scary. He can do it. He gets one.
You gotta watch out for Gary.
Alucard clutches that one up. They will get the reset onto 2 players. And it's not done yet. XSET pushing Black Dragons. BC is still in this game. BC wants to secure their ticket to the PMGC. They still need their points just as well.
Shots! DX with the clutch shots against XSET, and now they're putting up. Now it's literally a battle between these two squads. Buluc Chabtan, Black Dragons right next to each other, battling it out. At the same time, they're letting XSET get a full reset over here. So much action between these two teams, and XSET are just soaking it up as they get this reset, and it looks like they are going to be able to get everybody up. Devastating for the Black Dragons, but regardless, both these teams are going to finish at least in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do quick maths right now, but chat, it's getting really close. I have no idea what the points are going to look like after this one, but we're going to see some crazy stuff, and this is a 4v4v4. This is 3 teams with 4 members alive. Angle! This compound. Oh, oh my gosh. XSET not looking good. 2 down once again. Oh, that player on top of that balcony. Yeah, XSET has to readjust kill switch. He needs to crawl all the way over, but the blue zone is closing. I think everyone
gets caught.
BC getting in on the third party. Hot Jukes, take this one away, man. My voice is dying right now.
I got you, big buddy. Look at the nades coming in, the pressure coming in from all angles. XSET is still hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Black Dragons, it's just reset after reset after reset. This is one heck of a party in this building, and these teams are just going at it. I can only imagine how many meds they have left. Meanwhile, here comes ATON battling it out on top of the hill with the Knights. Looks like Chico does go down from Cardi. Oh, the pan coming out from Choco saying, hey, I'm still here, baby.
Yeah, ATON right now just making easy work of the Knights on the outside. So the Knights are out. Is that enough kills? They got a lot of kills, but is that enough for Coops to take the MVP? We'll see. We'll see. ATON looking really good to third party everything, but we have 15 players alive, and they're pretty much all at this house. Jukes, this is a house party that you do not want to be a part of.
Oh, I'll tell you what, man. It is going up here. Beautiful. It's just kind of like turn nade from Polo. Does catch GX, but what is he going to do? XSET don't have it in them to full send this. There's just too many players. All of them are just buying time. The next circle looks like it is going to be in this same position. So I think this is going to get extended all the way up until the end here, Zute.
This is absolutely wild.
They're just neighbors. They're all neighbors.
Yeah. We got people on the first floor, we got people on the outside, and then we got people on the second floor, and then there's the fourth team with the ATON. Yeah, ATON just scoping it out, checking out their neighbors. ATON, of course, not friendly neighbors, getting a knock onto Alien Kid. But how many revives have happened in this area alone? I'm counting maybe at least 10, 12 revives happening.
I can't wait to see the healing done after this one. I wonder if someone's going to even pass off all their meds and possibly even go for a heal strat at this point. That could be a viable option. Who knows? Oh, ATON. Milos ends up going down. And, oh, he's going to go and blow up the buggy. He's trying to get that finish, and he might just be able to get it. Yeah, Milos realizes it. Not in anywhere position to get picked up. So it looks like ATON are going to have 2 down in this position. Meanwhile, look at this. Every player just looking to be teammates, neighbors, sticking right beside each other, not even worried.
Yo, Hot Jukes. The zone shifted away from this building.
Oh my!
So everybody's gonna have to vacate this at the same time, and here it goes. The chaos is breaking out. Black Dragons coming off the roof, getting shot in the back by XSET. BC also coming into the mix. Who's gonna make it out of this one alive?
Who knows? XSET still up in the mix. Everybody switching to first person. The footsteps have to be insane. Action going all over the place. And we got the MG3 from ATON from across the way. Whoever wins this fight, they got something coming to them on the other side of the map. But at the same time, getting that top 3 finish. So, coach, here comes XSET full set into the building. J7 getting it down. Cardi with the off angles. And Buluc Chabtan eliminated in 4th place. 3 teams remaining. Oh, that jump down!
Dragons not done. Oh, the triple!
ACB XSET done!
Spray! Black Dragons get that triple spray, and that is it.
Second place!
ATON are your winners, however, but what an ending. A triple spray by Black Dragons. Safe to say they were already in the top 8 and getting a second place. I think they're good, but I have no idea. I don't know. But I gotta give it up for ATON. Once again, ATON, they were very up and down this whole they got that
another chicken dinner for ATON. So huge, everybody. At the end of the day, though, we have to give a big shout out to the big winners of this entire tournament, and that's gonna be, you guessed it, Alpha 7 Esports, man. Just too good.
Alpha 7 Esports, the champions. They get the moolah, they got the points, they got the teamwork, they got the aggression. This is the Alpha 7 team. Hey, we did predictions at the very beginning. So many of us predicted Alpha 7, and now you see why. This team is absolutely phenomenal. I didn't even say that word right, but forget it. They're gonna keep playing. They're going to PMGC. I want to see if they can do the same thing. Alpha 7. Don't forget, guys, I even got the slits on the eyebrows for Alpha 7. That's how big of a fan I am. Oh, man.
Alpha 7, if you look at the dictionary, you look at dominance, you're gonna see them right there, guys. Congrats, of course, to the Americas champions. Let's go ahead and send it on over to the desk to wrap this one up and find out who's making it to the next stage. See you soon.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Domination has been the name of Alpha 7's game this entire weekend. They got tested by a few teams, namely Rise and XSET, but they were in the lead for so long with such a gap between them and second place. It was only a fool's hope that they could have been overtaken, and they made sure at the very end of today to remind us of that.
7. Did you see those numbers? Did you see those damage numbers at the end of it all? I mean, they said it. You mentioned it when you were speaking to Carrillo that this was one of the only titles they did not own, okay? Well, they have most certainly earned it and then some.
They definitely have. I mean, for Carrillo, he already had a title with Americas, but it was with a completely different team. He wanted the other teammates to be able to experience this, to be able to get that title, and he was able to help them out on just that. And I mean, what a performance from the players too, not just Carrillo. We seen Revo up there, we see Mafioso, and today we finally got to see Syndicate being able to put up great numbers overall. I know this team is going to be so happy. Hopefully they can carry that momentum into PMGC, because I know they're going to be looking to improve the performance that they had in PMGC, especially the finals. They ended up with the 9th place. Boy, do they have what it takes, and they showed it here. I mean, they broke some records. They were the first team, if I'm not mistaken, in Americas in one of the seasons to get 4 chicken dinners in a row, and not just any chicken dinners. They did it impressively every single time. They got the kills, and I am more than excited to see what Brazilian team is going to be able to do in PMGC. Do Brazil, do Brazil,
Brazil, do Brazil.
Oh man!
I thought we were starting something special. 7, you and I, maybe Glitter could join in as well. But no, what is going to be special is looking at the overall tournament ranking.
Yes.
Glitter, because A7 winning is a great celebration. It is a great sign of things.
What?
But it is the top 8. It's the top 8. Glitter.
Okay. I went straight to the 8th place. I needed to see who was going to be on that bubble. And are you kidding me? After starting off the day in 13th place, Buluc Chabtan make a push the entire day and squeak in by the skin of their teeth. They just solidified that final PMG qualification spot, 7.
They definitely did, and you mentioned it. They started off today in 14th place. This team wanted it, this team needed it, and they went for it. Today alone, they were able to get 77 points, which is massive for them. Black Dragons as well, we've seen a great performance out of that team. They've been able to secure that 7th place. ATON Esports, we saw what they've been able to do in Miramar over and over again. 206 points for them. And then we got to give some credit here to Paul, because he picked Team Queso. To be honest, I didn't even have them qualifying because they were quite sketchy out of their own region. But Team Queso, they were consistent. They showed me a completely different team. This wasn't a team that started off slow. This was a team that was hot from the get-go, and they were very, very consistent, which was super impressive to me. Team Queso in that 5th spot. Very happy to see that. Knights not able to repeat there on their Americas. You know, they do have some contenders again here with Alpha 7, but to be fair, they were able to get 228 points and exit. I mean, our champions Glitter from PMPL NA. They were able to make NA proud in a way by being able to secure that 3rd place overall. This first page, it's amazing to see. And now, as great as this first page is, we do have to go to the heartbrokens to just shatter everywhere, and that's gonna be that 2nd page, because look at that INTZ. Oh no, 5 kills, 5-point difference actually between them and Buluc Chabtan. And to be fair, I do want to give INTZ some props. I talked about them earlier, saying that they weren't the most impressive team. Something that I did love that they did on that last game was they took fate on their hands. They decided to drop Syndicate. They got those kills, Glitter, and this is something we always talk about. We want teams to be able to do that. So for INTZ to do that, they have my respect.
100%, absolutely. And that's why I was saying that they might be the team that A7 wants out of that lobby, because INTZ came to play, but Buluc Chabtan just couldn't be stopped. Nova, who was in that 8th place position at some point today, as were a bunch of other squads, they end up falling just a little bit short at the end of the day. Honored Souls, 19 Esports, Furious Gaming, all teams that we were looking at in that bubble to potentially battle it out, don't end up qualifying. I mean, overall, looking there at the bottom 2, Syndicate and Fraternity Esports were the only 2 squads on that 2nd page that didn't have chicken dinners, and the only other team in the entire event that didn't have a chicken dinner is Queso, and Queso makes it through.
Yep.
I mean, we did play 24 games, so I don't know why I'm so shocked that there were so many teams with a win on the bottom half, but Heartbreak Hotel for a number of different teams there, and especially it sort of feels disappointing for teams like Nova, who had a great performance yesterday especially, but then all day today it felt like, I don't want to say that it was nerves, say that they were scared, but that's just how it read to us, is that they didn't want to go for a risky play. But we see this result so many times. But these are the results. This is how they stand. There is no changing that. One more result, one more award that we need to check out, that we need to look at, because there's prize involved. Of course, there's prize money. Is gonna be the MVP. I think I know who it is. But I'm gonna have you guys guess. Who do you think it is?
I'm sticking with my prediction.
I'm sticking with my prediction too. Even though I think Glitter Dom is back.
I know it's Revo. It's yep, it's Revo. Comes out on top with the win with 49 kills.
Yes.
Glitter.
I would like to thank my parents, and I'd like to thank Seven for always being wrong and making me look good. Revo, congratulations on the MVP of the event. You get the MVP award. I mean, you get the pride points, and we talked about this, Seven. There had to be, you know, that a little bit of motivation from the internal kind of battle against each other, because so many of A7's members were in the running for this MVP award.
It definitely did. I mean, we had Carrillo at the start, we had Revo, and then all of a sudden we also had Mafioso. You know what though? I am kind of happy that it wasn't Carrillo, in a way, because this just means that the depth, the roster that Alpha 7 has is just absolutely insane. For them to have, and I think it's something that we have honestly taken quite lightly, but for them to have 3 players running for MVP, that is just unheard of. At some point, some of those players had more kills than some teams had points in this tournament after 3 days, which is just absolutely absurd to me. But to be honest, Revo definitely deserved it. He was the most consistent player, to be said, out of Alpha 7. We saw what happened with Carrillo with the ups and downs, but nonetheless, I'm happy to see him become the MVP. And this just makes me happier to see what can be on Alpha 7 once they get to PMGC. As I mentioned earlier, they got a 9th place last time on those PMGC finals. First, they'll have to get to the PMGC finals. But boy, I'm just excited, all right? As I said earlier, to Brazil.
Yeah. Honestly, Seven, I think you hit the nail on the head there. A7 is not only strong because they have a star player in career, they're strong because they have multiple star players, multiple MVP candidates. If one of them doesn't step up, there are so many more waiting in line, and that's what I think is going to make them frightening for other teams, but exciting for us as they head over towards PMGC. However, that being said, I don't think any team coming in from Europe is going to be taking Rise, XSET, even the Knights, all that lightly. It's going to be an exciting event coming up in just a few short weeks. That's going to be it from us, Cameron Davis, Glitter, Seven, and of course our commentators, Mustache Dave, Paul and Varum Toddkill, Zute, and Hot Jukes, and of course every single member of production. Thank you everyone for watching this amazing show with us here. PMPL Americas, A7 are the champions, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear your thoughts on how this tournament was, how great the players have been, what an amazing show they've put on for us. So check out all of our social media, PUBG Esports, PUBG Mobile Esports on all platforms. Go check it out, hashtag PMPL. Let us know your thoughts. But with all that being said, have a good night, and we hope to see you at PMGC.